Hey everyone, I am Deb. Welcome to the second annual ASUS PC DIY Day. We have a extremely exciting show gearing up to get started. But before we give you a sneak peek on what's going on back there, I want to introduce Jake and
Roby.
Yeah,
Roby.
Yeah.
You know what I have to say, like the part that makes me super excited about this whole thing is just getting these like hug pillows that you guys have. You know, so
Yes.
like they're, I mean, look at how and they're so comfortable and they hide my little post-lunch belly. So I'm feeling really happy about this whole thing.
Well, we're actually giving away a bunch of these.
These
so.
exclusive ROG waifu pillows, which is currently upside down. Very nice.
You nailed that. Nailed it.
It's going to be one of our giveaways with, we got a swag bag with it.
Yes.
We've got some T-shirts and some Strix Arions.
That's correct.
And we've got some hats signed by the Fortnite legend himself, Booga.
The one and only Booga. That's right, guys.
So.
And okay, so let's give you kind of a breakdown of what's actually going to happen.
It's a lot. Just look up these cards up. So you know
it's
there's a lot.
It's a lot. We've been studying a long time for this. So,
There's
all
a
right.
test afterwards.
Yeah, there is. There is a test afterwards. So, here's the plan. Today is about celebrating PC building, PC DIY. You don't have to be an expert. So it appeals to all levels. We have 3 builds. One is going to be a quote-unquote air-cooled, more of an entry-level build. Our stage 2 build is going to be with an AIO, an all-in-one liquid CPU cooler. And then we have our stage 3, which is going to be our water-cooled PC, our more advanced build.
And I have to say, Deb, I think that's one of the things, like the more that I learned about what we're doing here, I think it's so cool to have every aspect of essentially PC building. There's something literally for everybody, whether you're new or you're all the way up wanting to get into the water cool. And the people we paired these folks with, like this one of them who we're doing the water cooled, and even though it's stage 3, it's her first ever
water cooling PC.
She cannot wait to get her hands wet. Hopefully not the components, but the rest of the stuff she's super excited about. So.
Yeah, and we got Aru, who's just a novice builder in general, that literally wanted to come here to learn more about PC building.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a PC that not only is going to be built today, but it's actually going to be given away.
Wait,
so
what?
we got to point out that there is actually a Gleam giveaway where you can earn points by watching the stream. We have certain keywords that we're going to announce on stream. If you get those keywords, you collect them all, they're 25 points per keyword.
Yes.
That's giving you that many more entries. Each point is 1 entry towards a PC.
Yeah. Exactly.
And understand, the PC is being built by JJ. If you don't know who JJ is, he's literally one of the most superhuman people ever. And so just having a TV, both blessed by Aru and JJ at the same time, I mean, like, all in all, like I've probably dreamed about winning a PC like that my entire life. Like I literally.
And everyone's going to autograph it as well.
Yeah.
So there will be one custom PC that will be given away. But I do want to say that someone like myself, I just got into PC building just a couple years ago. I had absolutely no background in it, and like I'm here to say that even if you have no experience, you can totally do this. And whereas someone like you. How many PCs have you built?
Well, so we actually have been keeping count, and so it's over 5, but it's less than it. So it's actually like I think we're at like almost close to 700. So we've built a ton of different PCs.
That's a few.
It's a few.
That's a few.
But you know, honestly, like the thing is like you don't have to build 700 PCs, and I've built a ton just like in this format where you have some sort of new, basically some new builder who's never has any experience, and then they all get done, and you guys will see that come out even today as well. That people will be like, you know what, that was way better than and easier than I thought it was. But we should probably go check out the space.
we are going to go check out the space. Well, yeah.
Do you want? You ready?
Are you ready?
Let's do it.
Are you ready, guys? We got to walk a little bit slow. You know, I think.
We're 45 seconds in, but yeah, you know, this is kind of cool too. I want to point out this is our first time we're here at the ROG headquarters in North America, and we've actually never done a broadcast like this from this space before. So.
This is our first time. This is debuting the ASUS North America Experience Center, and
and the other thing too is that you guys also have hardware everywhere. So I just want to get up and start like basically just looking at everything, like that super sweet Gundam PC that's just sitting back there.
So we have.
Here we go.
Here we go.
We are in.
Look at this
Look
set,
at this.
guys. Look at this set.
Look at this
Look
set.
at this set.
This right here is what we're going to call our build zone. And we have, like we mentioned, our 3 PC builds ready, getting geared up to get ready to go.
All right.
Stage 1.
Yeah, this is what we're going to call stage 1 for the
Very
day.
fancy names.
And you know, we've got a lot of tough gear. I know that there's this is a whole line of tough components. JJ and Aru, and JJ, let's start with you. Now you're a big guy here in the PC DIY world. You're the face of our Facebook group for PC DIY, and just kind of making a day like PC DIY to celebrate this community. It's got to be pretty cool, right?
It's super exciting. I mean, I think this is something that for any enthusiast, when you get the opportunity to actually be able to put together a system live, it's super gratifying, it's super exciting, and it's super interesting.
And Aru, you are probably the most novice builder here, which is awesome. And I'm so pumped to have you here learning. You're in good hands here with JJ. Are you stoked to level up your knowledge of PC building?
Yeah, because PC building has always been really intimidating to me because I grew up on consoles. So yeah, I hope after this I feel a little bit more comfortable learning and eventually build a PC on my own, maybe.
She's been awesome. So she's already been picking up things really
as
easy.
we're just setting up. And just want to point out, Aru is a member of our ROG stream team. So if you don't know her,
Aru.
she does stream regularly for us here and makes some awesome content, all kinds of content,
Yeah,
really. Yeah, variety streaming.
Yes,
All right, so
variety.
your build, does it have a name?
Yes, it does actually have a name. You want to know?
It's Tuffy Lockhart.
Okay. So
Yeah.
Final Fantasy fandom, is that like one of your
Yes.
favorite genres?
That's
Is
my
Final Fantasy
wife.
its own genre? I think it is.
Yes,
It's
yes.
on
One of my
Spotify,
favorite
if
as
you
well.
saw that. All right, well,
Yeah.
we've got some other builds being built this weekend, so let's throw it over to Roby.
So, I mean, the Tuffy Lockhart build, that's going to be hard to match, but I am here with Chris and Kevin, and you know what, never mind. These guys are totally going to match it. I'm actually super excited about this, but I'm not going to introduce you because you guys have done, like, we've practiced this. You guys remember, right? You remember your lines? Mm-hmm. Okay, good. So I'm going to hand it off to you guys. Why don't you guys tell us a little bit about what you are, who you are, and what is your favorite zoo animal?
Well then, I mean, way to put me on the spot with the animals. All right, I appreciate it. Well, I'm Kevin. Some of you know me as Big Kevin from Mod My Mods. I do a lot of the behind-the-scenes stuff with that and the CMO type of things. My favorite animal is definitely the tiger.
Good. That's a good choice. Okay, over to you.
Hi everyone, I'm Chris. So I help manage the social media accounts here at ASUS, and I've been building PCs for over 20 years, and it's one of my favorite things. And my favorite zoo animal, I'm going to go with zebra, because it's like a horse, but cooler.
Okay, well, that's good. Well, guys, this is the stage 2, and this is using the ROG Z11. So it's basically a small form factor. We've got the Strix Z690i gaming Wi-Fi motherboard. We're using a Ryujin 240 AIO, this is the AIO build, so a little bit of an upgrade from the stage 1 build. We've got that RTX 3080, which I know we all need a moment just to take that and soak it in a little bit. And then finally, you've got a 1,000-watt power supply. And all of this is going to get crammed into this very small case in front of your eyes. It's going to be magic. And you're going to be impressed. Be prepared, I'll tell you. But we are not the only build, probably the most important build. But there is one more, and I'm going to hand it down to Deb to give that intro.
Yeah, okay, but before, hold on. You missed something extremely important.
No. The team name reveal will be later.
You're going to hold off on the team name. I mean, the team name of this build is so good. Come on.
No,
do me the
okay.
honors.
So the team name is to zip tie or not to zip tie, which is a great one. But we actually have like a whole dance number that we were gonna do, and then now apparently that's been canceled.
Wow.
So there it is.
Way to
There
go.
you go, right there. That's it.
Unbelievable.
Weeks of
Unbelievable.
practice.
Do you remember?
Show,
I mean,
show's
ridiculous.
over. That's it. We're done.
We
guys-
practiced
We're
for
done.
months.
it was gonna be an MTV hit.
There was pyro.
Well, hey, you
Okay.
go ahead, Deb. You take
Thank
it now.
you,
Fine.
thank you. Okay, so stage 3 build. Let's right here. Let's just bask in this beauty right here. We have the wonderful, magnificent Jake LaRue from EK Waterblocks.
So I'm from, as Deb said, EK Waterblocks. I've been a marketing manager there for a few years, and I actually got the opportunity thanks to getting into custom PC builds and water cooling about 5 years ago now. So it was starting with that and modding that got me into this whole world of enthusiast PCs, and obviously I started with my love of ASUS ROG back in the days of X99 with the Rampage 5 Extreme. And
Yes.
now, thanks to that passion that's come from that, I want to basically do my best to teach others and help them learn about getting into PC building, what it means, and that it can be for everyone. You don't have to spend a whole lot of money even to get into water cooling at times.
It's true. Now, who is this magnificent person that we have in here? We are blessed with the legendary Call of Duty player.
Some people may say that. It depends.
Yeah.
It depends on who
Noisy
you ask.
Butters and also ROG Stream team member. Welcome.
Hello. Thank you. Thank you. My name is Noisy Butters, or Hannah. I built a couple of PCs. I probably built about 10, but this is my first time. And I know for a fact I've been annoying everybody here because I keep reminding them this is my first water-cooled PC. I'm excited. That's all I got to say, really.
Yeah.
I've already said enough.
It's super exciting.
Yes.
And like, I am so excited for you because we've seen Noisy Butters build PCs. Like, she can do this. And so you're ready, girl. You can totally do this and
ma'am.
be an example for other people out there that are thinking about getting into water cooling, but not really quite sure, can I do it? You can do it. Trust me. You can totally do it. And this is what we're going to show today. But what is the name of your builds? Because your build's kind of fun too.
The best name.
It has to do with a wonderful color and a wonderful animal that may or may not be extinct. It's called the Pinkosaurus Rex.
That's right, the Pinkosaurus Rex. And it is going to feature our brand new Z690 Hero motherboard. It's going to be absolutely stunning. Yes.
Definitely going to be the coolest build here.
It
No
will
pun
be the
intended.
Wow, no
coolest
pun
build for
intended.
sure.
Laugh right now. Where's the laugh track? Thanks, guys.
But the reason why it's going to be pink is because we're going to have, some of this pink stuff in here, right?
Or, absolutely. And it's power pink. So
Power
this is going
pink.
to be the powerful Pinkosaurus
Yeah.
Rex.
But now
Alliteration.
this build is it's special because it's also featuring a ton of EK Water Blocks components, which we're going to get to as the stream progresses. So very exciting, though, for all these builds to really kick off.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to really quick, looking at chat, I see that a good friend, Sneff, is posted in there. And we earlier had the Gundam build that he made for us earlier this year behind us. Such an awesome build. One of the coolest. That's another guy that's been doing this for a long time, a huge fan of the PC DIY life, an enthusiast of the EK water block, water cooling life. He's done many water-cooled builds. And in fact, he's actually done one with it's here somewhere, the Extreme Glacial, which is one of the most impressive motherboards. Can we get a shot of the Extreme Glacial
It's
over
right
near
here.
Roby?
I mean, look at. Oh,
Wait,
here.
you
I
can lift
can
it up,
actually
hold
lift
it.
up.
Get that thing on display.
It's 10 pounds, man.
It's 10 pounds. 10 pounds of awesome. I actually took this to Orange Theory this morning and was just doing deadlifts with it. So it's just like all in all, like look at that, look at those squats there. But yeah, this board is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, you can just see it right here. And when it's lit up, you can just bask in the glory. In fact, it also seconds as a tanning salon. So it's with all the RGB, and it's additional like 2 to 3 million frames per second once you have it all lit up. Aru's just like, look at her. She's enamored at what's happening right now, just showing it off. But there it is right there. And so yeah, and it weighs a lot. I'm lifting to fail right now because of just how heavy this thing is. So. So yeah, that, by the way, I have to say, huge shout out on that Gundam build. That thing looks ridiculous.
Gorgeous.
And I'm super excited that they gave it to me. So I appreciate that. That was really cool.
Here, and then y'all could have a professional helping
Oh,
out Noisy Butters.
Yeah, and I don't I don't want to basically belittle that you guys are going to build an entire water-cooled
Yeah.
PC in an 011 in 5.5 hours.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I'm glad you mentioned that because arguably you have a very large, task ahead of you. How are you feeling?
I think naturally I'm a little bit nervous, but I trust this guy absolutely.
That's
so.
your first mistake.
I trust you. Don't let me down, man. We're on live broadcast.
Look, what could go wrong, right?
Yeah, what could go wrong? A lot.
We're doing it live,
A lot.
and it's 5 hours. It'll be fine.
I hope I
It's
mess up.
plenty of time.
I hope I mess up a
We've
little.
already had power tools, right? Like, I mean, we've got like the best drill in the house already. Like,
Yeah, it's like $20 from that was an experience, and I never want to have it again. Yeah, when you're doing water cooling, don't cheap out on tools. Actually, when you're doing any PC building, don't cheap out on tools. Lesson of the day.
And the other best part about this whole thing, guys, is that as we're doing each one of these builds, you're going to get a behind the scenes of how to do this. Like, that's the whole point of the DIY. I think, JJ, you would absolutely agree. Is like, here we are to show that this is something that is absolutely approachable. Adult Lego, you've heard it say. Adult, like, insert building block type toy here. And in a lot of ways, you're going to see people, and Aru, I mean, these guys are pros, so don't pay attention to them. But everybody else, like all in all, like putting these things together, and you can do the same thing and just kind of follow along. So if you have questions in chat, make sure you ask them. We'd love to basically be able to answer them. You have tons of expertise here. You have like literally the JJ brain that we're trying to get into every ASUS BIOS here to basically answer some of those questions. So it should be an absolutely amazing day, and I cannot wait to let these guys get started because they are revved up.
Yeah, revved up.
Yeah,
revved up. So I didn't tell you that you guys can only build like, so you're going to have your right hand time behind you and then left hand behind you.
Yeah,
so,
we'll just do, yeah, it's just
Actually,
like
I was just going to be behind them and be like their arms, right? So
Yeah.
like I have to pretend, but yeah, then they were like, no, that's two skills. That's like putting us together. We're like the Voltron of PC builders over here. We're all like combined together in awesome power. So
You know the little claws?
We have to contain
I think we
all
should
of
just.
this awesome.
I think we should start kicking this off.
yeah, we should
I
start.
really do.
Yeah,
So,
we start kicking it off. Do we have any notable things in chat at all, or?
Yeah, people are just excited. They're pumped to see it out. I see some comments about this white case.
Yes.
And just want to point out that this is the build that will be given out in a couple weeks. There's a Gleam giveaway that you can enter. Make sure you stay tuned in. As I mentioned earlier, there are going to be keywords that we announce throughout the broadcast that can be entered on the Gleam giveaway to earn additional points towards a chance to win this PC. And JJ, we didn't really talk about your parts here. Like, what is this machine capable of? And is this like a good way to get started for an entry build?
100%. That's really actually what the goal was all about here, was to be able to give a foundation for being able to give kind of a lower cost price point in terms of a PC build, but not compromise on the reliability, the performance, or definitely I even think the aesthetics, right? We want it to look cool, we want it to still be able to be upgradable, but we also don't want to necessarily make it overtly complex. And so that's really what the goal is, and that's really what Tough Gaming is all about. So we've got a great mix here. This is going to be an AMD-based build, so we've got B550, we've got latest generation Ryzen series CPUs. We're actually going to be going all AMD, including actually a Radeon series-based graphics card. We're going to add in, of course, some RGB RAM, some nice PCIe NVMe storage, and then just add some RGB to, of course, kick it up.
You know, and I got to ask you, because we haven't heard too much from you yet. You have had these gigantic knowledge bombs dropped on you for like 48 hours from JJ as we've been hanging out and setting up here. Has that improved your confidence in building, or has it made you just like, holy crap, this guy knows too much, I'm afraid?
No, it's definitely built my confidence. I think I know what I'm doing instead of being like absolutely clueless. I think I have the idea of what I'm supposed to do, and then if I need help with anything, JJ's right here. So I feel good. I feel confident. I feel like there'll be no problems.
Yeah, and we're going to get done before everybody else.
Yeah.
You're going to get done before everyone else? I mean,
Yeah. So Deb, I mean, question I have is like, so is there like I thought we had talked about potentially having a howitzer to kick this whole thing off, like to start the build process, like, but what are like, how do we begin? Like, how do they start? Do they just stand here and just they build them telekinetically?
Yeah,
What's
so
the
I
plan?
think that's a good point, especially for people that have never started to build a PC. Like, in all seriousness, we usually start with the motherboard. So right now we have everything nicely laid out. So my first step is always clear off the table, get out the specific components you need for your motherboard, and that's what we're going to do to get started.
Okay, so can we can they start building yet, or
Yeah,
what's?
we're gonna kick it off with you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's what JJ, what is the whole, like, how are we going to get this started? What's the plan?
So like Deb noted, right, really when you go about first starting to do a PC build, you want to give yourself enough of actual space. And if you guys are interested, make sure to go to the actual website, pcdiy.asus.com. We actually have an actual video that's already up that walks you through kind of basic steps in terms of getting everything laid out. But we've got our board outside of our box. We want to also start off first off with the CPU. We're going to add in RAM. And then we're also going to add in our PCIe NVMe storage, which is a nice Seagate FireCuda-based drive. Now,
and that is a ludicrous, by the way, Seagate FireCuda drive. That is the FireCuda 530. Like, we're talking 7,500 megabits per second. Like, this is like unbelievable terabytes written. Like, super shout out to Seagate for hooking us up with that, because that is going to be an absolutely amazing drive to put in there.
100%. Yeah, really the key goal here was that we wanted a really fast, kind of performance-based system, and that's what a PCIe NVMe is going to be able to offer us, is really high performance, so you're going to get snappy loading in terms of your games, applications, patches, and getting into Windows. So I've got our opening up actually our CPU here. It's going to go ahead and let's go ahead and pop out that actual CPU.
Okay.
And when you talk about kind of order in terms of jumping into your installation, there is sometimes something to keep in mind in terms of what makes the most sense in terms of how you want to kind of minimize, let's say, complexes. So you've got your memory. We could go with the memory first. You could go with the CPU first, or you could go with the M.2. And really, the order doesn't matter that much. But if you want to do things optimally, we actually want to go with the CPU first. And that's because we don't want to kind of potentially obstruct any other space around us. So Aru is actually going to go ahead and install the CPU. We've got the board laid out. We actually have something underneath the board here. And this is important just because you want to add a little bit of stability. So in some situations, people will take the actual motherboard box and do that. She's going to drop that in place, and she's got everything lined up so that the actual CPU will drop in place. And that is important. There's actually a small little kind of golden notch right there that aligns with the motherboard. That'll help you to make sure it drops in place. And you guys didn't hear it, but there is important sounds that sometimes happen. So when we actually snap things in place, you want to make sure that you're listening for that snap. So we've got the CPU installed.
And JJ, this isn't like, a lot of people may not know this, but this isn't a typical 57, it's like a 5600X or 50. This is a APU from AMD. This is a 5700G, so which is a little bit different. You mind telling a little bit like why?
Yeah, so one of the cool things again here is I think trying to be able to offer a little bit more of an approachable system and giving you flexibility from a budget constraint as well as kind of some certain of the market conditions that you have right now in terms of availability is that you could actually get up and running here without having a graphics card because the graphics card is actually built into the GPU. So the motherboard is going to actually have an HDMI and a DisplayPort output. You can actually see those right there. That's going to give you the ability that you could output that directly to your monitor. It's not necessarily designed for, let's say, AAA gaming, but if you wanted to jump in something like Fortnite, some CSGO, some Apex Legends.
Yeah, some really great games that are actually out there that are
yeah,
like completely
esports titles are definitely like me. I'm a big indie fan. That's going to work well.
Yeah.
So it gets you covered there. So next up, after we've got the CPU installed, you could go to the memory, but generally my recommendation is you would actually want to go with the CPU cooler. Now, the main reason why I would recommend going with the CPU cooler is that depending on the size of the cooler, you don't not necessarily want to obstruct where the memory is going to be going. So that's where you kind of have a little bit more flexibility that if you drop that in place, you know whether or not it may impact the memory from being installed. Now, one of the great things we're going to be doing is we're going with the traditional air cooler. You might ask, well, why not? Why not go with an AIO? The great thing is that really from a performance perspective, this system is going to pretty much perform identical if we went with a higher-end air cooler. But adding in an air cooler versus an AIO, it's going to be more complicated. So this is going to ultimately be lower cost, still look cool, be able to keep the system efficiently taken care of, right? And it's also simpler to install.
Yeah, and I think that's a great point, right? From JJ is that a lot of people think, well, I have to have an AIO, and you don't necessarily have to do that at all, right? And a lot of times, like just to simplify, which I mean, all in all, simplification actually goes a long way when you're building PCs. So putting in something like that makes a lot of sense. And all in all, like the point he's trying to make in terms of keeping it cool, he's absolutely right. There's going to be zero issue whatsoever with this system being able to game with any one of those and still using the air cooler. So
one of the cool things is Aru's gone ahead and already actually unboxed the cooler. And one of the nice things that you're already going to find is, if you want to show them off, let's go ahead and give them the underside shot. One of the cool things is that the actual cooler is already going to come pre-applied with thermal compound. There's always this big debate. Should I wipe off the thermal compound? Should I buy a new thermal compound? Don't worry about it. The thermal compound that's already pre-applied is actually what the validated standard is from Intel or from AMD. So that means you're going to get something that's going to be guaranteed to work. So it's 100% entirely fine to go with. Now, for reference, I've got the same exact cooler right here. You can see no thermal compound. If you really wanted to, you can wipe it off. You could apply higher performing thermal compound, but it's not something that's required. So the next step is we're going to go ahead and install this guy.
And so while they're doing that, I think one thing to let people know is a lot of people say, well, what does actual thermal paste or thermal compound do? And what it does is that between the IHS, the top of the IHS, and then basically the cooler, they're not entirely flat surfaces. So what this is allowing it to do is to effectively transfer heat between the two surfaces. And so that way your cooler is way more efficient and effective, right? And so, yes, you do need it. Please don't use things like gummy bears or like Oreos or so many of the other things, right? I think a lot of people think that you can use whatever, but for the most part, yes, it is okay to also use the pre-applied thermal paste. And then the other too is like depending on the CPU, and you're going to see a number of different CPUs here, everything from a 5700G all the way up to the flagship 12900K from Intel. And each one of these is going to require a different way to apply thermal paste because you might have to worry about covering the entire HS. The cool thing about something like the one that we're using here is that it's already basically fully covering the IHS, so they're getting very effective transferring to cover the chiplets as well as the core design for the Ryzen right here. And at the same time, they're having a good time, right? Right, Aru? You having a good time?
Yeah.
Yeah, see?
Yeah, so actually what we're showing right here is that what you see in the overhead shot, and I'll let actually RO speak to it, because this was one of the things that it's a little bit tricky, is that what you'll actually find is that here on this cooler you see that there's a retention lever. And this retention lever requires quite a bit of what's torque.
Yep.
Essentially, if we're just not going to be fancy about the wording, just need to put in a little bit extra
Yep.
kind of muscle into it. But if not, what you'll feel is you kind of feel this resistance, and it can be a little bit tricky to kind of make sure that it gets that snap in place. But again, you want to hear for that click. Once you hear that click, you know that you've locked in. So Aru, what's missing here, the next thing?
So right now we have to plug this in up here.
Yep. And she's essentially just making that connection for the actual fan to the motherboard. So there's a corresponding header that's on there. It's called the CPU fan header. It's actually labeled on the motherboard. The manual's your friend, so don't listen to what YouTube actually tells you. Do read it. It's got a lot of good information in there.
And
this is critical. Your PC will not start if that is plugged into the wrong spot.
It would actually start, but it will totally flag you and tell you,
well,
hey,
yeah.
you haven't connected it, and then it would shut down.
Yes.
So you're 100% right that your system won't be functional if you don't make that connection. So overall, what did you think, Ari, in terms of that process? Was it too difficult, or you think it's just a little bit of a process of going through it?
No, I feel like it's not difficult. The only thing is, like you said, you have to be like use some, I don't know, like
Some extra
armor.
force, right?
Yeah, some extra force, and I'm always afraid that if I use too much force, I'm gonna break it. That's the only thing that kind of scares me when building a PC, because you have these parts, and obviously you don't want to break them after you buy them.
You make a really good point there, and I don't want to overstate that. I know definitely for a lot of builders out there, sometimes they can feel a little bit less confident when they go about building that they can apply too much force. And you do want to be careful with excessive force, because something, if you push it, you might be breaking something. But at the same time, one thing you do want to keep in mind is that all these parts are new. And when something is kind of a little bit new, you do kind of got to push into it a little bit to kind of allow it to be easier. And so probably if we went back and did this latch again over and over again, you'd end up finding that it gets a little bit smoother over time. So it's just one of those things to kind of be mindful of. So our last step right here is going to be the memory install. So what do you think, Ari, in terms of the memory? Is there something that we want to let those people know as far as one thing they want to keep in mind when installing the memory?
So when you have memory, you want to do, if you have two memory, you want to keep them in the black lines here, and then, or you can keep them in the gray lines here. But you never want to put them side by side if you have two. You always want to keep them separate so that there's space between the two.
Well, wait a second. Hold on. Can we just like acknowledge this right now? You're like giving PC building advice like a pro.
100%.
You're hired. You're
Yeah,
hired.
you're hired. You're good to go.
You're good.
Now, so we're getting ready to put in the RAM, but one of the things that you guys are talking about is a little bit of the torque. Now, we did put your fitness routine for this whole thing, Aru, in the description down in YouTube, right? Like what you do to bulk. That's right. Look at this. Look at this. To bulk up, to put up those points and stuff like that. So the other thing, too, is all in all, like even though we're going through this stuff, make sure you have fun, right? Like if you're going to build a PC, have a good time. You know, it's always fun to do with friends. Like I try to invite JJ over to come over and do all my PC builds, but he stopped returning my phone calls. But yeah, it's like all in all, like doing it with a friend, having a good time while doing this stuff. This is gonna be a very social thing, and all in all, people will have a good time while doing this. And this is a very big moment, clicking in RAM.
Yeah, well, I think
very important.
I think the biggest moment is the CPU install, but 100%. I think RAM is going to be followed up by that. And to touch on what Arosa noted, the manual, again, is your friend. It will actually tell you which banks are the prioritized banks, or essentially the primary banks to go with. So actually even labeled on the motherboard, there's going to be a little silk screen right here. You guys probably can't see it unless we get really tight right here, but there's a little asterisk. If we get down in there maybe a little bit tighter, we'll see. And that little asterisk is letting us know that the actual A2 channel and the B2 channels are our primary channels. That means these gray channels are the ones that we want to populate first, not the black channels.
And can we give a shout out to our camera? Like this is our
yeah,
production team right
hello.
here. Way to go, guys, on that tight we didn't practice that at all, and they nailed it. Like Deb is over here going, oh! like she's shouting with joy with just how awesome that was. So a huge shout out to our incredible production team who's making this look so easy.
So the last point right here is once you know that, in our situation, we are going to be going with this fantastic G-Skill memory that's RGB based. It's going to be fantastic for Ryzen in terms of high frequency support. So we're getting taken care of. But we got 4 DIMMs, so we actually don't need to worry about the alternating banks because we're going to populate everything. But if you're installing 2, that's something to keep in mind. So why don't you go ahead and populate the first 2, and I'm going to go ahead and drop in the last 2. You'll also notice on ASUS boards, there's no bottom latch. That's part of what's called our Q design initiative. It makes building PCs easier. So you'll find lots of these Q design elements on our motherboards, such as the single-sided latch design, which means that I don't have to access the bottom side. I only got to unlock the top side.
Now the clicks, the sound of the clicks, very critical. The louder, the better. That's my thing. Deb, what do you think? What are your thoughts on PC on mem clicks?
Oh, I love the clicks.
Oh, it's so
the clicks-
satisfying.
There it is.
the clicks-
There it is.
The
Oh,
clicks are
it happened,
amazing.
and I talked over
Yeah.
it. I'm sorry.
I'm
Pam.
sorry.
Actually, sometimes
my
I enjoy
fault.
it so much that I take it out to do it
Just do
again,
it again.
just to hear that
Yeah.
sound.
We have a decimal
Unfortunately,
meter that we measure it with. So, like, all in all, we measure how many decibels. Okay, here, quiet on the set. Here we go. Big moment.
You're making me nervous.
Here it goes.
Here we go. We want to push a little bit more. And the other thing too that's going to be mindful.
Is it at an angle?
I don't think so.
Oh, actually-
it's actually
Yeah,
backwards.
Exactly. So she notices. So this is actually a good point, and actually something I was going to touch on is that the memory is actually oriented only in one direction.
One
Right.
side's
So she
longer
got the
than
first
other.
one, but sometimes, especially with these DIMMs, it's easy. You can flip them over when you got them on the table. I've myself have done it where you realize that you think you have it one way, you just flip it right around, and again, you don't want to force it.
Here we go.
A nice-
Big moment.
Go ahead. A little bit more.
There
There we
we
go.
go.
That was nice.
That was good.
And chat, we know that you can't really
whoa,
hear that.
hold
We
on,
don't have
okay.
the ASMR
I need to
technology
take a laugh
with us
there.
here
That
today.
was
But
good job.
beautiful.
So the last thing that I just want to touch on here, and I know that Jake, you were going to know on something, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah. I just wanted to point out the fact that if you're plan ahead for your RAM. If you want to utilize 4 sticks of RAM, you really should be buying a kit of 4 sticks. Even if you buy the same, pack of RAM that's, let's say, 2 16 gig sticks of memory, and it's identical manufacturer, they're not necessarily tuned to work together perfectly.
Can I have a
So-
fist bump?
Yeah.
He's telling you something that's actually extremely important. I run into this all the time in the community. The reason being is that your memory actually has something that's called an XMP profile. The XMP profiles, when you enable these profiles, are designed for the number of DIMMs that you purchase. So many times you'll see users that they'll buy 2 kits of 2 DIMMs.
At the same time,
At the
even
same
when they're
time.
building, because
Correct.
it'll save them $10 maybe.
Right, but the catch-22 there is that the actual profile that was written was designed for 2 DIMMs, not 4 DIMMs. And if actually you bought a native 4 DIMM kit, the profile will actually be slightly differently. Now, ASUS does do work to optimize our motherboards to sometimes help to resolve this. So you could actually be in a situation where you go, I did that and it worked, and that's because we do our homework, but it's not necessarily always guaranteed. So as Jake noted, if you can, try to make sure that you buy a fully matched kit to what you're looking for. So the last point there, just make sure as a reference, when your memory is locked in there, you do want to see essentially all those latches flush. So we don't want essentially any of our flashes. So I'm going to go ahead and pop out 2. If we can get a little bit tighter in there lastly, just to show you that. You can see right there, those are exposed, they're open. That would mean that the memory's not installed. And I have people do that where they push it in and they think everything's fine, but they're not. So I'm going to go ahead and push back down, and you'll see that they have locked in place. Once I know those are flush, I'm good to go. And another tip is if we go right there, actually if I pull up a little bit there, and you check, and you don't want to see any gold contacts. That means that essentially the memory is fully seated, your memory's installed. So at that point, we are just about done. The last thing that we're going to do is install our M.2 SSD. So
We
And
gotta
while
give-
you're doing that, I just want to remind the audience that this is a special giveaway, and we collaborated with AMD for this. So big thank you to AMD. This is going to be our Gleam giveaway. And Aru, I think you have a special code word that you want to share with the group.
Yes, I do. It's tough.
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 Yes, tough.
Tough.
Like
Tough.
me.
Tough.
So if
Like
you go
me.
to
I like it. I like it.
if you go to that link and you type in tough, you will gain 25 additional entries for a chance to win this beautiful PC.
Not to mention 150 cool points, which you can spend on your friends.
We didn't give a shout out to G-Skill for this
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
beautiful
Yes.
memory.
Do you want me to show it?
And you can, and I think there's a link down. If you're watching on
We can pop
YouTube,
it
there's
back in
links
a
down in the description. I know that in the chat we are posting links to all of the builds. You guys can see those things there as well. So each one of these, if you're interested in looking at each one of these individual builds, you're like, hey, that would be a really rad build. Like, this one actually comes with lifting. So you can do some, some additional workouts as well. It's actually for carrying to LAN parties. Jay just
Hell
gonna hit me
yeah.
later. But point is that all of those different things and options for there. Yeah.
So let's round out here just to go ahead and just get our build kind of more or less done, at least in terms of these primary components, the M.2 install. So Ari's going to go ahead and take lead on this, get the M.2 installation installed. I want to show you guys one quick thing, though, is that I've got a magnetizer right here. This is going to essentially allow me to magnetize my screwdriver. It's a great little add-on. You can get them for cheap. You can see she angled it in. It's notched. She's holding down her finger
Can we give
on
them
the
top-down
drive.
cam?
Yeah, if we can get top-down cam. Switch over there in a moment, and we'll show you guys. And actually, if you want to take
We'll
that,
throw
we can-
production
we'll
for a
come-
loop.
We can pop it back in there in a second.
Okay.
But yeah, this is actually one of the newer things in PC building. The M.2 slots hasn't been around for too long.
Not too long, but actually in the not too distant future,
Cool.
we might be actually seeing it in a new specification called E1. So
There we
you never
go.
know. That's PC building is always trying.
Dropping knowledge bombs.
There we go. So we've got our M.2 drive. Now, one of the cool things, if you're not familiar with an M.2 SSD, is that these guys don't require essentially traditional cables. So we're going to get power and data from the slot itself. So it's kind of like a stick of memory, except it's for storage. So let's go ahead and pop that in there. Now, we'll see that there's a very small little notch. She aligned that notch in there. So it's gone ahead and rested in place. And now we are going to get this screwed in. So you will need, pro tip here is that you do need a what's called a precision tip screwdriver. Generally you want to go with a PH0 would be my recommendation if you want to have a screwdriver that's required this. Although another tip is if you get newer ASUS boards that have our Q-latch design, you don't need any more screws because we got you covered.
Which, JJ, that I think is a perfect segue into our Stage 2 build. Actually, our Stage 2 and Stage 3 builds are going to be featuring our brand new Z690 boards. So let's roll the clip. All right.
We are back with the best crew.
Of course.
I mean, I want to build you guys up. It feels like, you know, we've spent so much time over there. They're water cooling, and then there's just this little the little team that could with the little tiny case.
The littlest
case of them all. But you know, a lot of people, it's like the cool thing I like about the fact that you guys are doing a build in a case like this is that people are going to see that some of the challenges that goes with using a small form factor case, which I think is crazy, and the fact that we're using that ROG Strix Z690i. This is the cutest yet coolest motherboard. Am I right, Deb?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please show.
Can we get a
it.
top down of
Show
this?
that. Show that off. This is the most adorable board ever. I absolutely love it. Lift that up, Chris.
Show that off right
Show
here.
that off.
This off here.
Look at how huge this is.
I mean,
that is the tiniest board I have ever worked with.
Look at it. I mean, that's like that triple, like it's like triple stacked, which is absolutely awesome. You know what I mean? When you look
Triple
at
decker heat
triple
sink.
decker.
There's just not enough room to cram two M.2 SSDs in here unless you sandwich them.
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is like this way is optimal, definitely optimal for cooling, which is also really good because you know sometimes they'll do things like they'll try and stick them on the back, which a lot of times in SFF cases end up being right up against the chassis. This case you're getting optimal cooling. It's got that Q latch, which we're going to be showing off a little bit later, which you're very excited about. It's going to be one of the greatest moments of your life. Are you ready to have your life changed?
I'm so excited to stop losing M.2 screws.
Oh, good.
Like
Yes.
I'm so thrilled that I don't have to ever.
Yeah.
do
You
that
can
again.
lose them one more time and then just forget about
and then
it.
forget about
Exactly.
it.
Just
and
purposefully
I think
lose 'em.
every single PC part manufacturer's like crying right now hearing you say that. It's like, it was our biggest money maker.
Oh, we sold screws. That's
Tens
what we
of millions
do.
of dollars in M.2 screws. Going from there. Now the other thing too is so we're going to go ahead and why don't you guys go ahead and get started?
Yeah.
While we're at it, what do you like? You've got this incredible Intel 12th gen. This is their media kit as well for putting.
Let's open that up
Yeah,
and
let's-
see
let's
because
do
there's some special surprises in there.
Yeah, it
They're
is.
really exciting.
Yeah, and I think not everybody has got a chance to see these things. Which
Yeah,
is
and
actually,
big thanks to Intel for sending these CPUs over for this special
Absolutely.
build.
I mean, I don't know if any of you are fan of like big fans of boxes. I'm a huge box collector, right? And
Okay.
so this particular box, when you open it, it's kind of it's magical.
Yeah,
That's about the only thing that you can
Ooh.
say.
It's got sound
Oh
effects.
yeah, it's got some like nice
Look at
gold
that.
foil writing on the
Embossed,
inside.
And
That's
then this is the actual This is the actual wafer.
right. This is you got the wafer of the CPU on one side.
Wait, hold. How does that fit?
That's
it's a
not the
little
real
big on
CPU.
the-
Come on.
Oh, okay.
It
Come
doesn't-
on.
we don't. It does,
No, I don't
I'm confused now. This is my first time. I don't know what we're doing here.
You guys are the stage 2 builders, right?
Yeah.
Stage 2. Oh, yeah,
I heard
that's
there
us,
was a
that's us.
free meal.
Okay, well,
I
that's-
don't know.
Yeah, it was very tasty, by the way. Yes.
So you get this awesome little plaque, which is pretty neat. You get the Alder Lake scenery that you got there, but also the wafer on the back.
And that you know that scenery is. That's Alder Lake.
That's
That
Alder
is- That
Lake.
is Alder Lake. Like
It
it's a
says it.
real place.
Right there. It
Yeah,
does.
so
It
it's a
says it.
real place to get to go and check out. And then there we go. There's the
Obviously,
part that everybody really
you
wants.
get the biggest box for the smallest part.
Yeah. Of
course.
I mean, that's usually how it goes. You get a little stand for it, so this little stand pops right out, and that's how you can put your nice
Your
little
Alder
display
Lake.
in there,
Yeah.
right? Alder Lake. Okay, it doesn't want to go all the way down, but you know, you get the point.
It's beautiful.
And then we have the beautiful Intel. This is the 900K, and you have to always, you know, get the verbiage correct. Otherwise, well, you know, you might confuse it with one of the other chips. But there it is. This is the i9, the 12900K, and again, what we're going to do is just pretty much install this.
And some people
into
may
this
not have
motherboard.
seen this, right? Because this is a new slot. This is their LGA
100.
1700.
Yep.
We've not got to see this before. So I mean, like, let's show the audience. Let's show the people what they want.
Show them this chip.
Give
the
the
people
Are
what
you
they
not
want.
entertained? ASUS DIY.
Right, exactly. So as you can see, it's not a perfect square like it used to be with the typical Intel chips.
It's gonna make it a little easier to make sure your orientation's correct
is true.
because
Yeah, that's a
it's
good
it's gonna
point.
be rectangular, so you've only got one way to mess it up, one right way.
I'll still find a way to mess it up.
I
But we
mean-
won't. We're
Well,
not going
of
to show that
course.
on the
I'm
show
sure
today.
there is always, when there's a will, there's a way, right?
But yes, that is a special feature with this iGaming motherboard. Is now it fits this 12th gen beautiful Intel CPU, and I just gotta say, I gotta give credit.
Oh my
showing
gosh.
the
I
video
mean, look
back.
at this.
Oh
Look at
my
this
goodness.
B-roll.
That is quality. Now you shot that, right?
Actually, iFondo did. The one and only iFondo did. Yes.
Well, I know that your filming quality is just as good. So, but we'll go ahead and give credit where
you
credit's
can
due.
find
Okay,
Okay.
here we go.
All right,
Pop it. Look at
so
that triple stack right
basically
there. So
on the
good.
CPU, there's a little arrow indicator on the very, very bottom of the corner of the chip, as well as on the motherboard itself. It's relatively straightforward. You line up the corner to the corner, set it in nicely and gently, and then pop this cover down here. Now there's a plastic protector piece that goes on top here to protect all of the pins of the motherboard.
Did you know that every time you pop one of those off, it makes you more attractive?
Well, guess what? We're gonna spruce it up a little bit more.
there it
So
is.
now that we're in the corners,
There you go.
you set it down nice and you'll put this back.
You're now
there
more
it is.
attractive.
Uh-oh.
See, did you
There
hear
we
it?
go.
It's all about snaps and crackles and pops, just not the bad ones, right?
Yes.
So then you'll take this lever, you'll push it down underneath the little hook there, and you just pop this little plastic piece if it wants to. Come on now.
Looks like it's trapped.
I think this is my first time ever doing this, so
There you
There
go.
we go.
There we go.
and there it
Easy
is.
enough.
Boom.
Boom,
Bada bing,
it's
bada
in.
boom.
CPU installed.
That's
Done.
right. All right. So now the next thing that we need to talk about is the M.2. And
Which is actually amazing that we're up to this point because there's a few PC DIY friendly features about this particular board, and one is right in line with installing that M.2, which again, we want to give a very special thank you
we can go ahead
to
and pop this
Seagate
off.
for providing this for our builds.
So something that they were talking about on stage 1 with JJ's build was, of course, the M.2 screw, which is probably the tiniest screw you will find inside of a PC case.
I can confirm.
The moment you take it out of where it goes, it disappears. And you have to spend the next 10 minutes trying to find it. So what we have done is to eliminate the need for all of that hunting around. We came up with a design for what we call this Q latch. If we can get in
There it
real
is.
tight right here. Scoot
Look at this.
that
This
in.
camera work quality.
Seriously.
Quality.
Give this
So-
guy a raise.
Yes.
Instead of
I love it. I love it. This is great.
So instead of having a tiny little screw that we have to get in right here, we've got some. It's just a little latch. You
Do
can
it.
see it.
Oh.
See that?
Look at that.
Back and
that's
forth.
so-
That's all you have to do.
You guys need a moment. You guys just need a couple minutes.
I need a breather.
And there is actually one other thing that ASUS has also done, and I know this as well, but we're showing this on the Shield, is captive screws. So even the screws not coming out, right? So I know this isn't unique necessarily to Z690, but little things like that are just nice quality of life touches that make such a big difference, right?
Yeah,
and so
It's not coming out.
well, I mean, you can keep shaking it. And then the other thing too is like it also works really well. Like if you're ever under attack, you could take this off and defend yourself against ninjas. I mean, there's all sorts
Chiv.
of great uses for parts like
Because
that.
that's solid. This is solid metal.
Oh
This
yeah,
is-
I know.
This is,
I know.
this
Yeah.
is actually
that
a
could save
heavy
your
piece.
life. That could- yeah.
So all right, let's get
Oh my
this.
goodness.
This
Okay, here we go.
awesome.
But it's very important for even people watching that have never, handled something of this sort that you peel the plastic off before you install your.
Yes.
Oh, and that is another. This is another
SSD.
feature, and JJ would be very proud of me right now showing this off there. But again, the other thing too is, especially with these faster M.2s, this actually has dual pads for basically thermal cooling, right? Because it's
Mini ITX.
Yeah, and that's on. And yes, he is right. That is on a Mini ITX, which is awesome. So
And
I
that's
like
why
to
we
use
have
the
to
word
sandwich
awesome.
it.
That's right.
Because you need that much space. You got to build up since you don't have
Yep.
that lateral space here. You have to go vertical to actually find places to put that. And our engineers, that's what they do. They spend hours, days, weeks just figuring out how to cram something else on a board this tiny.
Yeah, it's like learning from real life. It's like
Yes.
vertical farming, but vertical building.
Vertical
that's
farming.
And we don't want to overlook the fact of where this SSD came from. This is a Seagate FireCuda 530.
Yeah.
And it is blazing fast.
Yeah.
Is that a
I
fire
believe
joke?
I believe this man right here
was.
knows.
Oh yeah, I know. I got I actually had the pleasure of basically
don't do it yet,
hosting the
don't do it
event
yet.
where this got introduced to the world. Which
Really?
Is actually, yeah. So I was actually the one who got to introduce
Oh.
it to the world, and
Wow.
so they didn't
Yep.
tell me how fast it was. They were going to let me be surprised. So they got my live reaction. I was like, wait, it's how fast? And it goes, how many terabytes written? And they were like, yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. And I was like, I'm a good actor. No, I'm just kidding.
So can we go ahead and get a tight shot, overhead shot of here? Because what we want to see is this Q latch in action.
Okay, here we go.
we
In
got that.
action.
Absolutely.
Ready?
I'm going to let you take care of it.
Oh, you're going to
I'm
let
so
Kevin
excited.
do it.
I'm gonna let him take care of
I've
it.
been
Excited
so
about this?
excited to do this.
This
right?
is-
So
okay, look at this, here it goes.
it goes down, and then you just
Look at
you
this.
just give it a little,
Little spin.
Little tap.
and that's it. That's it.
That's
There's no
it.
more to it.
Do it again. Do
I'm
it
ju-
again.
Okay,
It was
hold
too
on.
close.
I'll take it
That
out
easy.
and put it. We'll put it
Let's-
back in because.
We promise we will actually get these builds
See?
built in this amount of time, but we're just so excited about all these little,
oh no.
little quality of life
Oh,
things.
it's beautiful. It's like the most beautiful thing in the world. It literally is. I don't ever have to worry about my screw going missing, except for in my head. And as long as you remove the plastic part that's on top of there with the heat sink or the thermal pad in between the actual SSD here, and then when we replace the
Well,
cover here.
Let's actually let Kevin, if you can come with me for a second. I have something
could.
very special
Oh,
to
yeah.
give to you. Very special.
Well, we've got more features to talk
we'll
about.
talk about that
Yeah.
in a minute. But
Yeah.
why don't you go and stand right there, because what I have here, and if you're a fan of the newest technology, you know that DDR5 is quite hard to get a hold. Yes, that's right. So, sir, I bequeath to you from the team at G-Skill Triton Z DDR5 RAM. Take it and do with it. Be respectful of the technology and power you have in your hands.
It's beautiful.
It is beautiful.
It really is.
Like it
It's just-
absolutely. Like yeah.
Words can't express what's in my hand.
It's like
I
it's
got a
like,
tear.
you know,
I got a
and
tear in
it's
my
looking
eye.
at the aerodynamic power. I mean, like it's like a Porsche in your hand right there. Like
I
it's just
mean,
like
look
like
at
you
the-
could throw that in a wind tunnel and it would have zero air resistance.
And you need that in a
And you
case
do,
this
you
small.
do. Yeah. So anyway, there it is. Why don't you come? Let's hear the clicks. Let's unleash the power.
Oh boy.
Bring
Yeah.
apart the
I'm gonna
connections.
give that to you,
All right.
sir.
And those clicks are going to be extra exciting and important because we do have one more PC DIY friendly feature here to take a look at. And if you take a look at these DIMM slots right here, if we can get another tight overhead shot. I remember when JJ and Aru were installing their RAM, Aru didn't have the correct orientation the first time, and that is something that's very common. But we have a new technology. You can see right in here, these little pieces of metal. These are our safe DIMM technology. And it's going to protect your RAM, because this is very hard to find RAM. This is very important memory. DDR5, it is the future, and you don't want to mess it up when you've got it.
Well, let's get it in there.
So
Get it in there.
Let's get it in there.
I'm going to let Kevin take care of this, and he's going to pop it right in there.
And we want to give a huge shout out to G-Skill for providing us with this DDR5 RAM.
Okay, here we go.
Are we ready?
It's 5 bajillion. No, it's 5,600.
Ooh, that was
Oh,
satisfying.
that was a solid. Oh my
Solid
God!
click.
I felt that in my thing.
That is the safe DIMM technology at work right there.
I felt that in my Flectoid, guys.
And
We're gonna let you go.
I think there's another build that has
Oh, my God.
some G-Skill RAM.
Another build that has some G-Skill RAM.
Oh,
How's
oh my
this
gosh!
build?
It's black.
It is.
Oh man, it's got that EK kit is by the way, I have to give you mad props for just your layout over here. You guys, incredible work. I know you're excited because there's a lot of firsts happening here.
Absolutely.
As well. But here we are. We are over here with this Hero Z690 motherboard, which is fan-freaking-tastic. We're going to talk a little bit about features on this a little bit later. But you guys, what's going on?
So we're to the point to where we're ready to start installing the RAM and then the CPU block. It's not going to be a whole lot different than actually installing a standard AIO or a air cooler, because once again we're just going to be applying the paste and then putting the actual cooling component onto the motherboard. And that's where you're going to get to come in.
Yes.
That's going to be your first major water cooling experience of the day.
Stance. Like she went into hero pose.
Dude,
like,
I'm ready.
Hero. She's like, I'm hero ready.
I've been summoned for this moment. I've trained for years. I don't think you understand.
Wow. Have you been
This is
working
my time
on your
to shine.
Flectoids? Because you're gonna feel that when you put in your.
You know
put in
what?
your RAM.
I haven't. But you mentioned them over there, and you walked over. I'm like, I don't know if I'm ready for this guy. I'm like, oh God, here he comes.
Okay, so you guys already have. It looks like you already have your 12900K installed. You've got your M.2 installed, so you've got all the power ready for there. But you guys get to install your DDR5 RAM.
Yes.
And I want to hear the clicks.
The clicks
listen
will
to
That's
Lord.
why it's waiting here.
Might you
Yes.
bless me with thy clicks?
You know what? If we must, we shall bless.
If we must. Okay.
Oh, thank you. The
Oh,
RAM.
there we go.
The
Okay,
RAM.
here it is.
I
Oh, look at
saw
this.
in the chat it was called the RAM of 1,000 Truths, and
It is.
you could not be more truthful.
Yes, it is. It is the
It
RAM
is.
of 1,000 truths. Here we go, slotting in the first one. Same technology there with that safe, with their safe.
Safe DIMM.
Yeah, safe DIMM. Looks like you're not. No,
Yep.
the other way.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
I was
got it.
testing
Hey,
you.
thank you. I win.
See?
I get $1.
It's the RAM of 1,000 Truths, and
It
you
is-
passed the truth
I did
test.
pass the truth test.
See, if you would have lied, you would have failed the truth
Okay.
test.
Well, thank you. Thank you for that. I don't. Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, here it is, guys.
Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait
There
for
we
it.
go.
Oh, wait. Wait for it. A little more waiting.
Oh,
Beautiful.
All right.
There it is.
yes.
Round
And
two.
the crowd
Yes!
goes wild. Wait, crowd does not go wild yet.
Yes.
Thank you.
Because
One
we have
more.
an encore.
Yeah, we got another.
This is like a symphony of click sounds.
This is now.
Oh, I love it. Deb's like
Are
right
you ready?
in there.
Yeah, she's ready. She's ready. Ready, and
Oh, man.
that was a medley.
This
of
is now an
clicks.
ASMR
I don't know if
stream.
you
Yes.
saw this, but Deb's hair actually grew an inch just with the power of that click. It was pretty impressive.
It was
impressive.
truthfully a
Yeah,
great
it was
experience.
truthfully a great experience. So all in all, like Chad, I hope you really enjoyed that. Now we are getting ready to check out this Velocity 2
Yes.
block.
Yes.
And Deb,
Yeah.
have you gotten to use? You use a lot of EK stuff. 'Cause
I
I've
do
seen
use
your
a lot
builds.
of EK stuff. I haven't yet gotten my hands on this one. So Jake, you got to do the honors of.
Well, actually,
Debuting this.
fun fact. This is going to be my first time installing one of these too.
Really?
Wow.
Oh.
Yes.
I was not made aware of this.
Yeah. Look, I
That's
told
good.
you at the start we were winging it. And by winging it, I mean we are going to read the manuals. That's important. Don't
Yes.
skip out on reading the manuals. But this is going to be our first experience for both of us because I've not gotten to install one of these yet. Because Z690 DDR5 RAM, it's as was said, kind of unicorns at the moment.
Yeah.
So yeah, this will be my first experience too. And you know, if we can do it, everybody else can
Yeah,
at this
that's
point.
true.
Absolutely.
And I have complete faith in you guys in terms of like I do. I mean, all in all, with your passion and excitement, and you do have mad skills, my friend. So I know that it's going to come in. Now we do have a little video to show off on this. Velocity.
I think it actually already
played.
played.
Never mind. Well,
so
maybe we're going to show it again, but we do have a video on. Maybe we're not going to show it again, but we also have a video on this absolutely amazing Hero motherboard, which I get to talk over because of how excited I was. At first, they were like, "We have a whole talking thing," but I was like, "No, it's my right. I claim it." And so here we go. We're going to show the video for this Hero motherboard right now, and then you guys are going to go ahead and start installing while we're doing that, which is going to be super rad. And then you look at that. You got the instructions out and everything.
Yes.
And don't be afraid to read the manuals. But
manuals are great.
Here it is. So this is the latest Hero motherboard from the Z690. So we're getting a top-down view of this. Now, one thing that you are noticing is we're showing the safe DIMM technology there. Again, DDR5. You're seeing the M.2, and look at all of the RGB, each individually addressable using their software. There's the new LGA 1700 socket right there. Again, you can see how many M.2s, and this is something that's been great with C690 is just how much more they can do. This is their expansion card, PCIe Gen 5 right there. You can add 2 more M.2 slots there. Again, each one of those you can customize using their amazing new updated software. You got the 2 USB 3.2. Look at all that I.O. I.O. for days. So much I.O. And then here, great view. I love the NAND light use, by the way, that they did here, just highlighting the whole thing. And then you can see in that top left there in the I.O. shield. Now, on some of their other boards, you can actually completely customize this. But again, you can change the coloring, the lighting, all of that sort of stuff on the I.O. shield.
Polymo lighting.
That's right. There it is. And getting some help there. And then this will change your life. Yes. This right there. Oh, my gosh. We will show that off. Don't worry. Yes, you can push a button to eject your GPU, literally saving the world from so many things right there. And so we have that on the board. We're going to be showing that a little bit later. And then, of course, the other thing, too, is you now have powered USB 3.2 Gen 2 by 2 slots, which you can plug in your power there and do your fast charging, etc. So absolutely amazing board. This is one of their named premium boards and their Hero Z690, which we had a chance to use on my show with JJ not that long ago, which was pretty cool. So
honored to be in the presence of it.
Oh, it is. You literally have, both of you have lost a good 5 years of your lives just because of its power, just re-aging you.
That's the thing, though, is it's totally worth it. It's worth it.
Oh, it is absolutely worth it.
If you can trade 5 years to have the board, that's a small sacrifice to make.
That is true. That is true.
That's a statement.
No, I was saying you guys are getting 5 years back.
Oh, well, that's even better.
You got 5 years back. It
That's
makes
even
you
better.
younger.
That is even better.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I wouldn't suck away 5 years of your life.
I would be very sad. I need more years to game on this. Yeah. I need more years to actually play it.
By the way, can we do the peels?
Can we do the peels?
Yes, we've waited for that.
Oh, okay. Can we do the peels while we're waiting? Because I know we're going to cross over here. But yeah, go ahead and do the peels.
Where does one start with the peels?
There's
I mean, yes.
You got to save the best one for last. I
think you're right. You're right. I think you're right.
So we go. We get some peels here.
I'm going to go with this one first.
Oh, that's good.
Have a close-up of this. Are we ready?
Yep.
Hopefully my hand's not too in the way. And
it's just like when, like skin on a sunburn. Wait, no, that's a terrible.
That is not the best analogy.
I might want to put that one in reverse, I'm going to be honest with you.
Yeah.
We'll put the skin back on. Oh, man, look at that. And there, each one of those individually lit. Oh, that's so good.
Beautiful.
You did good. You did
good.
Thank
you. I've trained. I'm telling you, I trained for this moment.
You have.
Now, are we going to be doing the final?
Well, actually, why don't we do this back I/O shield one first? Then we'll do the final
Yes, let's do that one. I don't know if the camera's going to pick this up as well.
Oh, it's got it. Oh, it's got it. Look at that. You do that
flawless.
So well.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I do. He just owns it.
Yeah, I do.
And there's that. And then finally, the last one, you guys are going to get like the shiniest reflection. If you want to get a good view of what our camera looks like, you're going to get it right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, wave hi to yourselves right now. Are you ready?
That's what's going to happen.
You're going to be right here. You're going to be right here. Yep. Stand by. Do you see yourselves? Me neither. Anyways.
Yeah, but you will. Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're not
kidding. It's like a mirror finish. Look at that.
Yep.
Oh, see, you can see the camera now.
That was the best peel I've ever done in my entire life.
Good.
Can I put it back on
Flawless.
you again?
No. I don't want because some people
Round
are just
two's
like,
not
I
gonna be as
can't take that kind of power.
That's fair.
Round 2's not going to be as good either.
Oh, that was lovely.
Okay. Yeah, and so that all sorts of really great, really great things. Speaking of that, it looks like we got a cool video for your build final that you guys did that we're going to be showing out right here. And this is also using not the Hero board, but the Glacier.
The Glacial.
The Glacial, which is like that 10-pound workout board down here. So why don't we go and run that video? This is Attila's Z690 board that we're going to be showing off right now.
Attila, one of our marketing managers as well, who has been with EK for quite some time, was the actual one to build this, and he is one of many at EK that actually have amazing PC building skills.
Yeah, it was like this, and this build is absolutely incredible looking. Yeah, and so yeah, absolutely incredible. So let's go and roll that right now.
Let's do it.
That was magical.
I agree.
That was holy
Beautiful.
cow.
That was an awe, yeah.
Yeah, and I heard I get that build for free too. So so many PC builds
So
I
lucky.
get today as part of this,
They're
including
paying
the
you
one that
well.
you guys. Yeah, they pay me very well with all in PC builds. Okay, so big moment here. You want to talk a little bit about this now?
Yes. So we've already done the wonderful peel that everyone loves, but we're actually going to do the most important one now. It's not as pretty, but if you don't do this one, and I know because I've not done this one myself, you're not going to get the performance you want out of water cooling.
Yeah, for sure.
So you can see here, if we can get an overhead shot, there is a nice big yellow sticker on the cold plate for the block that says, please remove before use. And if you don't remove that, you're not going to have proper contact to the actual CPU or the thermal transfer you want. So do the honors.
I get
and
to do the honors.
You get to do the honors.
This,
Ian.
it must be my birthday. It's not, but it feels like it. Here we go. Are we ready?
Yeah, let's do it.
Are we sure?
Let's do it.
All right,
Okay.
let's do it. That one was really satisfying
And
to
that
too.
was great. In fact, it was so great that we should probably just head on over to Command Center so you guys can just have a moment to bask in what just happened,
He's
and we can
so
talk a
good.
little bit
He's
about some
for-
awesome giveaways.
Okay, guys, welcome back to the Command Center, where we are going to do one of the giveaways that we mentioned earlier live on stream.
Yeah, but this is a very special giveaway because
We might be live on
we might be
may not
live. Oh, we are
We're
live.
good.
High five.
Yes.
High five, we're live.
So
yeah,
hopefully you guys
okay.
heard everything we said.
So we have a special actually message right now. One of our ROG stream team members, I think people know of him.
Heard of them.
Maybe.
The one, the
maybe,
only.
May or may not be a Fortnite world
Champion.
champion. Buga himself has a special message for all of you.
What's going on, guys? Boogie here. I wanted to talk a little bit about PC DIY Day for ASUS. First off, I wanted to say I'm sorry for not being able to show up and be there in person. I also wanted to talk about the first PC that I ever built with Dorf Dad. I had a really great time doing it. Spent some good time with Dorf and learned a lot about PC parts, functionalities of all of them, what they do. I feel like it was a really good learning experience and I had a great time.
Just get the full side view here. Check out all the colors. Actually super cool.
Also, guys, I signed 10 of these ASUS hats and we will be giving them away on stream right now. So make sure you stay tuned.
That's right, guys. You heard correctly. Big thank you to Buga, who autographed a ton of these hats that we're giving away. We're actually going to be giving away 5 right now. Jake, do you want to tell people how they have a chance to win some of these?
Okay, we're going to start it now. You need to enter a keyword in the chat, and we're keeping it real simple. It's the word Buga, but it's all caps. B-U-G-H-A, all caps. Enter that in chat for a chance to win. We're giving away 5 of these. We're going to mail them to you. And yeah, so.
Yeah. And you get some major bragging rights.
Absolutely.
Yeah. But I have to say, Buga over the summer built his first PC with his dad, and pretty cool experience and opportunity. And I love seeing people that maybe have never built for the first time. And there's something very special when you get to build with a close family member, a friend. And so, yeah, we're super pumped about that. So thank you again to Buga.
Again, B-U-G-H-A. say all caps to enter the giveaway in chat. We're going to give you guys about a minute to get your entries in for a chance to win. But we also have a Gleam keyword, do we?
Oh, yeah, we do have a Gleam keyword. Yes, exactly. So just to remind you, for that, that tough gaming PC that Aru and JJ are building, the next code word that you can enter in the Gleam giveaway is Swift. Make sure you head to the Gleam URL. If you type in Swift, you get 25 additional entries for a chance to win that tough gaming PC sponsored by AMD.
So to reiterate, Booga in chat, we'll give you guys
Yes.
another 15, 30 seconds to enter for the hat giveaway. We're going to be drawing the winners for that live now and announcing them on stream. But the PC giveaway where you're typing Swift on the Gleam page, that is going to be happening after the event, actually 2 weeks from now, as the Gleam campaign will
Yeah,
continue
you'll have
on.
2 weeks to enter for that gaming PC.
Man, this is so cool though. Like Booga, like being a world champion in esports being my background for many years, it's awesome to see people like that joining the RG stream team, playing games at that super high level, the constant pursuit. And yeah, it's just a pursuit of excellence, really. And
Totally.
That's kind of what RG is all about.
Yeah.
That pursuit of excellence.
Yeah, definitely. It's super exciting. And hopefully, Booga, if you're watching, we can get you here on another PC DIY day and get you involved in building your second PC. How are we going over there?
I think it's time to close entries and to start picking our winners. All right.
Da-da-da!
First winner, Professor Midnight, PR0F_Midnight.
Professor Midnight, you're getting a Booga hat.
Congratulations. We'll be sending you a Whisper. Number 2, Zach Butera.
Oh my goodness!
Do we even give it to him?
I don't know. Draw a new name now.
Zach used to
Just
work
kidding.
with us here. And,
Zach!
congratulations,
You win a
Zach.
hat. Congratulations.
X DeMarco X.
DeMarco X. This one's for you, buddy.
2 more. Vic Manuel.
Vic Manuel, congratulations. And
Last but not least, STM Slot Cars. Stim Slot Cars.
Slim
STM.
Stim Slot Cars. That's for you, buddy. Awesome.
Congratulations, guys. That was our first live
Yeah.
giveaway on the stream.
It was.
But we'll have more later
Oh yeah,
today,
we have
don't
a
worry.
ton more. We're also giving away these amazing pillows and more Booga hats, actually.
Yeah,
So
and
with
swag
that
bag.
said, we should probably kick it back to Justin
Yeah, Justin,
and
take
see
it
how
away.
they're doing in the Builders Lounge.
I just like handing you stuff and see what you do with it. Okay, and we are back, guys, preparing. We're checking in with Tuffy Lockhart, the team that looks like you guys are just cranking. And by the way, shout out to the Nan Lights that are doing all the lighting and stuff like this. Like, JJ came fully prepared. Okay, so Aru, where are we at? What is happening right now, and how are you feeling? And have you been patted down and stuff as like you've been going through this whole process? Or?
Yeah, no, it's good. JJ's telling me, kind of guiding me through what we need to do. We installed the
We got the motherboard.
and then we installed the power supply here. We took this off, the shroud, and then we took 2 screws off, took it off, installed that, got it screwed in here, put that back on, and then now we installed that, and then we're gonna try to make our way over to the graphics card.
Okay, okay. And so, I mean, so far, based on this process, and I know that you did have a chance to kind of do like a build kind of haphazardly before.
Yeah.
But now that you've kind of doing something and like in a lot of ways, like JJ is like your YouTube or your guide, right, in terms of getting you through. Like
Yeah.
knowing something like this, how has the process been this time versus the last time?
Last time I cried.
What?
Yeah, I got so like stressed out, but this has been like a breeze. Like I've had very no problems.
Okay.
Yeah, it's been really nice. I preferred this method much more because when I was building a PC, I had no idea what I was doing. I didn't even know where to start. It's very overwhelming when you have like a bunch of parts and then you don't know what to start with. So this was easy. There's a plan. There's a blue sheet on how to do it. So I really like that.
And so JJ, I mean, the thing is, you deal with running the PC DIY Facebook and stuff. Where is a good place to start? If you were Aru and you were like, I want to get into building a PC, but you don't have an experience basically that goes like this. Where would you kick off?
Yeah, I would definitely actually say check out our group, check out the actual website. We've actually got structured content on there. Like I said, we even have basic planning videos, which help you to understand what do you want to keep in mind even beforehand when we talked about having an open space. What type of actually screwdrivers you might want to keep in mind beforehand, right? Just kind of general, kind of sensible tips, right? Beyond that, though, like I said, feel free to tag us. We've got a great community of people that are super seasoned and also first-time builders to be able to help you kind of through that process, right? And to that as well, I want to give a shout out to the community. We've had an amazing set of people asking questions, comments, and I want to make sure that we're not forgetting about them. I think High Chipman asked about actually a Z690 build that he's got, and he wanted to know, hey, if I've essentially got my 12900K installed in there, but I don't have my GPU, I've got my Maximus ROG board, can I get essentially everything up and running? Can I post the system? Yes, you can. Just use the integrated graphics. Of course, it's not necessarily going to give you the best gaming performance, but if you want to get up and running, install the software, update everything, have a functional system, you can totally do that. Another question was somebody also on a Z690 board was running about the number of M.2 SSDs. Those boards can support up to 5 M.2 SSDs. Just double check your manual in terms of which might be the correct slots. Now, actually, if we go back into our board that quickly we've got already installed right here, we'll find, actually, I've got the board back there, it's fine right here, where we installed our M.2 SSDs, this top mount right here, we already put the heatsink on there. So now we've got the M.2 installed, and you can see there's also a bottom. And a lot of times we'll get questions from people saying, which is the better slot to use, the top or the bottom? The reality is, from a general perspective, both will actually pretty much give you the same experience, but there is generally a preferred slot. And that's usually going to be the one that's connected to the CPU. But with that, let's go ahead and keep moving things along. And I think we've got our graphics card installed. We've got some awesome Cable Mods cables, which absolutely are going to add some real nice pop to the build in terms of color.
Look at these. I mean, like, all in all, like, these are the Cable Mod cables. And again, Cable Mod, huge shout out to them for basically being a big supporter for ASUS DIY. In fact, they're showing there you're seeing it on the screen, on my custom keyboard, I actually have one of their Cable Mod.
Yeah, they just came out, and they work with ASUS ROG USB-C enabled products.
Well, there you go. And there it is right there. But these are super rad, and of course, matching the theme, which you can win using that gleam. We already did Code Tough, which you did so eloquently, and also showed like as buff and tough as you are. Which, by the way, some solid guns there, I might add.
Thanks.
But let's see. Okay, so what are we installing now, JJ? I'm going to hand this over to you because I think you're going to start putting some stuff in. Am I correct?
Yes.
So the first thing I just want to do is I'm going to pull out that shroud, which actually will show, if we want to maybe switch over to that top, we can actually see that we've got the power supply already installed right here. So if we can head over to that top cam, you guys can see that PSU installation. And then Ari is actually going to guide us through actually getting these Cable Mods connections wired in here.
Okay.
So we can see right here, we've got our power supply down on the bottom. We've got the cables that are routed through essentially one of the inlet points right here. And then we've got our cable routing points, which you can see are these black points that are in the system. So we've pulled our cables through right there. Now, we could make the direct connections to the motherboard, but because we want to add a little bit of flair, we're going to add these cables. So Ari, why don't we go ahead and wire this up here?
And I will tell you, this is like actually putting these things through here, right? Like, if you want to talk about a really cool way to essentially just elevate the look of your build, right? As nice as, I mean, I will say this, like, they're 800, like the 850 watt ROG white PSU that you guys make. Again, some of them have really nice cables, but they're, when you want to have something that's just individual thematically, that's where things like these Cable Mod cables can do such a great job.
Okay.
So why don't we let people know what is something they want to keep in mind for those cable connections when they're actually making those?
When you are connecting your cables, you want to make sure that you have the
yeah, you essentially have two different standards. One's going to be a female connector and one's going to be a male connector, right?
Yes,
yeah. So we essentially just want to make sure that we've got the right ends.
Yes.
And so she's taken that large one, which is the 24 pin, and she's going to run that there on the motherboard.
Yeah.
And there, just like most things, you just want to double check on the orientation. There's going to be like a little clip. And like
so
most
right
things,
here
we're going to quiet down and hopefully see if we can hear the nice click.
Which you always want.
And it does take a little bit of force. And actually, yep, you got it in there. That was a soft click. I heard it right there.
It was a very soft click. But the thing is this is where the guns come in handy, because like I was seeing the amount of pressure, and you were even talking about, like, you don't have to be afraid, right, of putting too much. A lot of these things just take some work, and JJ kind of hinted a little bit about that. Is like sometimes when you're doing things, like these are new connections, and they're going to take a little bit of extra kind of push to get in there, which is great. Okay, here we go. We're getting our next one up here. This is your EPS CPU connection right here.
Yep, and the main thing too, a lot of people get confused sometimes, is the there's 2 sets of 8 pins. You can have them commonly on graphics cards, and then you can also have them for of course, your motherboard, but they are going to be labeled accordingly. So you can't use them opposingly. You can't use essentially your cables for your graphics card for the motherboard connection. Yeah.
Is it that one right there?
And we want to
I have to give a huge shout out to Aru here, because you have had like an overload of information. Like the good thing is like she had like what is essentially University of JJ yesterday, where like the whole day, and like he sat down with her and like just walked her through everything. But the thing is like as you kind of take it all in. I mean, there's always the practical part where you finally start putting things in, and that's what you're getting a lot of right now, right, Aru?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I mean, like all in all, how are you thinking? Like, is this a build that you would want to win?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a super nice build. The colors are super nice. I like the white case. I think the white case might be my favorite.
Yeah, it's funny because JJ and I got in a little bit of a discussion about like what it's not better, it's different, right? But I do like the way RGB has a tendency, because white reflects all the light, RGB has a tendency to just kind of pop a bit more, but not everybody's into that.
It all just depends, you know. PC DIY is all about choice, so it gives you the flexibility. So Ari's going to tackle this awesome graphics card that we got, this AMD Radeon Tough Gaming 6800 series card. We're going to go ahead and do some nice peels here, so let's go ahead and...
Well, before we do, we actually have a little video that we're going to show about this card, and then we're going to start doing the peels here in just a second. So let's cut to that little video, and then, yeah, there it is right there. And then well, at the same time, she's doing peels. So this is a symphonic visual overload that you're getting right here. Look at this. Oh man. Oh man.
Pretty sweet.
Okay, so you wanted me to rate between you and Butters. I have to say, honestly, you pwned that girl. I'm just saying, like that was
Hannah.
I didn't sign up for this.
Oh, it's a competition, and she's one up on you over here. So
to go.
Yeah. It's not my fault. Wow. Okay. Well, I'm going to step away from this little fight right now and head over to my 2 favorite people who are over here at stage 2.
What you got the card in, but
what are you doing?
What are you supposed to organized? Wait, what is this?
All right. Organized chaos.
Hold on. Wait a second. Let's let them slot the card in.
Oh, I didn't know.
Like,
I just thought that was too much.
Like what is this?
Well, she was challenging me.
I mean, this
He was
is
trying.
this
You know
is
what?
another rewarding part of PC building.
He was de-escalating the situation.
Angry. I apologize.
So
okay, that's right. Okay, so we're gonna let her. You're gonna slot. Just saying that I'm gonna measure this one too. Butters, do you hear that? GPU slot. That's another competition.
So just so you guys know right now, Butters is currently taking apart a GPU over there.
I'm scared.
you want to remember let everybody know to take these out first, okay?
Okay, so what are we doing here?
Yeah, what are we doing?
So Ari's going to go ahead and guide us actually through some points on the GPU, and I just want to let people know that on the inside, I've gone ahead and already removed the thumb screws that hold the actual PCI brackets on the inside. So I'm going to remove these out, and we need to take these out first so the actual graphics card can get installed on the motherboard. Okay?
Now, I have to point out, you put you strategically position the chassis like this for a reason.
Yep. Just laying down, you can totally install things vertically, but just because of the heft and everything, you literally need a little bit more muscle sometimes to slot in the graphics card, get it locked into place. You could sometimes inadvertently, depending on the system, you could actually maybe push things over, right? So it's easier for you to just be able to look top down, drop it in, get it locked in place, and get everything set up as you need it. So I do recommend generally, if possible, lay the system down and install your graphics card. So Ari, what were you going to listen on the graphics card side?
So when you are installing the graphics card, there's going to be these covers over here. Come here. You got to see them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
sorry.
look closely,
okay.
right?
Guys, hold on. I got to get which ones?
Right here.
Oh, those right there.
Yes,
these
ones.
Okay,
these
got
ones,
it. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you for pointing those out.
So what you want to do, and this is really important, what you want to do is you want to take these out before you install it here, because if you install it here, it might get caught. It might cause you problems. So you just want to rip these suckers out.
There you go. Rip the suckers out.
Rip them out.
That's the technical term. It might not be listed in the manual, but don't worry about that. That is the accurate term. And it does just make it easier, because ultimately what she's saying is that sometimes these little things, they will bump up against the inside of the slot and kind of make it a little bit more trickier for you to get slotted in. And she also removed Another point right here, which when we go ahead and show them right there,
Yeah.
is the gold contacts on the card. Yeah, turn it a little bit more there. Yeah. So that's actually your interface connector. That's the PCI Express connector. And normally when the graphics card gets shipped, we will put a connector like that in place. A lot of people sometimes will forget to take this out, go to try to install it, and then not be successful because they didn't remove that. So
Exactly,
we need to drop
yes.
that guy off.
If you're looking for another thing to do with these, you can stick Kool-Aid in here and a little toothpick, and you could have like little miniature popsicles. Don't you do that with your builds?
Yeah, I say
Yeah.
I have a whole baggie
Yeah.
of them, and then I keep them in my freezer.
Just for that reason, yeah. You're just
Yeah.
like every time you just like want a little bite-sized
I didn't know
popsicle.
you did that too.
It's just
Wow.
it's what all of us do,
Yeah.
right? It's really critical.
All right,
it landed there?
let's see.
Okay, here she goes. This can be a nerve-wracking moment too.
So
Yeah.
we want to line it up there. Yep.
Yeah.
Push it all up against there. Yep. And then you want to push down.
Like a boss.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you're going to want to push down. Yeah, make sure you got that spacing.
Okay.
And we should be locked in.
Is that good?
Yep. Yeah,
we
it actually
go.
looks like, yep, it looks like you got it locked in. Yep.
Look
You
at
did
that.
it.
And so then from there, all we did need to do is attach the last essentially screws. So those are those screws right there. And we can start to lock it in. But from that point, we've got our actual graphics card installed. And we would then complete the wiring of the cables.
Can we get some hype in the chat? I mean, anytime you place a GPU, there is just something magical. I don't know if you knew this, but actually Aria's hair was all brown, but when she put in the GPU, now there's silver highlights in the back.
Yes.
Just given the power that she unleashed
Yes.
during the installation. So huge. That's a big one. Can we get some? Like, come on, guys. This is GPU
There we
just
go.
got slotted here on the channel.
Nice work.
You're not
Aria.
clapping. Oh my
Oh,
God.
gee, look at you know what? What are these two
We're
up
supposed to
to?
be supporting all of the other teams.
Take the
Stage 2
one.
over
Yeah, I'll
here,
get-
just
I'll get
doing
that
their own thing. No problem. You know, maybe we should check
Yeah.
it. Can we check in
Yeah,
on
we
it
can
now?
check
Okay.
it.
One,
Now-
I just
now
want
we
to
can-
Oh, wait,
oh.
one more.
One
Okay,
quick
sorry.
point.
Never
So now that I'll finish kind of putting the wires through, at that point, people sometimes stress you can cable manage as you go. It's really kind of up to you and depending on the chassis that you work with. But as we'll kind of come back a little bit later, you'll see that we'll start to pull things together to make things kind of cleaned up. So don't over stress in thinking you have to kind of lay out everything. Sometimes it makes the most sense to wait towards the end and you have everything installed to figure out where you want to run your cables. So we see some comments in chat. Don't worry, we're going to get you covered when it comes to that.
And it'll be all zip ties, right?
All
JJ?
zip ties.
Or cable wraps. We'll see.
Okay.
All right, guys.
Hey, what's going on over here, guys?
Oh,
you know,
I-
the rest of the teams over here supporting the other teams, but meanwhile, over here at Zip Tie or
We're
not to Zip Tie,
professionals.
should I call them team players or not team players? We're just going to come over here and do our own thing. Okay, so what is happening?
Well, the first step of any PC build, at least in my eyes, is to get rid of the unnecessary components.
And just put them everywhere on
So
the
we
table.
don't need that. We don't need that. This one's
I
gone.
need this one.
We need that one. That one's gone. This one's gone. But now that we've got that taken care of, we can actually start doing some work.
Do we need some of the? Can I throw these away? No.
Those ones actually, yeah, if you wanted to. That's why I have these ones set aside, so they're in their own little pile.
You're like, just gave me things to play. They're like, these are things that Roby can fiddle with. Okay, I'm sorry.
All right, so what we were actually just discussing, Chris and I, was our airflow situation and how this case is oriented. Obviously, it's a little bit barer now that we don't really have a whole heck of a lot to it.
You stripped it down.
Yeah,
Stripped
we
it down
did.
for
Right?
parts.
Absolutely.
It's the PG-13 part of this whole show.
That's about it.
So if you have kids in the room and you don't want to see a naked case, you may want to get them out.
That's right. Put your hands over their eyes. So we've got the motherboard actually mounted inside of here. We put the RAM sticks on there. The M.2 is already in there. The chip is already in there. What we've decided to do is actually replace the existing ROG fans with RGB ones.
Oh, of course.
Also ROG.
Also ROG.
And 1 billion frames per second per individual LED, which is true.
And
got
if you set them to blue, it actually cools your system.
Does ASUS have an AIO?
AIO.
What is this? This is an AIO.
It is
Actually, ASUS has a lot of AIOs in the
Many
family,
AIOs.
but
Whole
this
lot.
particular one is the Region 2 240.
This is our newest CPU cooler, and as you can see, we're putting it into a 12th gen Intel build, so it does come with the brackets that you need for LGA 1700.
Because it's cross-compatible.
Cross-compatible.
It's cross-compatible.
The latest AMD
Yeah.
or Intel builds, it's going to work with it. But what you see right here is this beautiful 3.5-inch LCD screen.
Yeah, and you're seeing it like in their beautiful B-roll that right there. Like,
Oh,
there it is right there.
it is.
You almost had that time correct.
I know.
but
I was
you
trying.
didn't.
Unbelievable.
One of these days.
One
I'll
of
get
these
it.
days. And just so you guys know, we will be releasing the ASUS remix version of our AI song.
yeah.
And you'll be able to download that in the link in the description down below.
There's been some legal trouble with the farmer,
yeah,
McDonald.
The farmer,
He's not really happy.
There's some things, but we may have T-Pain on that later on. We're working on it. It's
Dope.
gonna be awesome. I heard there's some extra budget for that right there.
So when it comes to orientation, this case does actually sit. You can either sit it upright,
Like a longhouse.
like a longhouse, or up here like a
Like
tall,
an outhouse.
A tower. Or an out. Oh my gosh.
But for this build, we've decided we want to sit it like that.
That's
Nice.
right.
Okay. Oh, and so
Interesting.
that's something I did not
It's
know.
convertible.
It is.
It's convertible.
Yes.
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 And then that obviously brings us to how do we want to address airflow within the
Yes.
case. So first thing that we were just discussing was where to mount the AIO.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the top down here.
Okay.
And there are a few different ways, but since we are going to have this sitting that way, we obviously don't want the pump down at the bottom.
Yep.
We don't want the radiator down at the bottom. So we're actually going to put it on the front of the case here.
Okay.
And we're going to orient it more or less like this
Okay.
in there. And we've decided, since this is the radiator and it's cooling one of our most vital pieces of equipment, we want to bring in the coolest air possible.
Right.
So we're going to use the fans connected to this. They're going to be set to intake.
Okay.
So it's just fresh, cool air going over there to cool your CPU. And then we have 3 additional case fans that are going to be set to exhaust. Or actually, no, it's just the one.
Just the one.
Just the one, because we've replaced it with these. So we have that one set to exhaust, so that'll keep nice static pressure in there and keep good airflow moving over all your parts, even that giant GPU that we'll get to later.
And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. It's where to put your AIO. AIO. Brought to you by ROG. It's a whole segment right there. You wait. It's gonna be a hit. Okay, so all in all, when you thought about your cooling, again, you guys are thinking about, hey, making sure you get the right air. You talked a little bit about static pressure, because again, there is positive pressure, negative pressure, all those sort of things, like which can have different thermal impacts on this. Usually with micro ATX cases, you want negative, right? So you want to get as much heat out of there as absolutely possible. So it looks like that's how you guys are setting things up.
Trying to.
What have been your biggest challenges so far?
Honestly,
I know you guys have been chatting over here, and it's been animated.
Yeah,
Okay, so
I've been seeing a lot of like, yeah, exactly.
If we can just get a real tight shot down here, you see these standoff screws right here? Do you see these fat fingers? Do you have any idea how difficult it is to get down in there and do like 10 rotations? Like, it's nearly impossible. That has been the biggest challenge.
It's like we choose like these two just super fit, like just huge guys to do in the small. Look at us building this small case. Look at how good we are.
We want to pump.
Yeah, we want to pump the
You
mini
up.
ITX into the case. You know, it's you guys are doing great though. But yeah, I will tell you, man, big fingers.
Big
do not
fingers?
help.
Not really.
And so I actually came up with a fun little way to get around that, is because we have these thumb screws that will eventually go on there, and I have no good way to get any torque on there. So I just placed it on, screwed it down as tight as I could, then just hold it in place, hold the bracket here in place so that it doesn't unscrew, and then just take it right off.
Yeah.
And then that's 4 easily installed standoffs instead of busting up your knuckles, which mine are already bad enough.
But the reason why you need standoffs is because with an AIO, you have to attach a back plate onto the back of the motherboard.
Yep.
Which
Or
you can
else
see.
your AIO will not be able to attach.
Yep, that's what
Yes.
it's screwed down to, so that's going to keep the pressure on so that, as you were saying earlier, the thermal paste is able to sandwich between the 2 pieces of metal, which are drawing that heat away from the die.
I'm sorry, Chris. I'm just a little bit sad because I had a whole book that was supposed to come out with top 10 tips for building a PC, and you just gave away one of them for free. So now nobody's.
I've got 7 more.
Nobody's
so
going to buy a book.
I got to
called
pick your
9
brain about the
Top
last
10
one.
PC building. So thanks a lot.
All right, so let's
what I'm
see
here
how
for.
you're going to start
Yeah.
mounting
Okay.
those
So here we go.
fans.
We're gonna see you place this in here.
All right, so because the fans that we're going to be using are going to be pulling air in from the top and then pushing it across the top of the radiator, because that's what you want with a radiator. You want to introduce cool air to dissipate the heat that is actually in between the fins to eventually exit the system. Because of the way we have it mounted, though, these fans actually have to go on top of the radiator, sucking the air in, but the way that we have to mount them, we have to use these crazy long screws here that go through not only the fan and the radiator, but have to go through the case as well. And that was actually kind of why we stopped, because we're like, oh, okay, well, that's a bit tricky. So honestly, by yourself, it can be extremely frustrating to do, to get the holes lined up and the screws and everything like that. But
well, it's a good thing. You got this. I'm actually going to be heading out. So
are you?
No, actually,
free?
I know a trick.
Oh, you do?
I do know a trick. If you want to do this by yourselves, this is what you do. So what you do is you take your fans, and you take fan screws.
Yeah.
So what you do, and I'm just going to come pop it in here.
Oh, come
so
on
take your
in.
fan screws. And so what you're going to do is go right here, and then you install your fans using every other screw, and then what you do is you can put your mount in, and then so that way you don't have to hold it the whole way.
See, even the DIY folk are we're learning. We're learning.
Do you know who taught me that?
Who taught you?
I did.
Yeah,
I did.
Yeah. It's actually So Deb taught me that. So I'm just letting you know, like, if you want to know how to do that, that is the easiest way to do it by yourself. Instead of worrying about trying to have it all balanced, is mount the fans, and then from there, then mount the radiator to the mounted fans, which is a whole lot easier.
Very good tip.
That's like really
Excellent.
smart. I never thought of that. And
that's
now I'm
the best
like,
part of PC DIY to
exactly.
me is like you build on your own, you discover things, you have a lot of fun, but also when you work together with people and share with a community, you can share tips like that.
And I did something good.
You did something
good.
good.
Good job.
And I think you make a really good point.
Proud of me?
I think you make a good point, because when it comes to PC building, I go back to I come from a background that does not exist in this space. So I am a prime example of not having PC knowledge and being able to build a PC. And trial and error is a huge part of PC building, okay? Absolutely. You know, we're not just here trying to be like, okay, this is exactly what we're doing. Boom, 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 bah, we're done. No, part of building is experimentation and figuring things out. And that is a beautiful thing that just happened right there.
And that's why I love
part.
and I think that's my thing, is like, a lot of people think this is something you do alone. I will tell you, doing things as a group, like if you haven't ever done a build before, doing it with other friends, like there will be things that they'll be like, oh, it would be easier if you did this, right? And so a lot of times, like the way that sometimes we communicate together is watching, you know, for instance, Deb's videos. So I keep wanting to call Andy because that's how I know her. But the point is, you keep watching Deb's videos and stuff like that. So again, just awesome things that you can do before, just to help you kind of learn little tricks. So that way you're not over here like super frustrated when doing your installation. But now, Deb and I have completely taken over your build, and we should.
you guys are going to finish it, right? Like we're done.
Let you guys finish.
We're going to go grab some lunch, and we'll see you guys in about 2 hours, right?
All right, let's see that AIO.
All right,
let's get this in here.
Well, now we're going to try this new fancy dancy trick.
Well, I'm going to let you do it because
Okay.
you just got shown a trick how to do it by yourself, and I want everyone at home to know how to do it by themselves too.
This is great. This is awesome.
So-
I like learning new things, and again, that's part of the fun, right?
Yeah.
It
You
really
guys,
is.
It's not.
I wonder
As
if
a-
we can actually turn this around so everyone can see a little bit
Oh,
better.
it's a little hard, yeah.
Yeah.
It's start getting a little.
Maybe.
Look at you
Listen-
trying to think of things for the audience.
Yeah, they want to see everything.
They-
Goodness.
It's a little
Goodness.
challenging.
I guess so.
Here you go.
I guess we can do
here's
that.
2 screws for you right
Oh,
there.
thank you kindly,
yeah.
sir.
Oh man, that is not awkward at all.
No,
But hey,
I-
the people can see it, right? And that's all that matters, you know? As long as they can see.
As
they
long as
will
they can
come.
see. The PC doesn't actually need to work, but
No,
hey.
As long
it
as you can
doesn't.
see
As
it.
long as
See
you
the
can
whole
see
thing.
it, though,
Yeah.
that's what matters.
Oh, there we go. Okay, and here's another one for. Oh, wait. There. I gave
Got
it
him.
to you.
Got him already.
Just dump our meticulously sorted screws over
Yeah,
there.
come on
Jeez.
now.
That's what I'm doing.
Jeez.
That's what we do.
And that's that PC DIY tip. Keep track of your screws.
Yeah.
We've got them all
Well,
in
I mean,
the
like,
top
I'm
of
over
our
here,
little
like, well,
iFixit
look at-
case.
Yeah, like the thing is like, you know, I feel like, you know, I built a lot of PCs, but then you come over here and you look Station 1 with PJ and Ari. Like PJ's got like magnetic mats and like, I mean, like all in all, he's like, yeah, I've nailed it. Oh yeah, so you're gonna have to. That's gonna have to come up.
Yeah,
for
so
sure.
as you can see, actually, and this is what we're discovering now, if you mount the screw in the bottom here, that doesn't actually fit.
Because the fans that came with this are actually 140 millimeter,
Oh,
but it will take 120 millimeter.
So it looks like you're gonna have it. It won't quite be in the center there. It looks like you're gonna be low and low.
Correct. Yeah.
Which is okay. I mean, again,
Which
you
is
still
fine.
got full fanning.
Full fanning.
Full
Fannage,
fanning, but it
full-
doesn't necessarily mean that all of the
I'll
screws
just
are
do
going
this.
to be there. That's perfect. That's beautiful.
Yeah, it looks really. I mean, like all in all, and this is the thing is like I think Deb nailed it. Trial and error as you're putting things through there. And the one thing that's nice about this little trick is that you can find kind of the spots and then kind of move things around as you go, which also works really well.
And sometimes after you install something, you take it out and you swap to another thing.
It's so funny because like we were talking about cable management. Like I know with cable management, like that's one of the things I use zip ties for. Is like a lot of times I'll zip tie knowing I'm going to take them out. They're like, why did you even bother? It's like because that way it just makes it easier for me to get things done and all that sort of stuff. So it ends up being a little bit easier. You've actually got some room here if you want to bring this up slightly.
A little bit.
Yeah, not a ton, but it's still some.
It's better than none, I guess.
Well, while they're figuring things out, let's go
I just
check
wanted
in.
To, let's just drop a bomb.
Let's just let them.
Yeah,
see
thank
ya.
you, job.
Good luck.
Oh, yeah, thanks for the
Good
tip.
luck, guys.
Jeez.
Good luck, guys.
That's great, you guys.
Back to work.
Okay, here we go.
Well, so we've been going through something for the first time over here. I've never done this. You've never done this. You just took apart your first GPU, and it's a 3080 Ti. A Strix 3080 Ti to take apart is your first GPU. So how are you feeling?
You know, honestly, it was definitely the most nerve-wracking part. Now it's going to be smooth sailing, I think.
You think so?
With the help of this guy, obviously.
Oh,
but
you're not done yet.
I know it, but
You're
I will
not
say
done yet.
this was definitely the scariest part to me. And now that I've seen it done and I've properly contributed, I feel a lot more confident about it.
I mean, this is where attention to detail obviously ends up being a big part. Is you're going to put on all the thermal pads and all that sort of stuff as well. And so, what water block are we actually installing on this?
So we'll be using what's currently our Vector Strix water block. We do have a new generation coming out. Most likely it should be early next year. It'll just be Vector 2. I believe we may have a beautiful clip of that to roll, and then we'll show off what we currently have.
So there it is right there. And they're showing off the current one right there.
So this is our current model, and then we have Vector 2 coming fairly soon.
Yeah, so we're showing the GPU blocks and obviously some radiators as well, which should be super awesome. But yeah, we can keep going until they get that rolled up there. For all in all, and speaking of Strix, here it is. Oh, look,
there we go.
Here it goes. It's like a car reveal.
And
so
this is going to be
coming soon.
Yes, most everything that you see in this video is going to be arriving soon, probably early next year, and that's going to be part of our what we're calling Matrix 7 lineup, and we're hoping to kind of redefine what water cooling is, again, gearing towards making it more user-friendly and easy to get into. Everything is intended to be aligned perfectly once you choose the full EK ecosystem and have like an appropriate case with, say, a distribution plate like we'll be showcasing today.
Which is cool. I mean, like, again, it looks like you guys are, I mean, we're watching a full water-cooled build. Right now, when you're looking down from the top of this, you're probably a little overwhelmed with the amount of things that are on this. Now, the good thing is I could just start taking these screws and throwing them, and they wouldn't even need them.
Correct.
Exactly.
A few of them.
No, actually, you're true. You could.
Yes. Really?
When you decide
Wow.
well, first of all, can you just show everyone what you did? Because you legit ripped apart a GPU down to the PCB.
This is, look at how thin it is. Look at how small when I don't have this giant cooler attached to it.
Yeah.
So
You can show them the front.
So when you take apart a GPU to water block, I mean, this is what you're after. This right here. And then all of this beautiful stuff, all of this,
You don't need it.
you don't need it.
It's trash now.
The first time I took apart a GPU, I didn't know what I was doing. And I was watching videos and reading the manuals from EK. And when I got down to this, I thought, okay, well then what do I do with this now? And my friend was like, nothing.
It's a paperweight.
No, I'll bring it home. You know, it's nice.
You don't
to
do
even know.
anything. And I'm like, you don't use this beautiful
Nope.
thing?
Always
Yeah.
keep it in case you need to warrant your product.
Yes.
That is true.
Very
sure.
true.
JJ
True.
makes a very
For
good
sure.
point.
Yes.
We're making jokes about not needing to keep stuff, but for things like warranty, obviously you always want
Yes.
to keep your box, you want to keep the cooler and everything else too. If you need to reassemble it at any time, you can easily do so.
Yeah,
Very
and,
true.
And Chad's got the right idea. It's good wall art. Hang that on your wall. It's going to
Yes.
look
Oh,
awesome.
I love
Absolutely.
that
That's a
idea.
really good
That
point.
is a really good point.
Yeah,
Especially if
can
you
put
get
that
power
up
to the
there for-
fans.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
That would be really
yeah.
good.
But speaking of, Strix, can we take a moment to leak another code word for that tough
If we
gaming?
may.
I don't know if
May.
leak would have been the right thing to use.
On a water
Let's keep
cooled
the leaks at a
build.
minimal today.
Deb!
That's
That's not cool, Deb. Get
Yeah,
it? 'Cause
that's-
All of these things are going really well.
Anyways.
All the wrong.
we have a keyword.
yeah. Can you cut that out? Like, go back and
Can you
edit.
go back? Can we start over again? Can we get that in post? Production
have-
team's like, yeah, sure.
We have a special keyword today for a custom PC giveaway that may or may not be in the center of this room. And the code word is Strix.
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 Yes, it's up here.
STRIX.
Am I pointing at it?
You're
I'm
not
pointing
yet.
at it.
Yes,
all-
right
They'll figure
there.
it out. They're
I'm
smart.
pointing at
Yeah,
it.
right.
Chat's smart.
Are you sure?
You are.
Pointing at
Yeah,
it.
you got it.
I did.
Proud of you.
Close
So
enough.
enter Strix into the Gleam giveaway for 25 additional entries for a chance to win that gaming PC.
And we had a question earlier if you can get these multiple times for all these different keywords, and the answer is yes. Each keyword is worth 25 points.
Correct.
So they add up.
They add up. All right.
Unless you don't want the extra entries, you can just put
Yeah.
in one if you want.
I mean, if you
mean,
like to
I'm
live on
feeling
the wild
extra
side.
lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah, hey.
They're just generous. They like to.
And just so you know, just to confirm, she said may or may not. It is the one in the middle. People are probably panicked. Well, wait, is it? Is it the one in the middle? Is it not? So yes,
It
no,
is the one in the middle.
It is the one in the middle for sure.
Okay, so what do you do now? You rip this thing apart.
I
and
take
now
away
what?
the thermal gummy worm.
Oh, don't eat that.
and that
by the
is
way.
the
I would not
technical term
recommend.
for it, by the way. That is the technical appropriate term is thermal gummy worm.
Yeah.
I
means well.
actually didn't know that. Is it really?
Yes.
I'm gonna start using that in
You
all my
should.
videos.
Yes.
Yes.
Little thermal gummy worm.
Okay.
Thermal gummy worm.
So this is the fun part, is that we actually get to clean the GPU because we don't want to leave the old paste that you can see here or any of the old pads or anything left. We'll be using new pads, new paste. There you go, Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
And once it's actually cleaned off, that's when you can start the installation process of applying the paste and then applying the necessary pads across core components like the VRAM and the actual VRM and everything of the board. And then you'll just be lining it up. You'll want to make sure that all of the appropriate mounting holes line up here and just kind of, not that we're going to install it just yet, but line it up appropriately. And at that point, you'll flip it over and start installing the screws from the rear side to start clamping everything together. And then we'll actually have a back plate to go on along with it for retention and rigidity. And then also, obviously, it helps a little bit with just having a passive backplate cooling for the rear and largely for the aesthetics of it.
And you're seeing some of these, like again, we're talking about adding thermal pads. You're like, look, if you look in the actual cooling block for the Strix GPU, you can actually see these are already on here. So we're going to be cleaning off all of the MOFETs, et cetera, right, getting it all cleaned off. But then we have to replicate each one of these when we put these on the GPU, which takes...
Well, that's actually not entirely true.
Oh, okay, there we go.
So this
was
is something
wrong.
you were.
I was
How
wrong.
dare you?
Good to be wrong.
It's good to be wrong.
So
I'm learning too.
for some air coolers, they actually will load up extra pads, and not all of them are always used for thermal performance. Sometimes it's just to create dampening. A lot of people have heard of things like coil wine.
Yep.
So some of the
Yeah.
pads are there specifically for coil wine, or just to help put a protective barrier between the metal of the actual cooler and the PCB itself. So there are instances to where you may pull a cooler off, and you may not always put a thermal pad back on in that same place. It's something to be aware of, and this is why it's very crucial to actually read the manuals for all these products and make sure you're using the pads in the right places, using the right size pads and everything else. Otherwise, you can get things like poor fitment to the PCB, and then you won't have the performance you're looking for with water cooling.
So I also heard that if you wanted to cool your GPU and you didn't want to put like a wire, you could just take it off and then lay on top of it and use your body to cool it. Is that a? And
I can't say it's the best thermal efficiency, but I mean, you do what you have to do
yeah,
sometimes.
you know, it feels like that's a good option, right? So going from there. Okay, so now. And then the other thing too is like we have our distro plate on this as well.
Yes.
So you have done some work since we were last here. Like you weren't just hanging out, just
Exactly.
shooting.
Didn't completely goof off.
Okay, good. Okay, because there's a lot to do.
Yeah,
Yes.
there's a lot. So I think we
There
should
is.
I'm getting nervous
Deb,
here. Let's
I could, like,
get
I
clean
literally
in
see,
here.
Like I'm watching, like Deb's over there. She's like literally just about to like just
I'm
start
about to
like
just
she's like
start,
sitting there.
yeah,
she's like gonna
yeah.
start like putting things on.
Yeah.
So yeah. Okay. So why don't you get started on putting that on, and then what are you going to be doing while she is? Because this is going to take a while. That's the thing. Is
Yeah.
this
Yes.
is not a short. A
Yes.
The
short
GPU
process.
is one of the longest processes, and I'm taking the time during that to go ahead and install the distribution plate for the Lian Li 011 Dynamic.
Oh, look at that.
This is part of what's going to make this actually feasible to do in the 5-hour time frame that we have. The ports that you'll be able to see if I turn this around, all of these ports are pre-designed to have a specific alignment with, again, certain products from EK. So a radiator in the bottom, a radiator in the top, and these ports will align with that to give us simple straight runs and cut down on the time we need to bend tubes and everything else. And that's actually what I'll be doing next is go ahead and get the top radiator in, start figuring out what the tube lengths are going to need to be so that I can replicate it down here at the bottom as well with another 240 in the bottom. And from there, we'll be ready to go ahead and start installing the motherboard and then the GPU once that's finished. And at that point, it's just tubing, cable, and it's ready to fill.
Okay, well, let's start seeing some action here. Let's start seeing some
it.
flurry of working.
And while you start working, I do have to say a big thank you to Lee and Lee for supplying us with this chassis and all of the fans that we're going to be using.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the AL120 fans that you'll see in a little bit.
Yeah, I'm excited to show those because they have a solid click as well.
Yes,
Yes.
they do.
They do.
Yeah.
More
And-
clicks.
And you might be being like, clicks and fans, but it is a thing.
It is a thing.
Yeah. Okay, so here we are. We're starting the process. You got to start putting pads on.
The next step is the fun
Yes.
cleaning part, and we
Yeah,
need something that I forgot. Paper
Yep,
towels.
Paper towels.
You
I
thought
got
ahead.
you.
Okay.
You thought ahead.
Never mind. You know
got
what?
Thank you.
When you have a whole thing.
This is when I said you could
organized
actually have a
by
professional
Super
here.
Dev,
Here we go.
and everything is all
So,
good.
It's under here somewhere, guys. Here we go. Got some wipes for you.
Perfect.
See,
Bada bing, bada boom.
Thank you. It's touching the GPU. Are we okay?
we
Gonna
are.
be
Oh,
okay.
no,
We're
it's
good.
gonna be
We're
okay.
good.
It's ruined now. Everything is gone.
Thanks,
it's
thanks,
it's all,
Deb.
You're
it's all
welcome.
broken.
You're welcome. So
So
there you go. You just pull it out,
And this is what I was talking about, like the.
I don't know why I'm
either
scared of this.
alcohol or-
This is just-
and
clean
you
one.
just clean it off.
Yep, we know.
Okay.
It's you really look. Taking apart a GPU, it can seem scary, but I'm telling you, like people watching out there, you can totally do it. So just start cleaning it
Here
off.
we
You're
go.
good.
Now,
I will
I got to ask, as someone who's never done this, are all GPUs pretty similar for this process, or
Yes.
some harder than others? Or
There are some, as far as the disassembly process, that are much more difficult than others. This one, other than just using good quality pads from the get-go, which means a little bit more sticky to pull apart.
Okay.
And a little bit more force needed to remove the PCB from the cooler. The process itself is the same. And
Remove the screws, tear it apart
start tearing it down,
Yank
remove
it
the back
apart.
plate. Exactly.
viciously.
There's a lot of
Yes,
screws
no.
as well.
Well,
there's
you
a
know,
lot
you
of
do have to disconnect some cables. You have
couple,
to be
yep,
careful.
a couple cables.
Okay.
Yep.
oh, and there's definitely some
There
tricky
are
ones.
some, like
Yeah.
the Founders Edition
Founders
card,
Edition
which is
3090.
Yeah. Apparently that's
There are some that are a lot more difficult to do. The key thing is to, with PCB or PC building in general, always take your time. But particularly with water cooling, triple check what you're doing. Take your time. Don't rush. If the PCB feels like it's firmly stuck, use a little bit of pressure, and then recheck. Did you actually get all the screws? Is it just the thermal pads holding it on? And a little bit of either twisting or just gently pulling and prying will eventually remove the PCB from the card.
And then one thing that you can do as well, and I don't know a lot of people know this, is that you can actually pop your GPU in once you have a water block on just to make sure that it posts, because the other thing too is like if you put too much torque pressure, stuff like that, some of the PCBs can be sensitive to those things.
Right.
So
Yes.
popping it in to make sure before you run all your tubes and then you do your leak testing, then all of a sudden you're like, holy crud, it's not
Yeah.
posting. It's always worth doing those testing. Now we won't be
Right.
doing that on
Yeah.
this one,
Sure.
but it is something you can do. Because we have an expert like Jake, we don't have to worry about it. He's done this literally millions of times, over
Close.
and over.
This
and
might be
less.
the 1 millionth build,
There
actually.
you go. There it is right there.
This
The
is
one
a national holiday, if that's the case. What day is it today? Oh, it's ASUS PC
It's
DIY
ASUS, yeah,
Day.
it's
is what it
ASUS
is.
It is a
DIY
holiday.
day.
It is a
This is an
holiday.
ASUS holiday.
Okay, so
Yeah.
where is the, if people want to see the instructions for like a particular GPU, I know there's a couple ways to get access to it. Where do they get those?
So one thing that we've tried to make sure to do, again, with making it more user-friendly, is that all of the actual boxes for the products now come with a QR code on the label. That's the easiest way to access any of the manuals, but if for any reason you toss the box and you can't find it and you still need the instructions, they're all posted
Where
on
is
the
this
actual product
box?
page websites. There you go, right there.
There it is, right
Yeah.
here.
So
Ease box.
this little QR code, if we can get a good shot of it, this is where you're going to be able to easily access the manuals. And then again, if you toss the box, which I've done many a times for things, and cannot find it, the product page will have it. And if all else fails, our support team is more than happy to assist with any questions.
Now the thing is that on this box we actually replaced it with a Rickroll. So you guys, if you scan that code, you're actually watching a Rickroll video right now.
We didn't do that. It's a missed opportunity.
It is.
So
Nosy Butters is not
great.
pleased by this.
If I hear that little drum before I leave this building.
Okay, awesome. So so you have the instructions. You have them up on your phone. Is that what's going on, Butters?
It's actually his phone. So
Oh, okay.
we do have.
So you stole his phone?
I sure did.
Oh, rude.
Gotta get it
Teamwork is what it is.
Okay, so here we go. So we're bringing them up right now, and you're going to start the process. So
Yes.
so you have thermal pads. Where are the thermal pads at?
Where are the thermal pads?
I think they're underneath, right?
Are they?
Yep. The thermal pads are.
They're in the little
right
baggie.
here.
Aha! These would be the thermal pads.
There it is. Okay.
There's
this is-
that, and those are going to be for the back plate, and then we
Okay.
have the thermal pads for the GPU block.
Do we want to get this out of the way since
Okay.
we're done with it?
Yeah.
Yes.
I believe so.
please.
Yes. Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
We'll miss
Nice seeing
you.
I miss him
We'll miss,
already.
we'll miss you, Strix.
Yeah.
You were a good cooler.
Yeah,
But
very
we
good
will
cooler.
keep you for warranty purposes, so JJ does not yell at us.
So this is
Smart
for the back plate itself, and this is for the
Yes.
actual
Yep.
GPU.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so he's bringing up the instructions right now, so you can start. And there it is, the instructions.
How exciting. No, I also do want to go ahead and point out, no matter how advanced of a PC builder you are, never be ashamed to look at a manual.
I
Yes.
cannot
Absolutely.
emphasize that enough.
But your manuals, and I'm not just saying this because I happen to love EK. The EK manuals, I mean, can we make that larger? It's so easy to follow, and not only that. Okay, the most recent GPU.
Even teardown is on there for the GPU and explains the screws and stuff for teardown, and it goes through thermal pad placement and everything.
And
Wow.
it comes with a screw guide,
Yep.
which is incredible because you can just match your screws up that come in the bag. And there's no question, because a lot of times when you get a baggie of screws, you're trying to figure out which is what. And this is amazing.
Right.
It's incredible.
Agreed.
So, all
Good
right.
job. Okay, so then,
let's get
let's let them
thermal
going.
padding
Let's
over
get
there.
thermal padding.
All right,
There
now's
goes
your
my
That's the official technical term,
I'll
right,
leave
Dad?
Thermal
it
pad?
just for you.
Thermal padding.
Thermal padding.
Yeah.
So, and at this point, you've already cleaned this off, and you'll just want to go ahead and clean off the VRAM modules
Sure.
and where you had the thermal pads before along
Yeah.
these little components.
Yeah.
Good
And you
job
can
with
just
the
use
wipes
this
there,
and
Sure.
Dad. That was
continue
good.
on.
That was a
I'll
good
do that.
call.
Yes,
Having the
thank you.
wipes.
Thank you for the direction, Mr. Expert. I bow to you.
Don't. She's the one who just saved us.
I bow to you.
She
then.
did not.
Excuse me
Nobody
for just a
saved.
second.
We would have solved it together.
That's right. Teamwork.
I could have sewn it out of Jake's hoodie.
Could you really? Man of many talents, huh?
Yeah, making some paper towels from Jake's hoodie.
So with how far we've gotten, Noisy Butters, would you be comfortable going and doing this alone at home?
Definitely way more comfortable.
Yeah.
I think I still would probably hesitate on the GPU and
Really?
maybe walk
Okay.
in circles for a second before I'm ready to tackle it. But now I actually have the confidence to actually tackle it. Before
Yeah?
I would have stared at it and then probably called somebody and said help.
You can call 1-800-RENT-A-DEB. Like she
Rent it dead. I'll have you on speed dial for
yeah,
that.
Hey, I love that.
Yeah, that's same. I also do.
Now,
Oh, look at this. Oh, those
new
are
products were
beautiful.
mentioned earlier. These are our current Coolstream radiators. We've had them for quite some time now. And these will also be updated to what we're calling the new surface radiators. And those should, again, be available before too long.
And I think we showed a video of those a little bit earlier.
Yes.
Yeah.
So these will be replaced by the surface radiators, and again, that's going to be part of the Matrix 7 ecosystem, to where we're really pushing for the ease of use to enable anyone to get into water cooling and prevent it from being that barrier to where it was only enthusiasts before.
Good job on the cleaning.
Yeah, how's it looking?
It's looking clean.
Good, that was the goal.
I don't know.
Thank goodness we're not going in the opposite direction, huh?
Oh, we're opening fans.
Oh,
We
the
are
clicky
opening
fans. The clicky fans. That's what I call
Clicky
them.
fans. So go ahead and show off these. I know
Yes.
these are
Hit him with the
They're
click
quite
move.
popular.
You might
lately.
call them fan favorites.
Yes, you would. Yes, you
The
would.
dad jokes are too much
That's a
for
good
me,
pun.
That was punny.
You're
That was-
your own laugh track at this
I
point.
know. I
you
am.
know?
I like. If you can't laugh at your own, then who are you?
Dude, we have the same humor. I'm so happy.
If you're not making jokes for
So
yourself,
while
why
you
even make
guys
jokes?
are actually kind of getting things set up and geared up to go. I think we're gonna do another giveaway.
Yeah, you ready?
I think
you
now
ready?
is a good time to do a giveaway here. A live giveaway, that
Yep.
is.
So this is going to be another live giveaway and stream. This time we're getting things, a little
here.
different, little variety.
Yeah.
We're doing a swag
We got our
bag.
pillows.
So we're going to, before we show it off, we'll actually start it in chat and get it going. The
Okay.
keyword is going to be just swag, all caps, SWAG, to enter the giveaway. This is live in chat. And
It's a
yeah,
swag bag, guys.
What do we got in the swag bag? We got an RG hat.
We got a hat.
Okay. What
We
else?
got
What else?
some PC DIY
Drinking containers.
Drink containers.
A mug and a thermos.
Yep. Obviously the bag, the swag
The bag, which has nice handles on it.
There's a watch in this bag.
A watch?
There's some accessories.
Like a keychain, I think?
Yeah, a keychain.
A phone clip?
A phone flip, and of course, the pillow.
The waifu pillow, the
I mean,
ROG
come
waifu
on.
pillow. That's my
So,
favorite.
Yeah. So what do they have to do to enter?
SWAG, all caps, the word swag in chat. It must be all caps. And we'll be drawing, how many are we getting away? 4?
We're gonna do.
4?
Yeah, we'll do 4.
Yeah, we'll do 4 right now. We'll do some more later.
Yeah, we'll do more later.
And we'll just
You guys
let
are really hyping it up over there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, this is some pretty sweet swag.
It is sweet swag.
It is
I mean,
sweet
honestly,
swag.
that pillow, it's made from real Egyptian cotton, imported from Dubai. And it's like hand stitched. I don't know. I'm trying to.
Yeah.
maybe not.
No.
Enhanced with fibers of RGB.
That's right. Enhanced with fibers of RGB.
Mm-hmm. It doesn't actually glow up, disclaimer, but
Each one comes with a strand of JJ hair.
Swag. You got
Or-
how many? What do we got? 30 seconds?
30 seconds.
yeah, we'll give it 30 more seconds. Yeah.
30 more seconds.
And then we'll close our entries and draw our winners. And again, we do have a Gleam giveaway going on as well
Yes.
right now. That is separate. That's not happening during the stream. Well, but you can enter the Gleam giveaway at any point.
That's right. The Gleam giveaway will be live for 2 weeks following this event
Yep.
for a chance to win this.
I had a trick. I did a trick. I
Beautiful,
wondered if you'd
tough
do the same
gaming
trick.
PC.
So what I'll do is I'll peel the bottom.
Okay, we're going to close the entries now.
All right.
And we are going to pick 4 winners. Winner number 1,
Whoa,
Primal Fury 90.
Primal Fury
90.
90.
Winner
Next.
number 2, Crush 2305.
Crush 230.
5.
That's good.
Winner number 3, Evo Cyber Nation.
Evo
Wait,
Cyber.
I know Evo Cyber Nation. He's
No,
one of my
wait.
community members.
There you go.
Hey!
Way to go, Evo.
Nice job, buddy.
Yeah. Look, thank you. I owe you $20.
And winner number 4, actually, do we want to let the same person win twice?
I don't think we can have double winners. We gotta.
I can't remember if High Demon 79 won already. It sounds familiar.
Which one?
High Demon 79.
Wow, with a name
No,
like High
it's new?
Demon, he
Okay.
needs to win
He's
all of
he's
them.
a regular in the ROG stream, so
Okay,
that's
High
why I'm
Beam
thinking of him.
79.
Congratulations,
there
High
you
Demon
go.
79.
Congratulations.
Hi, Evo. Hi. Hi,
Congrats to our 4 winners. We've got more giveaways happening throughout the broadcast. We've got more swag bags. We've got more sign hats by Booga and some other things we haven't shown off yet.
Yes, very true. But this actually is going to be a moment where we take this opportunity to recognize some of the builders in our ASUS PC DIY Facebook group that JJ is a
This is
A
the
huge
School
part
of
of.
JJ that we were talking about earlier. If you want to be a member of the School of JJ, you can join that community on Facebook. As JJ, you're engaging with them left and right. That's like your go-to. These are your squad.
Definitely. I mean, I don't want to overstep that. Really the community is a community unto itself. I'm just there to be able to really be an advocate for them and be able to support them. And I'm super excited about that. Really the goal with that group was to be able to just give a space for first-time builders, seasoned builders, and really enthusiasts of ASUS across the board. So you don't have to be necessarily in gaming. We got people that are in there that do professional content creation. There's actually people in the medical field, science and simulation. We got people that do photography, videography, 3D modeling, and CAD work, right? We've got, audio enthusiasts, really the whole spectrum. But really what brings them together is that they have a passion and an interest in PC DIY. So this could be everything from, building a small form factor system to water-cooled, to air-cooled systems, to first-time builders, to somebody that's literally been like me that's built literally thousands of systems. So it's really across the board, great space. If you want to ask a question, feel free and join us. And I think one of the really exciting things that I get to talk about here is that something that we do every Friday is our PC DIY weekly live stream where I talk about new products, give insights, live demos, and we do something called the PC DIY Builder Spotlight. So we ask people, submit your build, a little questionnaire that talks about your build, maybe the name of your system, the hardware that you're using, photos of your setup so that you can be featured on the stream. And it's just a way we want to be able to kind of highlight really the great things that builders are doing with our hardware.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we can go ahead and take a look. I think
we've got a few builds that you really thought stood out that we wanted to call to attention and just kind of show off these awesome builds.
Yeah, and so we've got a really nice, I think, mix of different types of systems here. So we're going to have, I think, everything from a custom kind of high-end water-cooled system to a air-cooled traditional system, tough gaming, and ROG. So a nice little mix. So our team's going to be bringing up here. This is our first build right here. It's from GT Lim. The name of the system is the Dark Hero, and you're going to see it's got a really cool stylized aesthetic. It's got the classic red and black vibe to it. It's got the actual Ryujin 2 cooler, which they're using in that mini iTex build. Beautiful 3.5-inch display. It's got that horizontal profile for the RG Strix 30 series card, and it's just lit up in ASUS Aura Sync. It's one of my favorite builds. It's not too much RGB, just enough to be able to give you some nice pump contrast, but you still got the black. Fantastic build from GT Lim. So next up, we've got really at the other opposite end of the spectrum, an all-white build. So this is something that we've been pushing on in terms of our component lineup. We right now, I feel, actually have the biggest white component ecosystem of any manufacturer because we've got motherboards, graphics cards, headsets, peripherals.
White series that we just released, yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. And this is a great representation of it. You can see here that we've got our white Core Strix Series graphics cards, our Strix LC cooler in white, along with an RG Strix White Series motherboard, all, of course, in the popular 011, and, of course, even leveraging the vertical mount. And this doesn't have a name, but fantastic build by Roper. And, again, also compared to our prior build, here we move over to Core mid-range with B550 series, but another just stunning build.
So, yeah, that's actually the Antec Crystal P120.
Oh, great.
So there, just an FYI. So, yeah. If people were looking for that case, I just wanted to let people know. Sorry.
Gorgeous, gorgeous.
Yeah.
Number 3 is Kevin Daly's build.
Yeah, and this is not just a build. This is a fantastic setup. Really one of my actual favorite setups that's there. So everything you're almost seeing here is an ROG-based piece of hardware. He's literally got everything from a quad monitor display with different ROG PG series monitors. He's got the peripheral with the Claymore 2, Gladius 3, the Batless, of course, the Helios chassis. And the really thing that's amazing here is that this user was not sponsored in any way, shape, or form. He literally just bought pieces one at a time and scaled this out to be able to get to where he's got all his hardware.
It's a grind. It's a pursuit of that ultimate aesthetic, that ultimate setup that you're looking for.
Yep, and he's been able to ultimately pull it off. And I know that the last item that he's looking to put in there is the Ryujin 2, because you can see right there he's got that tower heatsink, and he's looking to finally be able to ascend his build and get it to the next step. So fantastic build that we've got there.
A beast of a setup. Paul Nathan is next on the list.
This one is really cool. This is also, I think, from Critical Error Computing. Really cool build here where he's kind of got that really cool colorway where we've got the contrast in terms of giving you that orange and yellow vibe. Tough gaming throughout here. Also shows you that thematically what we try to do a lot with the builds is to be able to give a clean and consistent feel. I love that he also, in the PC DIY Builder Spotlight, we ask for back shots if you're willing to give them, so we can give you props if you do amazing cable management.
Oh, that's cool.
And you can see, did fantastic cable management routing right here. And this is a build that I think looks great lit up, but you can imagine it's going to even look better when you, of course, turn all the lights off.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think next up here is going to be a stunning, almost what I would consider almost masterclass build here. And it's really, the attention is in the details. I'm a big fan of seeing what I would refer to as kind of traditional runs. That means I don't like seeing a lot of straight runs. Not that they're not a good option, but I love seeing a more creative kind of freeform expression in this.
There's so much character in this build.
Yeah, and he actually was inspired by Project DT, right? So you're talking about car design. So he wanted to emote a texture and a vibe and a feeling that you see like in a premium type of car. And even there's materials, including the actual vinyl from the tubing, the fitting, of course, the block where you've got the Maximum 16 glacial that's in there. Everything, you just look at this and it's just a stunning kind of super high-end, beautiful build. Justin did a fantastic job with this, and definitely one of the reasons why we picked it as far as the Builder Spotlight.
Yeah, I think that's my favorite so far, but we got one more to show off. Gamers Never Die is the name of this build.
Yes, and this for me may be my favorite build of the entire year. One, it brings about something that I think is just a stunning kind of motto, right? In terms of Gamers Never Die, he made this coming out of the pandemic, right? It was an entirely family project. What you're seeing right here is a diorama. It was all 3D printed. So the chassis in itself is this gaming diorama space. It's got custom water cooling. That's our mini ITX board and a fully functional RTX 3080 card in there.
That's so
and
cool.
It's built into the actual room environment. So it's literally a diorama that you could have that is a gaming room. So it's kind of almost a little bit meta, right?
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
In terms of kind of giving you this perspective of that it is what we hope to have in our real life, but scaled down in literally your system. And if you get the chance to check out our group and you see the entire build log of this, it's stunning to literally see it go from literally just him designing it, drawing it out, getting it printed, getting it painted, which his wife hand painted everything that you see there.
Holy moly.
And then doing all the custom water cooling one. It's a fantastic just build, and again, amazing to be able to just show this work off.
Yeah, so again, this is the PC DIY group on Facebook, and as a big shout out to these 6 builders that made these incredible builds, we're going to be sending you guys a $20 Games Planet voucher just as a small thank you for sharing your badass work here on the Facebook group. So join up, join up.
Yeah, definitely. Like
Join
I
the
said,
community.
doesn't cost you anything. It's a fantastic group of users right there, and I look forward to any of your guys' questions, comments, and engagement. And we've got even more plans for those that actually join the group in 2022. So make sure to join.
Ooh, always growing and expanding.
Yep.
JJ, why I have you here? How you guys feeling right now?
Looking good. I mean, if you actually take a look, right? I mean, we're getting pretty much almost there at the end, right? You can see that Ari did a fantastic job getting our cables wired in there. One of the things that's really nice on these actual Cable Mods cables is that they have integrated actually cable combs. So normally you would have to add cable combs manually and you'd have to space them out. But the nice thing is that essentially these are integrated, so you can move them up and down to kind of space the cables out, give yourself a little bit of a different aesthetic and also a little bit of visual breathing room depending on how you want to flow your cables out. So you can see we've routed out from the top of the GPU. We've also got the motherboard. We've gone ahead and connected all the corresponding fan headers. We also connected the leads for our front connections here. So if we go to here to the front and we give you that top, you do need to connect your motherboard. It is going to have connections that run for your power button, for your USB, and for your front audio. So those have all been wired up straight on the motherboard. And here, because I've still got a board, if we want to show, these are these headers down here at the bottom of the motherboard. Sometimes people wonder, what are all these little extra headers? This one right here is going to be for the front power button and like your reset button, your USB ports on the front, and then this is going to be your HD audio connection. So we essentially went ahead and connected all of those. And last but not least, when we get towards the very end here, we've got some supplemental connectors, things like the RGB headers that will go ahead and get connected, but otherwise, pretty straightforward. Ari, though, here is going to help us add in just some of the last kind of little touches that we've got here. So why don't you go ahead and show them what we're going to add on here in terms of the actual fan filters.
So we're going to add these 2 on. This will go on the top, and as you can see, there's like little spots here that they'll clip into. So you're just going to slide that in.
Yeah, and it's like she noted, it's magnetic, so you don't have to
Yeah.
worry about it hearing anything. So that's nice.
Easy
and
to take
it's
off, easy to clean.
Yeah, not critical. Of course, we can optionally put more fans here at the top if we want to have more illumination.
Yep.
But right now, we just want to add it there just so that we have it. And then the next fan filter would actually be for the front of the chassis. So this one's a little bit tricky. We want to go ahead and let me see if I lift it up for you. If you want to try to pull it off there.
Okay. Pull it.
Oh, we got it there. That's all right. So we've got that pulled off, and now we're going to go ahead and add the other the other fan filter there to the front.
She was like, whoa. Yeah.
And so then we can see that one's also magnetic, so that gives us essentially our fan filter for all of our front fans. And at that point, then we can go ahead and pop that front bezel back on. Up from the bottom. Might be a little bit tricky. Let me go ahead and turn it around for you. Give me a second.
It's a little bit weird that way.
There we go.
Yeah, thank you.
So
This is easier.
there we go. So she got the front panel back on, and then we can pretty much see at that point, we are just about ready to go. We could literally almost actually connect the power cord, press the power button, and be able to turn this guy on, which is actually not necessarily a bad kind of option at this stage. There's kind of a mantra that happens in terms of PC DIY building, and you essentially never put on all your panels
Right.
until you know everything is complete and you're happy with it.
There's nothing worse than doing the full cable management and then finding out that something's wrong.
Correct. And so actually, usually at this point, it's what I would refer to as almost like a mid-starting point. So really what you would want to do is literally almost connect your power cord, hit the power button, see if actually everything lights up. If it does, you don't need to actually go through the full power on sequence. You just want to confirm that you got those cables wired in right. So why don't we actually go ahead and try that? We can actually double check. We can see, I think probably we've got, hopefully one of those onboard wires hasn't come loose. So we're going to see if we can get the cable connected here and have her hit that power button. And if we do get those lights on, we're going to let it sequence on for a moment.
Might need to move it a little bit. I don't know if it's going to quite reach.
But one thing I want to show first is right here on the back.
We're going to power?
Yeah.
Whoa, power. Oh, yeah, okay.
There's a switch. So what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and cut that off once it actually does power it on. And then we'll continue on to the rest of our build. So let me go ahead and move that back there.
I got the power. Almost.
Yep. And so one good thing here is let's actually go ahead and get a close shot right here. But if we actually sound down here at the very bottom, maybe if I tilt it up a little bit for you, you're actually going to see that there's actually illumination on the power supply.
That's what you want to see.
This is exactly correct. And this is a tip. Sometimes people wonder, like, how do I know that power is getting to the system? So if I switch off the power right now, we're actually going to see in a moment that the board actually won't light up anymore. And that would mean that the power switch is in the off position. So a lot of people make the mistake, they get everything wired, they go hit, and it's like nothing's turning on. Well, it's because you don't even have power. So we need to switch that back into the on position. And Aru, since you've actually done the majority of the build, why don't you go ahead and hit that power button, and let's see if it does go ahead and power on for us.
Moment of truth, drum roll.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Okay. You ready?
That big button there.
Okay, ready?
Man, you're holding us in suspense.
Go for it.
I'm kidding.
Yeah.
There it is.
So
it's the first build of Christmas.
So at that point, like I said, fantastic. We essentially have confirmation that we've got primary things set up. Now we'll notice actually these fans are not spinning yet, and that's normal because I haven't gotten those wired yet into the board because we want to tighten those up in terms of cable management. But the main important one is we want to see that CPU fan going. We can also see that our graphics card has been illuminated right there. Motherboard power has been confirmed. And if we did have the monitor, probably at this point, the system. Yeah, and there actually was little LEDs that are right there that sequence through, and it's already now moved to the bright white light LED, which actually lets us know I went through everything. I'm literally waiting for you to connect it, and I'm set. We are pretty much at this point done. So now we're actually going to go through, tighten things up. It's already looking pretty good. Pretty much if we put the back panel, it would look clean. But we're going to go ahead and connect those last cables and keep moving things along.
It's literally the most therapeutic part about to happen, right? It's like you just pour yourself, a nice glass of chocolate milk, go walking through, start your cable management. Okay, so yeah, I don't know, maybe
a cup of tea.
Yeah, a cup of tea. Maybe some G Fuel. Use code Butters at checkout.
There you go.
Whatever it is to get all that stuff, and then you just basically start. I love cable management, and so.
Overall, what do you think at this point where we've gotten to? What do you think was the most complicated, or what do you think was maybe the easiest aspect, or overall, just what were your thoughts getting to where we are right now?
I don't think anything was too complicated, thankfully. I always had problems installing the graphics card, but this time around it was super easy, especially I think because I remembered to take off the stuff. So everything was really smooth and easy. I'm really happy.
So overall, I think the other thing too that's important here is take your time. A lot of times, it's about pacing. So if totally you sometimes feel like you want to take like a 15-minute break, that's fine. Go just take a break for a while and come back to it. And sometimes just having a little bit of composure time, just to be able to kind of think, breathe, and then come back to it. Sometimes you might tackle it a little bit more smoothly. So
is JJ asking for a break right now? Is that what we're getting?
Yeah, is that what we're hearing? It's like JJ's like, you're working us to the bone.
No. I'm good. At this point, like I said, I want to go ahead and get these wires dialed in there and finish buttoning it up. And actually, let's see if we can finalize the post.
And I guess that's an important part. Like if you're getting frustrated, it is always okay to take a breather. I think some people, it's like a lot of times technology plus frustration do not mix. Just like you when you get angry. That one time. Do you remember?
Yeah. Oh, classic.
It didn't mix. Yeah.
It did not mix.
It did not mix.
No.
And that person, yes.
I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry. Yes. So what they're going to do now is they're going to actually start pulling out monitors, all that sort of stuff, get their station set up so they can continue to do and make sure things are working. Don't worry. Oh, okay. Don't worry. We are going to be doing more with this build as well, right? So, because we'll talk and there's going to be some other sections. So we're not done with stage 1 just because you see them kind of putting things away and stuff like that. Like I said, we're going to start some cable management. They're also going to go do some things talking about what things that you might look at if you want to upgrade your system or whatever it was, and that'll be coming a little later on. Yeah, spoiler alert! It's going to be awesome.
RGB lighting, maybe, right? And also maybe if you did want to upgrade to something like an AI cooler down the road, because we did go with probably even a little bit larger chassis. We've got a GT301, which could have fit this entire build perfectly. Easily. But going with this larger chassis, one, it's easier to work with, and is also giving us more room for down the road if we want to maybe, like I said, add more fans, go with a different AIO solution, or even just have like a little bit more visual breathing room for as we add in more kind of components to light things up.
So you can appreciate the RAM, you know, give it all that space.
Yep, you got it.
So I heard that there's some super cool stuff happening over on stage 3. We just don't even care about the stage 2 guys. They don't really matter.
Wow.
But the stage 3.
We'll come over to you in a second, but Noisy Butters is about to do something quite fun on this on this PCB before we attach this GPU water block here. So, okay, thermal paste application pattern. Everyone has their opinion, so we're not going to go so into detail about this. So, but what are we going to do today?
Well, today we're just going to keep it simple. We're going to go with just the X method on here, and I'll let you go ahead and do that and demonstrate.
I will do it, absolutely.
So before you do that, though, this is what the board looks like with the thermal pads.
I will say I was not expecting the thermal pads to be the more tedious part.
Oh, yes.
Yes. Thank you. I am so glad you just said that. Okay, hold on. That is arguably the hardest part, I think. Not like hard, it's just tedious. Is
I think you're
getting the thermal pads in place and peeling off the plastic.
Nobody talks about it.
If you have the patience to do that, then you can do this.
Yes.
So
I will say I was putting the thermal pads on, and then Deb came over and she just right through them all.
Yeah, I was like, I've never seen speed thermal
Yeah,
padding like that. Like if it was an Olympic sport, we may actually have her on Team USA.
I think I've done 10 in the last like 3 months.
Yeah. Wow. It's one of those things you definitely get used to quickly. One thing I do want to point out is that it's something I see a lot of first-time users do that's improper. For each of these components, you want to match the size of the components that you're covering with the thermal pads. If you have overlap too much going over the edge of those components, then due to how the water block itself is designed, this ledge right here can get caught on that excess thermal pad, and it can prevent it from actually properly sitting down and fitting correctly to the PCB. It's just cut them down to size and you'll be good to go.
And we do have also, our motherboard is inside the case, and this looks super sick in here right now. So I don't know if we can get a quick look inside of there. Luckily we have our pro, look at that right there. Oh,
there it is.
Look
at that.
Yeah, legend. Look at Damon. What's up?
That board isn't even on.
Yeah, I know.
It
looks good. I think he looks. Yeah, great job.
Beautiful.
Good muscles right there. There we go. So
let's get that on.
Okay.
And then we'll go over it and check out how our buddies are doing.
Oh,
on the
we're finally going to check in with the 4th stage 2 guys. I think they actually left. They're like, nobody cares about us anymore.
So the key is that you want to line up all of
this
the
is a big moment.
mounting holes with these. And this is going to go right over the top of it.
In this direction?
Mm-hmm. And the easiest way to do it will be to line up this one with a corner.
Okay.
And you can line these right here up with the end.
Okay.
And just slowly set it down.
I think I understand.
First GPU block installation. This is awesome.
No pressure.
We're sharing the moment.
Am I doing this right?
You are. You're doing it exactly right.
See,
beautiful.
Y'all have been misled. I'm actually an expert.
There you go.
I know.
Wow.
First time. First try.
So that
use code word butters at checkout.
Use code butters. You mentioned my GFIL code over there and I missed it. I was so enthralled with the thermal pad. So thank you.
You're welcome. I do what I can for everybody's brand. That's what I do.
Yeah, I'll give you a promotion. Don't worry. You'll get a bonus.
Okay, so now can we check in with stage 2?
Well, hold on. Let's see. What do you got? What do you got? What do you got in there, Jake?
We've got to spend the most time with the best team, okay?
Over there.
So, as I mentioned before, all of the GPUs are going to have basically an aesthetic retention backplate. It does help with the rigidity. It's not going to flex. And the biggest thing is, again, just the aesthetics and making it a nice complete package versus just the raw PCB look. And it does have some benefits for the passive cooling as well. So what we'll end up doing now is, and this is the fun part, You'll want to, yeah.
all fun.
You'll want to
Fun being
hold
bad in
the
PC
PCB and the block itself together firmly.
Like a sandwich.
Yes.
Like a sandwich.
And lay it down somewhere so
Don't bite
this
it.
can be flat. Just be cautious of the
yeah,
ports sticking up. Because once it lays
It's like
flat,
a box. Yeah.
yes.
Dev is
Perfect.
like, I think she's really happy that you have other
Yes.
PC builders. She's literally about to
So fun.
jump
So
in here.
What I like to do,
Right.
exactly that, is because one thing that the first time I did this, I had the block, so you wanna hold it, right? You don't want it to separate. If you go like this right now, this is gonna push
Yep.
it. So
So placing it on top of the.
Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Laying
just
it
like
just like that. And this gives you
or
access to
you
all
know
the
this
screws
way
you
or that
need.
way, whatever.
Yes, I see.
And
Yeah.
then from there, you will, once again, we'll have directions and you'll see the mounting holes here don't line up with all of the ones on the actual PCB itself.
Okay.
So you'll start with usually doing the center screws as recommended and then
Sure.
working out. And then once you have the ones that don't line up here, and again, it'll show you the ones in the manual, then these will go on last to actually hold this down to the PCB itself.
Okay.
I'm learning so much.
Yeah, right? It's a
And
learning
there are
experience
thermal
for both
pads
of
for the
us.
back too.
Yes.
Yeah. So there's a little bit more thermal pad insulation. By the way, I do want to do one shout. If you want to have like a top tier charades team, Deb may be your top person. Like her nonverbal communication is incredible. Like she makes everything super clear when she wants to have, and then like her sense of joy when you get it. So I'm just letting you know, if you are a potential esport or pro charades team, Deb over here at ASUS may be a potential pickup for you. So just this an FYI.
Found it
That's our
all.
little PSA for today. We can get back to the PC building.
Thanks, Roby. Thanks.
So,
Yeah.
and here's the manual for the back plate.
Okay.
And again,
Okay.
like I said, the back plate is a little bit of the easier
We
part.
have a few minutes. We can.
I'm
we
not.
can
You're in
showcase
charge.
this a
I'm
bit.
just.
Yeah.
I'm just
I'm
here.
upside
I'm
down.
just here for the ride.
Yeah.
Why is it?
And it's like you guys like.
There we go.
We know this
So
is
you'll
this
see
is
where
by
it
far
tells to
the
place
most
pads here.
complicated
Okay.
of the
Yeah.
builds,
This
hands
is
down,
one
right? So
where
it's
you'll
just
wanna
like
pay
we're
attention
looking at this, and
because
Deb and I
this
have
is
both done
giving
our
you
fair share of these water cooled
sizes.
builds. So
Yeah, and the
Split
cool thing
sizes
about
and
with this
for
back plate here
what we're doing
is
on
this
that
side.
you
You'll
just
follow the-
apply the
to the
thermal
top
pads
one.
to the back plate.
see how it
You're
says
not
2
putting
plus
anything
1?
on
On
the back
You
of
actually
the
want
PCB.
3 millimeters total.
So
So do you
you want to
Yes.
start doing it so
Oh.
bad. I can
no,
see-
I don't. What I like to do though is because you do have 3 different sizes and they're not necessarily labeled, is I like to look. So I put them in piles of thicknesses.
I see.
So
I never would have known this.
yeah.
Yeah.
So these are clearly your thin ones, right?
And this is important because on some of these cards, especially now that the 3090s have the rear VRAM modules, whereas others don't, depending on what cards you have, you will use
See how those
different
are
thermal
Yeah.
pads for the rear of the cards. And so making sure that you have the right ones, because for this particular model, we'll actually be stacking 2 millimeter and 1 millimeter together to work for that 3 millimeter total gap.
Right, because this is a
3080
3080 Ti. And so that's why it's so important that you look at the manual and you don't do it for a 3090 because it is actually different.
Now is it 3080 Ti or 3080 Ti?
Well, I always called it Ti, but
I know, but
hear
then
it
NVIDIA
is
went out.
Ti.
And NVIDIA went out and
Yeah.
just blew our minds, and we're like, so we'll use them interchangeably. NVIDIA, we mean no disrespect,
Yeah.
but you can't unprogram us. We've learned the way that
It's
we've done.
technically Ti because
It
it's
is Ti.
titanium.
Yeah, it's Ti.
Yeah.
Ti is titanium.
3080 Ti.
So I'll
This is my first hearing of
give
this.
just a brief showcase of this, if it's going to be visible enough. You can see that we actually have 2 different actual like layouts and instructions depending on the model. So the top is 3070, 3080, 3080 Ti, and then this bottom one is going to be your 3090, and the sizes will vary. And it's going to be important because things like the coil whine that I was speaking of before, a lot of the pads on these newer cards, it's to help reduce that and to reduce the resonance with the back plate. So
Well, we're almost through the longest part, so now's the time. Get that razor blade
Yeah.
out. Let's start getting them in there, and then we're gonna find. Can we?
Yeah,
we can
you
go?
could go check in on
Okay,
them. Yeah,
well,
I
I-
think I might
feeling-
hang out here.
You're-
for a
Feeling
little
you're
bit and
dismissed.
feeling
I'm
so
just
bad for that
itching.
team over there. Team 2, stage 2, zip tie or not to zip. Oh my gosh, you didn't leave. Oh, thank gosh. You're still here.
We did. We went.
Oh, you went and got lunch, and now you're back. Okay,
this is old hat.
Okay, this is old hat. I was just a little worried because I was like, can we go see them? And Deb was like, no,
It's not under the box.
you cannot hang out with your bestest friends in the whole world. And so now I'm here.
So you hang out with us
I'm
instead.
hanging out with you instead. I was no, I'm just hanging out with you guys. Okay, so what is happening right now? So perfect.
We've been troubleshooting
This is
the
going to follow the same way as the
biggest
last one?
issue with a case like this, which is always space, size, routing.
Yep.
So it's tricky to get everything into a case this size.
Yeah.
It's absolutely worth it. The aesthetic is wonderful. But what we've been doing is we got the AIO installed, as we were talking about last time, and then we've been routing the multitude of cables. Each of these fans has two. You have to have power. You have to have RGB because that makes everything go faster. And all this has to get plugged into the board. And we've been routing cables. I barely even want to show this off. That's it's a rat's nest.
It is a
back
rat's
there.
nest right now.
And we will be taking care of that because cable management comes last. And we will not be zip tying anything because we don't like zip ties, right?
No zip ties at all.
Oh, so that's where the name came from.
Right.
You like zip ties.
No.
And I don't like. I like them and you don't. Anyway.
Either way.
So
it's fine.
Wait, do either of you like zip ties?
No.
I don't.
I'm the only one who likes zip ties of the whole thing. Like, I'm not even on the team. So the answer, it's like the name of the team. It's just to not zip tie. What is wrong with this?
Because Deb wants to zip tie.
Okay,
she loves zip ties.
Okay.
And I get it.
So what did you guys think of the trick? So you guys did do the AIO. Did it help?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay.
absolutely. The AIO definitely helped, or the one fan screw or two fan screws, mounting it in there, and then having the longer screw for the radiator. That was perfect.
Okay.
It was really easy. You were able to kind of just move the radiator a little bit and just thread it right in.
There you
And
go.
with two
You
people,
learned
even
something.
easier.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And the thing is, it's like, we've been calling you Kevin, and you wear a shirt, and we actually, your name is on your shirt too. In
Kevin.
case I forgot, Kevin. Kevin's
that's
name's
it.
on his
It's right
shirt.
there.
Just in
That's
case we
it.
forget it. Some of us wear name tags.
I mean, some people don't
But
understand.
show the shirt underneath, because this is the thing. It's Mod My Mods.
That's
And
right.
this is actually who you are.
That's right.
Yeah, you're Kevin Mod My Mods. That's your last name.
Not exactly, but it pretty much feels
that's
that
what
way.
it says.
Isn't
on
it in
this is what Deb put on my card, so it must be true. No.
So she's kind of right.
What is
Absolutely.
Mod My Mods? What is that?
So what we are is we're an online reseller for modding parts and water cooling accessories, basically. So anything from pins and connectors, wires, sleeving, fittings, tubing, custom services like CNC stuff, powder coating, and anything that's basically going to make your computer from mild to wild, we have it.
Ooh, I like that. Mild
How
to wild. Did you hear
that rhyme just
Marketing
rolled
spin
off
right
the
there.
tongue.
I
Oh
try
my
and
gosh.
make it
He's
work.
gonna take my job.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he's already been hired.
Well, we get a chance to actually work with a couple different companies to build PCs, but we also work with a lot of the end users to make sure that they get the right parts that they need.
And we are showing some of these PCs right now. So
Yeah.
this is my desk that you've sent me. This is also my desk that you sent me. I've gotten like 5 PCs out of this whole thing.
Absolutely.
This look at this.
Yeah.
That's the battle. I remember that in Star Trek.
The door. It's
that
still
one-
over there.
Yeah, it's still over there.
It's still
Star
over there.
Trek. No. Battle. So you also do. Oh man,
Look
and
at
I
that
love,
slushie.
I love slushies, and you can drink that too. It's actually powered by real slushies from
I
7-Eleven.
wouldn't necessarily recommend it. The things coming out of you might be, UV or something
Slushy.
like that. So, to say the least, that's for sure. But we have a really great group of guys that we work with. We're a relatively small company, so it's nice to be able to use everyone and their talents that they have, especially when it comes to cabling and custom modding and stuff. And like you had said before, you have it's a lot more fun when you get to build a PC with somebody.
Yeah.
Right? And so for us, every day we get to go in and we build PCs and sell people parts that we know, that we've used, that we've put our hands on, and that I can recommend to you.
And the rocks that you grew those rocks, like over a millennia.
yeah,
you were
absolutely.
Like you came and you were like, I am gonna build PCs, but as like an amorphous being, you placed the thing and grew the rock. No,
Kind of, sort of. We did
It's
actually,
with the pet rocks. It's a subset.
I mean, it's still marketable, right? It's
Yeah,
still
yeah,
marketable. But what I will tell you is that we were able to import those rocks from Brazil.
Okay.
And there are 2 different types of actual rocks. And so that's the kind of out-of-the-box stuff that we do, which is just put things in places it's not supposed to go.
You know, the last time I called up any PC part manufacturer and asked for rocks from Brazil, they turned me down.
Yeah, I see.
ASUS won't even,
that's
probably
that's the kind of touch you get when you use Mod My Mods. They will send you rocks
from Brazil.
You're like, hey, I would like a GPU. They will send you rocks.
Yes, we'll send you all the different types of rocks: black rocks, green rocks, brown rocks, whatever.
A GPU
RGB
rocks.
rocks.
Yes, absolutely. A GPU, exactly. About 6.5 pounds worth of rocks in a RTX box. It'll make your day.
So
it really will.
What GPU are we? Look at that segue.
Speaking
huh?
of,
See, hey, you know, it's like we planned that or something. I don't know.
Playing, we go. Whoa! Snap!
What are these?
Oh, look
We are
at
not
that right
worthy.
there. There it is.
So this, as we all know, is the coveted GeForce RTX 3080 Strix.
And we have an incredible video to show you of this. So we'll be back after this video because it has its own music written by Elton John. So here you go right now. Okay, sorry about that, guys. That was not Elton John. I got complete misinformation. I said, I guess that was our opportunity to go to the John, and sorry, I just got that mixed up. So I apologize if you were expecting to have some of that music there. But what we have now out in his hands, which actually, this is your first time ever getting to touch.
One of these particular ones, yeah, absolutely.
And we were just discussing the insane amount of peels. And by the way, right now, the current peel queen is Aru. Aru, raise your hand. She's the current peel queen.
There she is.
Current peel queen. So taking down Noisy Butters, which you can use at checkout. But anyway, our point is you can now actually, your turn to start the peeling process, and you have over 40 opportunities to get it right.
Well, I've heard that there's a lot of peeling.
There's a lot of peeling.
It appeals to me.
Oh, so
you want to get some nice overhead shots here?
Absolutely.
Yeah, so you can go and pop that down and start the process.
Pop that bad boy.
So we're gonna get a nice top-down judge. So let me just show you here what we're gonna have to peel. Peel, 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 and then we have peel, 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 and then peel, peel.
Oh, don't forget the back.
And then peel. Yeah.
And the reason you have to peel all that is because it's such a beautiful card.
It is. Yeah, you want to, like, all in all, like, you have, like, waited.
Are we ready?
Yeah. And every time you do this, you gain a year in your life.
Oh, my goodness.
Okay, we only have 5 hours.
We only have a couple hours left of this, right, guys? I mean, we can
got to buy some
really
time for that water
this
cooling.
time. I know Deb was doing the stretch thing or
She's
whatever
like,
at one
stretch.
point, so we're helping her. Help us, help you.
Okay, now if you can zoom in on his beard, he actually has lost gray in the following areas ever since doing that.
It's now making me younger?
It's making you younger. It's
the secret to eternal youth.
It's the secret Rogaine?
I'm sorry. I was literally like looking. I was like Superman. Oh wait, I mean no, it's just Kevin.
Same difference.
Same difference.
I can rip my shirt.
Okay,
I just can't fly.
This got really. Okay, so next peel.
Next peel.
Don't worry, guys. We have lots. If you have missed any peels, there are many more peels to go.
Oh,
and you'll be able to catch the VOD later today. It'll be up there.
We'll actually mark that specifically in the description down below where all the peels are. So nothing.
There's so many peels.
Yeah, yeah.
We might run out
yeah.
of space in
It's
the details.
mass appealing.
Oh my God! Isn't there another group that you're supposed to go see or something?
You guys, I've left you alone for so long.
We did get lonely.
Yeah, I know.
And this is what happens when we get so lonely.
Oh,
we
man.
we descend into madness.
Oh yeah, that is true.
Absolutely.
Hey, by the way, what do you call a bee that lives in America? A U.S. bee.
Oh.
Yeah, see, didn't you hear Deb? She's calling you, and she wants you over there.
She wants me over there. Yeah, they're like, please don't come back. Please don't come. Okay. How about this one?
I think I have the front done.
Yeah.
Is
did
that
you
done?
get these?
Yeah,
Yep,
yeah.
yep.
Oh, you got all those?
Yep.
Okay.
He's
then
on top
You
of
can
it.
flip it over.
Okay. Well, I can flip it 90.
Yeah, you can do 90.
'Cause you
And then
gotta
there's
do
that
the-
one there, and then that one there.
Oh,
Okay,
it goes all the way across
Oh,
the thingy?
no, right here.
Wow.
There's a
See,
little
there's
tab.
a little
There's a
tab.
tab. Do you
We
want
make
to
it
do this
easy.
one?
No. I've done this so many times. I want you to have that moment.
Oh my goodness, that was so fun.
Hey, speaking of that,
That was so good.
How do you get Pikachu on a bus? You Pokemon.
This is what you guys. That's who you brought. Just so you know.
I got nothing for that.
I don't know. If
I got
can
nothing.
compete with any of this right now. It's just unbelievable.
Oh man, so good.
I can build PCs.
You are
I
such
don't-
a punny
I'm
guy.
keeping the entertainment going while we're doing all the peels.
I love it.
Okay, so there were these 2 pies in the oven, okay? And this one pie turns to the other pie and says, holy cow, it's hot in here. And the other pie turns to him and says, holy cow, a talking pie!
Knock, knock.
Who's there?
The interrupting cow.
Oh
Moo!
no.
Okay, knock, knock,
Who's there?
2.
To who?
No, it's to whom?
Knock, knock.
I don't like it anymore. I wanted
Who's
to
there?
stop.
Boo.
Boo. Who?
Oh, there's no need to cry.
Well,
There's
there
plenty more
is.
PC DIY day to come.
Oh my goodness.
Ah.
Oh God. I don't know how we're gonna make
Oh
it through
my
this
gosh,
show.
yeah.
Well, probably peeling the entire time.
Well, I mean that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
You're just butchering that peel.
Help yourself.
Oh,
Chris.
yeah, let's
Please,
do it. I
help
will
yourself.
show you
Okay,
how
here
we
we
It's
feel.
go.
unbelievable.
Yeah,
I'm
oh,
demoted
no,
now.
right there.
Gonna
Just
go
you knew,
over
Aru,
here.
you have nothing to worry about from the peel people over here. You
See,
are
yeah,
still
oh,
queen of
I
the peels.
myrtle-
These are
myrtleated
terrible,
it, huh?
terrible peels.
Well, yeah, I'm fixing what you.
Here,
oh my
yeah,
gosh!
yeah.
You
See
could
how
have got it
this works
started.
out? This is unbelievable.
Yeah, you don't want to do it like that.
All in all, like yeah, just saying, it's like, hey, you guys are doing really good down here. Hey, are we even close to having this build done, or?
It's done.
I mean, it's done.
We don't need a GPU. This is just for looks.
Oh, okay, I
This
see
is
how it is. That's good.
It's extra.
It's extra. It's extra.
All right, this is the good
Okay,
peel.
this is a good peel, by the way.
This.
By the way, we have been peeling for over 30 minutes.
Oh, that was a great peel.
That was a good peel.
Yeah, it was the best.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Oh, so good.
Oh, so
So
good.
And then I believe the final peel.
No. You've got more. You've got these.
Oh, I've got like 17 more. Yeah, that's right.
Wait, there's more.
You thought you were done. That's like, you know what? Honestly, that might be a good scary movie. You know, it's like all of a sudden you thought you were done peeling, but then you turned the card over.
Where were you before Halloween when we were coming up with good posts?
Chris
Look at
B
that.
starring in The Peel
Chris
2.
in the peel too.
Starring
yeah, it's
Jordan
like-
Peele.
Like he sticks them all together and they become like a super peel, and then they like eat the world.
Yeah.
Okay. all right.
So the chat, someone has literally asked how many peels are on these things, and the answer is too many.
Yeah.
That's all it is. I mean, I love
Too
peeling
many?
plastic off of things
Not enough.
all the time.
Of course,
but
the
man,
marketing guy would say that.
Hey, man, I'm an enthusiast.
That's right.
I'm a peeling enthusiast.
Appealing enthusiast.
Appealing
And remember,
enthusiast.
guys, I did tell you this, right? These, if you just want to use, if you stick Kool-Aid in these and then little toothpicks, you have like little popsicles.
Really?
Yeah. So it's
Oh,
like
HDMI
yeah,
popsicles?
Yeah.
Do
So
you want to go get started on that?
No. I'm supposed to be here and entertain the folks. Like
We're
that's what I
entertained.
do. Oh yeah. But anyway, so just as an FYI, if you want to do like if you're big into miniatures, potential
beautiful.
secondary use.
How-
We're all
how-
about recycling here. Save the planet.
Reduce, reuse.
That's right. That's it. Thank you.
Recycle.
That's what we did. We are responsible. Okay, so we've got that.
we
now,
just gotta stick it in there, I think.
Which it would normally
just
be the
stick it
easiest
in there.
thing.
No
That's-
pomp and circumstance.
No, just I mean.
Da, na, 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 na. Okay, maybe not that song.
Do you want the honors?
No. You did such a great job with
No,
the peels.
no.
And I
He's
was
never got to
terrible.
put
I've been
one in.
demoted
Yeah, you've
now.
never
He's
got-
never got to put one in.
I
Kevin.
mean,
So before you put your GPU in, always make sure remove this nice little safety bracket right here.
I was going to see if he was going to try and keep it in because
it doesn't work.
Doesn't
when it's
work
on there.
All right, you've never got a slot in a Strix 38.
There it is.
Not this
Strix
one.
38. His
Not-
first time.
Ooh.
First, I know. Oh,
So heavy.
dude.
Oh,
Ooh,
man,
you're
I
making.
didn't
work
know I was
out?
getting
Oh
in.
my gosh, getting
getting
ripped.
in a quick workout today.
By the way,
Okay.
guys, this
All
is
right.
again, if you want to take your card out and rip a couple curls, hundreds, that does not actually cause any issue whatsoever to get that in there.
Yeah, it's easy. It goes in just like that. You see?
Just like this. If you see this, that's how it fits.
You back your
It
head up a
just
bit.
You're dinging it up.
no, you got to put it in at an angle because it's
Because
really
the
small
Z11
piece.
is angled at 11 degrees.
Are you serious?
Yes, that's where we came up with the name.
Oh, I thought it was cooler than that.
Actually, it's the 11th
It's like,
one we made.
and so would you mind telling everybody how you get the name for your monitors? Because rumor is you just tape a keyboard to your face and go.
I mean, that sounds accurate.
No,
I would
oh
agree.
my gosh.
I would
So-
agree.
No, that we actually have a dartboard. No, we actually have meetings that let us know like all the different. They mean something, and it's just so hard with so many different monitors that have different resolutions, different refresh speeds, technologies inside. It just you can't come up with a fancy name for all of them.
So you do none
that's
of
why,
them and just.
Yeah, we just bang on a keyboard though.
Yep, that's how it works. This one will be the PG32 UQX.
Sounds good.
Sounds
good. Send it.
You know
I was
it.
watching
You
his
know
mind
it.
because his face is like, wait, that's actually a monitor.
Wait, hold on, let's check that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's a mini LED. Your mini LED, 32. Yeah, no, that's
You
a good
know.
monitor. It's a good monitor.
You got that on your desk, don't you?
No, I wish.
So getting this to actually go in, oh, there it is a bit tricky.
I love
Just a
how long.
tad.
I love how long this basically took. You know what I mean? Like,
Well,
just
I
doing
mean, you would think that slot. I mean, it says literally slot GPU, and it would be a quick segment. However, no,
That's a
we're-
30-second job on any
oh,
other build.
dude. Well, it was over 3 hours of
maybe
just
not those
peeling
guys.
alone. It was just 3 hours of peeling alone. So it's like all in all.
Come on, guys.
Well,
give me a little break
you know
on
what
the
you
peel.
know what it's called when you've got that many peels to get done.
What's that?
Mass appeal.
Mass appeal.
Oh God, you guys are fired.
We're fired.
Go home.
Hey, do you have this in yet?
No.
Okay.
No, not yet. No.
Thanks for being honest.
I mean, you don't have any idea how many cables are around
Can we
this
get a
thing?
real tight shot down in here? I don't know if you can.
I don't know if
actually
you can see how much room I'm working with, which is none.
It's
but
very.
tell me what you're working
very
with.
little.
Tell me what you're working
Tell
with.
me what you're working with.
Okay, no.
Tell me what you.
It's
Okay.
the wrong stream.
Oh.
Wrong stream. Next time. So as you can see in here, there's like so much room here, right? And then when you get down into here, where my fingers are, there's even more room.
Oh, tons.
'Cause-
tons.
Okay.
can't really say.
Hey, I have one more dad joke for you. And the dad joke is, you know what they say about cliffhangers? Roll video.
You're fired. He's fired. Get him out. Get him out.
Just left us hanging like that,
Yep.
as promised.
Stallone would be.
Oh, you're
upset. Oh, it's Schwarzenegger?
No, it's Stallone.
No, it's Stallone, wasn't it? All right, seriously though, this is posing some problems due to the
Okay,
amount
so we're moving over to stage
of
3.
stuff that is in here.
You want me
Yes,
to
how's
tag
it
in?
going? I've told so many people so many dad jokes. What is that?
The screws for the back plate.
Oh, you were just holding them?
Yeah.
You've
So-
been promoted?
Yeah. Here you go. So which are you gonna go with, black or silver?
Is there a difference?
I mean, generally you would go with black.
I would say black probably.
Black for this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, black for this one. We'll keep it
How many do I
matching.
need?
Oh, I'm seeing, and then over here it looks like we've got our vertical mount in,
Yes.
and
We're finishing up the vertical mount.
So I suggest
the
starting
importance of
to
this is
screw
going to
them
be
in.
that
And
the Strix is a big boy,
yep,
and the 11D is not a big boy.
yep.
So we actually
Yes.
need
Yes,
to
ma'am.
vertically mount it to allow for the GPU to even fit in the system. And this is one of the times to where it's important to really check spacing, because for this one, we will actually need to just go with fans in the bottom.
Now, by the way, can we get Damon in here for just a second, because I do want to show something off. We won't be able to do this with the other one, but we actually have the Q latch thing that we can show pop out here. So he's gonna get strong again, but right here you can actually see there's a little button right here, and watch this. It pushed that latch. So when I push this in, now I can easily take this out, and then when I reseat it, that latch, and then again, see, watch. Oh, look at that magic. Oh, again. Your lives are being changed. Every one of you. Every time I do this, an angel gets its wings. That's, oh wait, no, maybe that was a bell. Anyway, the point is that maybe it was Q-latch. Regardless, pretty cool that I get to show that off, which is pretty rad. But it's starting to come together, right?
Yes.
Over about only 10 more minutes, and then this whole thing will be on.
Yep, exactly.
It really is getting in the home stretch because doing the GPU and actually assembling everything is the longest process, especially once you have something like a distribution plate that lines everything up just for you and it's all straight runs. But as he pointed out with the Q-latch, it's actually a far more important thing for water cooling these days than most people may realize. Anyone who's done water cooling before will appreciate it because once you actually install the GPU block, especially now when you have 3090s with the active backplates for cooling the rear VRAM, there's not much space left to actually access that latch. And certain setups, you will be prevented entirely from being able to access that. So having that particular feature and that mechanism makes removing the GPU for maintenance or just upgrade later on far more user-friendly.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a game changer.
It is.
Yeah.
And so speaking of that, we have Lee and Lee, right? Like we have a whole video because
so Lee and Lee, like we mentioned earlier, they provided this case, and so this distro is specifically made for this particular case. And EK makes a ton of distro plates that are specifically customized. That's the word I'm looking for.
And they distribute them all over the world.
They do. They distribute them. But Lee and Lee also sent us their brand new AL120 fans, and woo! I can't wait to pop those things out.
Yeah, they're actually already installed. We missed
have
the
one
click.
set already installed.
We
We missed the
There
click.
we
But
go.
showing the oh, okay. Wait, he said but.
We have more. We have
we have
more.
more.
There's more
There's
clicks
more.
that can be done.
Oh yeah, and so like all in all, like this interchalk, it literally is a game changer for cable management.
Oh,
Am
yeah.
I right?
Yes.
Yes. Deb's using those nonverbal and verbal cues to let me know how excited she is with the technology here.
Would be good at charades. You're not kidding.
I know.
I didn't know
So
this
are
until
all of
now.
these in? These screws are in?
Yes, ma'am.
Shit. Wait, hold on. We just got to pause for a second. You just water blocked your first legit GPU.
Yeah, it is, guys. Let's get some hype. Can we get some hype in the chat? Can we get some hype?
Here, hold that thing up.
Hold it.
Yeah.
Show
this
it
is
off. It's your
It
trophy.
is beautiful.
Yes. And you get to keep. Oh no, you don't.
That's what fun it would be.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
There it
oh
is.
my
Your
God.
first water block GPU, which you can also use as a mirror. I mean,
Yeah.
like you can just be like, hey, how do I look? You look good, right?
I look like a Hannah.
Okay.
So far, so good.
So it's heavy though, right?
I honestly was not expecting the GPU to take the longest. I don't know why. It's all the thermal pads, and I thought it was heavy before. It's still heavy. It's just some like quality material. I'd like to put it down now.
A little worried.
I'm not worried. It's just it's a workout.
Oh yeah, fair enough.
All right. So what's the next plan? What's the next step?
We've got to show off the click of the fans.
Oh, you got it. I'm sorry, I
We gotta show off the click
interrupted.
of the
The
fans.
click of the fans. Yeah, Justin's just
Then-
getting a battery change in his microphone there.
Oh,
so
Justin is slacking off over there.
Yeah.
He is
Yeah. Hold on.
What are you doing about
Let's get a click.
Trying to get the ASMR.
Oh, it didn't do the loud click. I'm so disappointed.
Do it again. Do it again.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're gonna try one more time. Third time's the charm. They're not
You know,
clicking.
it's
I'm
because
so
they're
disappointed.
just so quiet.
Shy.
Because they're so quiet,
I'm so
these fans,
disappointed.
too. I mean,
It's
that's
shy.
what's so incredible
It's
about
shy.
these Lee
It's
and
shy.
Lee fans. I mean, you could put 9 of these in your PC, and it's super
And that's what we're doing today.
quiet. Yeah, we are putting 9
9.
of these in
Putting
here.
9?
That's right.
Yeah.
I just want to be super clear about how pit crude I just got. Like it was like I was like, hey, they need to change the batteries. It came over there. It's like, it's in your back pocket. And then
hand
like
production
the
really
best
quick?
part was like then all of a sudden you just felt this shoe on your back and just get out there. So
Back out you
anyway.
go.
So yeah, I may have some back problems, but I am back.
There we
and I
go.
heard the click from out there. No, I didn't.
Yeah.
But
No, we didn't.
look
I'm so
at
disappointed
this.
in the lack of-
Look at this. So you essentially have now got all of these fans connected together. Super easy. Like you can just basically
So
get them. I'm
many
not going to
screws.
take them apart, but they're easy to get apart. There's a single cable that goes right here that allows you to basically have one cable for 3 fans, which is a huge deal. And then everything plugs into there. Lee control box, and then you can basically use their software to control up to, and you can do 4 of these per. So you could have, on a single control box, 16 fans, which is huge, and that's only 4 cables, plus the little cables that come out of the box, which is really, really cool. So super shout out to Lee. Now the other thing too that Lee did add, and I don't know if you knew this, Deb, but they've added stickers for the back. So you actually get shipped with stickers, so you can, because a lot of people are like, well, a lot of people were starting to put their configurations in the wrong direction because they were like, well, I don't want the ugly part of the fan. So they actually give you stickers for the back, so you can actually have the back look nice also. And again, they still get the RGB and everything like that, but it ends up doing that. So huge shout out to Lee for doing that as well. Both of those things are cool. Like we got all the best partners here today.
I know, we really do.
I
really do.
And we got Jeff.
I'm just here to be pretty.
And you're doing a great job.
Thank you.
You are. And you said hoodies are your brand. That you make that hoodie look good, buddy.
Oh, Meta Threads?
Meta?
Should I give the little shout out that we have a tournament happening later today?
Actually, that
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Our friends at Meta Threads producing it for us, so we have an Apex Legends tournament happening. But much more PC DIY.
Yeah, we got much more PC DIY because this build is starting to come together. So how close are we to putting said GPU into said case, into said, I don't know.
GPU is ready to go in.
GPU is ready to go.
So
do we need to put the plate on?
We do need to put the plate on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So so we got
We'll need to
put
put the plate on, and then it will be ready to go in.
All right, so,
So
let's do that, guys. Get that plate on.
Yeah, get the plate on.
And
so we're going.
Same screws that we had before.
Did I clean?
Oh, Deb,
So
you stole the
we are
screws.
basically, guys. The thing is
There's
like
the-
we are getting super close to the part where we're going to start using power tools. We've actually got a sky crane that we're. Wait, no. We cut the sky crane. Okay, so there's no sky. Oh, okay. So there is a sky crane that we're going to be doing for bending the tubing. So it's like superhuman level even. And then look at all those screws.
I am so overwhelmed by the amount of
There's
screws.
a lot of screws.
There's
right?
a lot of keeping track.
Yeah,
that you
there's
have
a
to
lot
do.
of keeping track of all the screws. Luckily, I mean, it's funny because we were over there chatting, and I think Deb was like, she's done like 10 of these in like the last 3 months. So she is definitely a master between these two, and yeah, it definitely doesn't go that way.
No, I'm losing my mind.
Thank you, Peanut Gallery.
Yeah, I just want to let you know the
It's been a long
HDMI's
day,
go. Yeah, no, doesn't. No.
I'm so used to.
I don't take mine off all the way when I do it.
Yes, you don't. Sometimes you do certain cards. I don't think you have to do it on the Strix, but on the EVGA ones you do.
Oh.
Yeah, you have to take the. Yeah,
There we
because
go.
one of the things holds it. Yeah. Oh wow, JJ.
Anyways.
They're
I like
over there.
JJ's like over there. Like I appreciate.
throwing mad
Like
shade.
everybody knows how much
Yeah.
I appreciate JJ. He is like
Yeah.
my. Like he still won't return my calls because I want him to be my best friend, but him and Ryan Reynolds. But
Sounds like a personal problem.
sounds like a
You almost made her spit out her water. We can't have that with production.
So now we're getting now what we're doing is we're getting the back plate on. He's got it figured out. Do you like
it.
what is it? So this is the other thing too is I want to give super big props to each of the teams here because
Thank you.
it is one thing to go build a PC in the privacy of your own home.
Yeah.
But to do it in front of literally hundreds and hundreds of people and then literally to have thousands watch later.
Yeah.
That's a lot of pressure, right? And so you guys are handling it with a lot of pizzazz and honestly just doing a really great job. And we did,
Thank you.
I apologize because we did want to have Axe Body Spray sponsor this just because of the sweat smell that we've been getting in here because all of this stuff going in there. But
He's lying. He's lying. He's lying. Get a close up on this face. He's lying.
But all in all, like they are all handling it with incredible cool, and it's so cool to get to watch.
Incredible cool.
Incredible cool,
Yeah.
like liquid
It doesn't
cooling.
get
But they're
cooler
just
than
doing
this.
such a great job of doing well under pressure. I mean, to finish a build this complicated in the amount of time they're actually going to get it done is actually pretty impressive. So good job, you guys.
Thank you.
JJ and obviously JJ and Aru, who also over their Rockstar team.
Yes.
And then team Stage 2. I mean, the thing, Deb, did you find out, by the way, you know how their team name is to zip tie or not to zip tie?
Yeah,
Neither
yeah.
one of them like to zip tie.
That's why
we're
it's
good.
named that way.
Why? Do you like to zip tie?
Yes, I love to zip tie.
So you and I, so we are
Yeah,
the zip tie.
I think I left the entire thing of
Okay.
zip ties on their station. They should have 2 full packs of them. I love zip tying.
I love zip
and
ties.
I'm okay with. I'll use zip ties to help me organize to then do my later organization. And yeah,
Okay, I was just trying to. I was like, when I didn't know that, so I was like a little. You want to just? Oh, you want to keep that on? Okay.
For the time being. believe we are ready to put the GPU.
Oh, you
All
are?
right,
Okay, here we are. We're ready for
this
GPU.
This is a moment here.
This is a moment.
This is a moment.
Do I get to have the honors?
Absolutely, you do.
Oh my gosh.
Is that even a question?
It's so heavy.
This is all about you today.
I am
So
so
we definitely
honored.
want to make sure we can capture
Got my
this.
fingerprints
So
on
Okay, so yeah, the Lazy Susan has got about a bajillion parts underneath it as well. It's not
bet you
spinning.
Susan
It's not
worked hard.
spinning all that well right now.
Oh, is it a vertical mounted?
Yeah.
No, it's vertical mounted.
We'll get it over here in just a second. Here we go.
I want to point
So
out, not
you
only
might
is
wanna
this
come around.
not
Okay, there
only
we
is
go.
this my first water-cooled
here we go.
PC, this is my first time mounting a GPU vertically.
Oh wow.
Really?
Yeah, so this is
There's
another
all sorts
first.
of things happening.
Yeah.
So many firsts.
Yeah, I'm ecstatic. So how does one? I assume this connector probably pops off. I would
Yes,
only
yes. Yeah,
imagine.
that is a good
That would
call.
be-
That will not work. And then this is just going to go right in that square hole.
Okay.
Yep, just like that. Do we want to put the fittings on the back first? The plugs?
We will most likely be doing it on the front.
Okay.
Oh no, I mean, do you
The
want to plug
plugs?
the backs? Yeah.
You know what? That wouldn't be the worst thing to do.
Okay, we're backing it up.
No, just not.
We're
yeah,
moving
just
forward
No, we're
again.
backing it up.
Backing up.
Beep.
We're backing it up. And
There we go, yeah, yeah.
It's all you.
There we go. We're just putting the.
We built up the
plugs in.
hype just to let everybody down. I'm so sorry,
It's just a
everyone.
little delayed. That's
It's
all.
just a little, no. It's just so that way you don't have to take it out again.
Yeah.
Do
true.
we have the little hex wrench to tighten it
Yep.
down a little bit, or is that? There we go.
He's a
Oh,
little
I love
angry.
these things.
These
Would you like
are.
me to lay it down flat?
I got it. Now I do.
There we go.
Here we go. Teamwork makes the dream work.
It
Yeah,
sure
it does.
do.
You guys are a crazy good team.
I am holding the GPU, and
You
he's
are doing
the
good. No,
work.
but this is why like it's getting done in the amount of time is like because you guys are teaming up. And
Very true.
You've been
It's
just
exactly it.
Like I have to say, like your just ability butters just to jump in and just to tackle no matter
There you
what
go.
Yes.
makes a huge difference. So props to you. Kudos
Yes.
to you.
Thank
Okay,
you.
here we go. It's gonna go right in there,
So.
and then those will just kind of sit in the side there.
Okay, so it's just gonna slide in on
Yeah,
the side
just like
as
that.
per usual.
Yeah, per
Just gonna
usual.
go.
Push that in a little
Yep,
bit.
yep,
there
yep.
you go. I'm trying to help, but I'm
Yeah, no,
I'm
you
also
were-
trying not to help because
you
I
were
don't want
good.
you to I don't want to take away from this moment.
No, I understand.
We were like, I got to put in the GPU, but then Robbie helped me and it sucked and it made me so mad and I.
He stole my thunder.
wanted to
Sure
punch him.
did. I'm mad.
I'm mad. I'm so
Does
angry.
the seat all the way down, or do I?
It does.
Oh, I go like in here first. And then
Yep,
bring
it
down?
slots into that
Okay. So there's
PCIe down there.
something- Let's see if this is okay. Let's make sure this is open. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Okay, you're good there.
Yep, but if I try and bring it down, it stops up here. See what I mean? So does this need to go down it some more?
Yeah, it just keeps going. Oh no. Oh,
Yeah.
I see what
See
you're
what I
saying.
mean? Yeah.
Oh no, that's because. Oh, is it in? No,
No.
it's not in at all.
Is it catching on the PCI bracket part?
Wait.
Or not the bracket, but the.
Nope.
No, it's Let's see what's going on here.
Yeah.
It should
Right.
just go. Oh no, it's not. Oh,
One
yeah,
day
it's
I'm going to
sitting
convert you to water
It's-
cooling.
I see what you're saying.
One
So
day.
like slot it in there.
there. Yeah, I think you slot it underneath,
I think so too.
but I don't know how that works.
Oh,
Let's. Hey.
I blame the case.
Let's get some.
Some expertise.
Yeah, you want to
Yes.
come over here and take a look at this real quick? Yeah.
well, we all know Deb's the expert now. She's already proven that.
So
No.
the problem that we're facing here is that when we're trying to bring it down,
Mm-hmm.
the metal part up here
It's keeping it from
catches and it prevents it from making
see.
contact. I'm gonna hand that off to you. It's heavy.
Okay,
Sorry. Okay.
you're fine.
Okay.
I may need to actually pull it back out and install it before putting the whole thing in. But I was hoping not to have to do that.
Okay, that's why I figured there might be something where you have to basically do that and then basically. So you have to install it with the bracket.
Depends on how brave you want to be.
How brave do
Does
we
it
want
help
to
if
be?
I-
Yes. Not brave enough.
Okay.
Not brave enough.
All right, so we will come back. Actually, why don't we do this? We're going to go ahead and throw it to. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and throw it to Command Center. We're going to throw it to Command Center, do some giveaways, and we'll come back, and by that time, we'll have the GPU slotted. We'll see you guys in just a few.
All right, guys. So while we kind of get them to get situated on what they're doing right now, we also wanted to share with you another special message from a ROG Stream Team member, One Shot Girl. So let's roll the clip.
Hey everyone, I'm Julie. I'm a daily live streamer on Twitch and my channel is One Shot Girl. And I wish I could be there for PC DIY Day today, and I'm bummed I couldn't make it, but I'm sure you guys are having a blast. Earlier this year, ASUS provided me with a brand new, top-of-the-line gaming PC and streaming PC for my new studio that I was building. They were insane upgrades from the PCs that I had before, and ASUS even scored me a 3080 graphics card for my gaming PC, so I'm able to max out all my graphics settings on any game that I play and get the smoothest gameplay possible. I recently have renewed my partnership with ASUS, and I couldn't be happier. They have been amazing to work with, and I look forward to what's in store in the future. I hope you all have fun for the rest of PC DIY Day. Make sure you enter the code word HERO to get additional entries for the PC giveaway here. Good luck.
Thanks so much, One Shot Girl. Now, the reason why that video is a little special to me is because I actually had the opportunity to build those PCs for Julie, One Shot Girl. Yeah, I did. Yep. And it was a really special project because I didn't really know One Shot Girl very much until that project, and just loved working with her, and so happy that it's working out well for you. And anytime I get a chance to talk to her, I go, Julie, you're next. You're next. If you're watching, we're going to get you to build your third PC. So thank you so much for sharing that message. And for everyone listening, another code word was revealed in that video for the Gleam giveaway for that Tough Gaming AMD sponsored build. The code word was HERO, and HERO, and that is 4 code words.
That have been dropped throughout the stream.
Yes.
If you've been watching, that's up to 100 additional entries for a chance to win that PC. PC being built here live by Aru and JJ. So cool.
So cool. And that PC is also going to get autographed by everyone. So yeah, really exciting. But
yeah, on the topic of PCs, we are going to do another live giveaway here in chat, where this time we're giving away something different.
yes, we have the Strix Arion, and we're going to pair it with a t-shirt. Now, this is some pretty amazing fashion right here.
Cyberpunk.
Yeah, this is our retro punk, actually. Retro punk shirt.
That's my aesthetic.
Yes, and this is the electro punk shirt right here.
Yep.
So, yeah. What do they have to enter in chat to...
This is Arion, A-R-I-O-N, all caps, Arion in chat. It's open now, so you can get your entries in.
And we're going to give away 3 of these, 3 sets. Yep, so you'll get a t-shirt and an Arion. Yeah.
Really cool piece of hardware. I actually got myself one of these earlier this year. It's just convenient, especially when you're building a new PC, having the flexibility for that NVMe Type 2 to Type C.
Totally. I have a few of these. I use it all the time.
Yeah, very useful device. So type Arion in chat, all caps, A-R-I-O-N. Again, all caps.
Yes.
And hero was the other keyword we revealed for Gleam. But, you know, just, we've got the ROG waifu pillows, as I like to call them. These are something that you can even buy in our shop, right?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Can you?
I think so.
Sure. Are they
I know you can buy
available?
these shirts. I know in the
You can definitely
ASUS
buy
eShop you
shirts.
can buy these shirts here in North America only, I believe, actually. But these pillows, yeah, I just got one at home. I love it. I want to steal this and bring it on the flight. So comfortable.
It is very comfortable. I'm glad we're giving away a bunch of these. So who do we got in chat?
Well, we've got a bunch of entries. We're giving them just a few more seconds.
Let's go, guys. Drop the code. The word
Arion.
Arion, A-R-I-O-N.
We'd like to give everyone a decent
Yeah.
amount of time to enter, as there is. Some people are in mobile, might be a little bit behind on the stream. Not everybody's watching at the same second. You know, what's your favorite build that we're seeing out there right now?
To be honest with you, I get excited in across any level because, like we were saying, anytime you build, you learn something new. And so I think personally, it's exciting for me to see Aru, who a year ago was given parts and it was very foreign, and now I feel like she's had a master class, and I think she could teach.
Now that she's graduated from the school of JJ,
exactly.
she's a pro?
She could like teach and do another entry build with someone new.
Cool.
And I think it has been my dream to get Noisy Butters into liquid cooling because we've seen a ton of her builds using AIOs.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just super exciting.
the next level.
I like seeing people experience new things and push up to the next level. And so that's what PC DIY is all about. And yeah,
It's a beautiful thing.
It is, that's for sure.
We're going to draw 3 winners right now. The first winner is Chatieb, C-H-A-T-I-E-B, Chatieb.
Chatia, congratulations.
Winner number
else?
2.
Number 2.
JD_MCC. JD_MCC.
JD_MCC.
Congratulations, guys. One more winner for this giveaway session, T. Breeden 76.
T. Breeden 76. Congratulations.
Congratulations to you three.
So we will get their contact
Yeah.
information.
So we'll reach out to you guys on Twitch early next week. We're collecting everyone's information. We'll be reaching out via private message on Twitch to collect your contact info so that we can ship you guys your rewards. But yeah, congratulations, guys. But like we said, we've got more giveaways today.
Yeah.
We've got more swag bags. We've got more hats signed by
Booga himself. That's right.
And but all the keywords have been revealed.
All the keywords have been revealed.
Yeah,
Yes.
Yeah. You can share them in chat if you want to be a friend, or you can hoard them and like make people go watch the VOD if they want to catch up and get the same amount of points as you.
Yeah, exactly. Make them scrub through the whole video. That's what we want them to do.
We need those clicks.
All right. Well, look, I think at this point we got to go check in with JJ, and he's got a special little. Since JJ and Aru are done, they kind of have a customization little session that they're gonna go over with. So
yeah, let's throw it over to Justin and see what JJ and Aru are up to.
What is up, guys? I am back, and I am here with Team Best Peel. That's your new team name because we have deemed you Best Peeler among the three groups. So congratulations. With that, you get a free Frosty at Dairy Queen and an Arby's sandwich. So yeah, that's the way it is. Just look for that. Deb will be sending you an email with your code later on. But now you guys, like, it's done. Like the PCs, we're cable managed. And now we're going to talk a little bit about customization, which is something that is everybody's favorite part, making a PC yours. And I mean, you as a streamer, Aru, that's important, right? Like having the customization, making something unique. So what are some of the things that you love in your setup at home that just kind of oozes your personality?
Well, I have like Pokemon in my PC at home.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just kind of put them in there and let them chill in my PC. I like rainbow colors and stuff. I like lots of colors, lots of light. I think after this, I may want to like figure out how to make a Jolene PC, a Jolene themed PC. So yeah, customization's super important to me. It really sets the vibe for my computer and my overall room. And so obviously my job is in my room, so my room has to be kind of my safe space in order to feel comfortable on camera. And yeah, so.
So when you look at the colors, like, so you know, like, we're putting you a little bit on the spot here, but you've got the PC out, we've got some red, we've got some yellow, we've got some black, we've got some RGB. When we think about, like, if you were going to color this whole thing out, what colors would you use?
Would I use?
Yeah.
I guess because it's kind of like Tifa, because we're already hitting the white and black like her outfit, but then her boots are red and her eyes are red, so I think red colors would look really nice with it. It would really embody Tifa.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we're gonna get some Tifa. So JJ, how, like, I'm done with the build. I get, how do I customize? Like, what are some options that I have to make things a little bit more custom?
Yeah, so you got a lot of different options. I mean, the first part, of course, is that with everything being an ASUS component that we have in there, and also all the connectors are actually going to the motherboard. So actually, Aru wired everything up in terms of RGB. Do you want to actually show them the RGB headers that were on this board right here?
Yeah.
Yeah, so let me go ahead and clear that out for you. You can kind of maybe point to them right there. But you're going to have the white kind of the RGB headers there.
Yeah.
So those are essentially our RGB headers here. Yeah, so you had it right there. You were pointing them to them. So those are actually where we would make connections for different types of devices. So an example right here is I've got an RGB fan, and normally here with your fans, you're going to have your headers. These are going to be cables, and they're going to connect to those. And so this is going to be a great way to be able to ensure that the motherboard becomes kind of the primary way to be able to sync and control everything. That allows you to go ahead and then go into the software and be able to set it up as you want. So the nice thing is that when she talked about, like, let's say the colors, if we wanted to synchronize everything to be white, if we wanted to synchronize it to be yellow, if we wanted a rainbow theme, we could go through and set that up in our Armory Crate software. So that's a great thing about the ASUS Aura ecosystem, is that it'll all kind of just speak to each other when we're plugging it directly into the motherboard. Now, what would be some ways that we could go ahead and take things maybe further if we wanted to customize it even more? Well, one would be, if we see here, like on the rear of our system, this fan right here, it's black. It doesn't have any RGB lighting. So one way is that we could do something like this. This is what's called a fan frame. You could, of course, replace it with an RGB fan, but this is pretty cool because literally, probably in a little bit, I'll have RO help me install it. We could put that on the actual back, and then it'll create actually a nice little like illumination pattern over the fan blade, but we don't actually have to replace the fan. We can just add RGB that way. So that's one way that we could add some additional accent lighting.
And there are some great fans. It's not only just black, but some that are just base level white or whatever it was that can actually pop a whole lot better. And sometimes the thing is RGB fans have a tendency to perform sometimes a little bit worse. So this way you can have high static pressure fans from like partners like Noctua, et cetera, that give you, and then still have that RGB without sacrificing quality.
You nailed it for sure. Another option too is we've got something like this, which would be an LED strip. And we talked about this. I already thought it was a really good idea to be able to actually lay in the cable down here at the bottom. And so maybe we get a little bit kind of like fill lighting. So that'll go through at the bottom, give us a little bit of backsplash lighting. And again, if we add just rainbow because we've got that white in there, that's going to give us a lot of bouncing. So we're going to really see like an illuminated vibe. So I think that's going to be another option that we can have in terms of customization. And probably last, but another option that you could definitely go is by going something like this. You know, we've got, this is our Tough Gaming LC. Most of the systems here are, of course, showing you higher end forms of cooling with, of course, the custom water cooling side, and then, of course, with the AIO cooling side. And here we went with the traditional tower heatsink, which is going to definitely be reliable, quiet, and it's going to perform great. But if we wanted to take things further, add a little bit more kind of a vibe to the system, and also have maybe a little bit more centralized lighting, then we could do that here. But the cooler that we picked also has RGB lighting, so we already kind of have that as a center focus. But this would be another way to be able to kind of take things a little bit further also.
Nice. Okay, so we've got it on, you've got, and then there's obviously the last option, right, which is like sitting right in front of the PC, right, which is your keyboards, mice, and peripherals, right, which there's a lot of options even there to add additional RGB in that regard, too.
Yeah, and like we talked about with the ASUS Aura ecosystem, any of the peripherals, when they get connected to the board, can all be done in sync. So you don't have to run different pieces of software, just go into the Armory Crate software, and you can go ahead and sync it all up. So that's what we're going to probably do here in a moment is essentially get into that software interface, be able to customize it. Maybe we'll pick a certain color. Maybe we'll kind of like line it with the yellow that we've got, maybe try to make everything that Tough Gaming yellow, or maybe we'll go with some different patterns. But I think we're going to drop in this fan frame, maybe this LED strip, and more or less then probably get ready to put on that tempered glass side panel.
Wow, we're at tempered glass, and that's a big peel. That is a big peel.
Yeah, right. I actually, well, she's got actually one peel. Why don't you go ahead and, I think, Ari, we've got one peel right there, our little Tough Gaming emblem that we had left. I know she caught it, and I think if we can maybe get that one right there.
And she is currently the queen of the peels. And let me tell you, a close second is Butters. A very distant and very far, far third
there we go.
Is Team Zip Tie.
Team's no zip tie. You get out of here with those zip ties.
That sounded really good. Okay, so let's go ahead and get this started. Now, Ara, with your for your room and what your streamers see in your when you see people streaming, do you have like a lot of lights and all that sort of stuff in your setup as well, or?
So before, because I just recently moved, as you know.
Oh, I do know that.
Yeah,
we're neighbors now.
Yeah, before my room was super crazy. There were like lights everywhere, figures everywhere, like Pokemon everywhere, all that like just a collection of figures and plushies and all of that. And so there was lights around my entire room. So it was really, I mean, I loved it.
Yeah.
But now it's like my room is very simple because it's kind of just looking outside a window for now until I rebuild that entire like setup.
So if you had like a custom, like you talked about Jolene setup and stuff, then the PC would probably end up being a part of your stream setup, etc.
It would. I feel like my PC would be a irreplaceable collection, especially because if I built it and I built it around one of my favorite characters, which is Jolene Cujo, like that would be way more than just like a limited edition figure. It would be something that like I made myself and I put like passion and love into it to see my favorite characters show up every time I turn on my computer, which would be every day.
Yeah, and I think the part that's what ASUS is always trying to do is like find ways to partner with so you can create those kind of customizations, right? Because whether that's with lighting, sometimes that can be with those really rad displays on like the extreme board, right, JJ, and all that sort of. So it can become a reflection of your personality as that stuff becomes much more important and possible.
You know, two other things that I wanted to touch on, and Ari is actually going to show something as far as like the RGB connectors, but when you talked about lighting actually in your room, some people actually don't realize that in our ASUS Armory Crate software, we actually had a partnership with Philips Hue. So if you actually have Philips Hue lighting in your house, you can actually go into the Armory Crate software, search for your hub, and when you click on the hub, it will detect the hub, and you can actually sync it. So if you've got like, you know, pot lights, or you've got like a little fill light in the background or something like that, you can actually have it sync with your Aura lighting ecosystem. So you can actually go from just the current vibe. And maybe as a little test, you know, teaser, I can tell you that we are going to be coming out with Aura RGB wallpaper. So if you want to take your wallpaper and sync it to your system, you just found out about that ASUS is going to be bringing that before anybody else. So
I don't even know what to do with that. Like I just got such a bomb.
Yeah. It's going to be really sweet. Make sure to keep it tuned. And if you're part of the PC DIY Facebook group, again, you're going to find out about this type of stuff before anybody else, because I do post in the community to let you guys know about these new types of things that we're working on. And it's going to be really cool. I just saw the actual live demo of it. It's very sweet.
And we don't get to see it. We don't get to see it today.
No.
It's just what you do.
No,
you just drop it in there.
You just gotta wait.
This is your partner. You're not even defending this. You're just supporting this behavior by laughing. I don't even know what to do.
With that though, I think you wanted to actually
let's talk about it.
Give us some insight though, right, on that when she was actually doing the RGB management, she actually asked a really good question, like what was the difference between like the different types of RGB connectors, right? So why don't you show us right here what you've got?
So there's a what is it called?
Yeah, it's a 3-pin.
A 3-pin connector.
Yep.
And I didn't know where to put the 3-pin connector because there was only like 4-pin connectors on the motherboard. And so,
yeah, and so if we actually go a little bit tight right here, what she's showing you guys is right here. If we go top down, yeah, there's right there is your 3-pin connector, which is going to be on most of all your new RGB items, which means it's a digital, means you can individually control each LED on the device. So that 3-pin would then connect here on the motherboard. So yeah, right there, the 3-pin connector on that motherboard. So that would give you the ability to straight control that. And that could be for an LED strip, it could be for a fan, it could be for an AIO, it could be for any number of different accessories. As long as they get plugged into the motherboard, then you don't have to have like a third-party controller, and the motherboard can help you to control that. So she got that wired in there, and that's how essentially we have our whole setup.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool. And then the other thing too is like with the other part that you had like a lot of them, and not everybody is as awesome, that I really appreciate this, is when everybody uses the same connection ecosystem, so you can easily then daisy chain things like you should be able to. And it makes it a lot easier for cable management and stuff in the back as well. So what we're going to do here is they're going to go ahead and install the Helios fan light, and then also it looks like they're going to add a Fantex RGB strip as well. And it looks like you have some other RGB strips, but this is just kind of show off.
Yeah, I think this was like this was a good example. Some people ask, and I see a lot of times when people are doing kind of different setups, is I personally don't like having like a directly exposed LED. I think it's a little bit too harsh.
Yeah.
Some people actually like that look, but what you'll notice right here is that one seems like a clear film, right? And that's actually because it has a diffusion strip on it. And here, you'll actually see all the little LEDs. And so if I was to plug this in, I don't know if I actually have a header directly exposed. One of the cool things on RGB is you can actually real-time connect it. I don't think I have a header exposed, so I can't run and connect it right now live. But the difference is that here you'll see each individual RGB LED lit up. And then here, you'll still see the LEDs lit up, but you'll see them through a soft
diffused,
glow.
yeah, which actually looks really nice, and it actually ends up with a really cool,
It just looks a little bit, I feel, cleaner, and you don't necessarily, you get more of like a filled light effect as opposed to a little bit more of a spotlight effect. That's totally up to you. So here I just want to show an example. The other difference too is that you'll see on the back, some designs, they might be magnetic, so that means that like it can literally attach to the chassis you saw right there. I can put it straight to the chassis, and that would be on the inside. Do keep in mind, though, that some chassis, if they're aluminum, this won't work. You won't have that magnetic contact, which is the reason why then you have this adhesive material that you peel off, and then you will be able to place that down. But the disadvantage then is that make sure that put it where you want it,
because you're not going to be able to get that off near as easily.
Exactly.
And guys, we're dropping science here in the chat, right? Try science right up, straight up science right now. So you guys, there is, like I said, Deb told you this at the very beginning of the show. There is a pop quiz at the end as well. So just be prepared for that. And one of the things will be is aluminum magnetic. So remember that. That's question number 612. And you just remember your answer. Yeah, there's over 800 questions on that quiz, but it's worth 30 points in your cool score. So that's just something we're going to. Okay, so now we're getting everything hooked up here right now.
Yep. And you see you want to line it up over here.
Okay. Well, while you guys are doing that, I'm going to pop over to the other group. You guys are doing great. You guys are doing awesome. We'll be back. Don't worry. Be prepared. I know you'll miss me. I'm going to pop over to stage 2 over here, which. I'm gonna be super clear.
How's it going?
I haven't visited you.
Hey, why don't we just
You have
pop
not.
why don't we pop the back panel off?
What are you talking about?
Hey, let me
I
know what you
literally
mean.
was watching from the other side.
You saw nothing.
There may have been a little bit of a mesh with the power supply.
If you don't put a little muscle into your PC build, are you really building a PC?
Oh my gosh! And I knew you guys. I was going to come over here, and you guys are going to be playing out like, oh, we've been doing this for an hour. The whole time I saw, I was paying attention.
Well, you
where
know
it
what?
is.
Do you know how many zip ties are in this?
Yeah, you know what? It would have the back plate would have closed. The back thing would have closed if it would have. If you would have used it.
Wow.
None. We don't need
No zip ties.
Yeah.
Team no zip ties.
Team no zip ties. There it is. Okay, so let's talk about now that you guys have finished and you finished on a mini ITX build. What has it been like? What are some of the things that if somebody wants to go and do one of these small form factor builds, they're just going to kind of have to prepare for when going into something like this?
Don't have big hands.
Okay.
That
is
like,
a genetic thing that not everybody can get over.
That's right. Yes, employ a child, or make one to do it for you,
We
whichever.
are not.
Whatever.
This
Because
is
they
a
have
long
really
term.
small hands. You can get in there and connect the cables.
There's all sorts of
I'm just
child
saying.
labor laws and things like that. Just
Every that hour,
Okay.
it's your kid. But no. Honestly, though, the biggest and single most important thing is to plan it out.
okay.
To make sure you've got the right parts. And there are a lot of good resources out there as far as finding out what's compatible and what's not. But as we were saying earlier, PC building is a very community effort. And there are a lot of people that have built in this PC, this case, and there are a lot of components that fit. There are also components that aren't going to fit. So, you know, if you've never done a mini ITX build, you're absolutely research.
Yeah.
Just make sure.
What are the pros and cons of a mini ITX build?
The pro is it's so much smaller. It's easier
Less
to move
space on the
around.
desk, yeah.
If, let's say, you're a LAN enthusiast, I used to go to a lot of LAN parties back when they existed, pre everything that's going on.
Yeah.
But it's a lot easier to pick up and move, and it just looks cool. Like, honestly, one of my favorite parts about doing such a small build like that is the unique factor of it, because everyone's is going to look a little bit different.
Yep.
And not as many people opt for this because it is a more challenging build, but honestly, anyone still can do it.
And the good thing is like honestly, I think like I think we've seen this trend is that you are seeing more people move to mini ITX
Yes.
small form factor, and like you're seeing people make more components. I mean, you're talking about like 1,000-watt SFF power supplies. You're talking about smaller GPUs, even GPUs that are like 3070 Ti's that are made much more compact, right?
Yep.
So you can put them in cases like this or other small form factors.
This is actually, and I should point out, this is actually rather large
Yeah.
for a small form factor PC. Most of them are not going to be able to fit in
A 3080.
full-size
Yeah.
3080.
Yeah.
That is one of the biggest features of this case, is having that
Super
mini
cool.
ITX support while still being able to have a full-size GPU.
Yep. Which
But
is
as far as the cons go, because you asked
Oh, of
about
course,
that,
yeah.
it's obviously going to be the difficulty,
Of building
the
it.
trick of it, and the fact that you do have to make sure you get the right parts.
Yep.
Because again, if you don't have a GPU that'll fit in your case,
A little bit more
I've
restrictive.
known people who
Yeah.
have bought GPUs and then had a case that they needed to install, and then they had to mod it in
Yeah.
order for it to fit. Do you know anyone like that, Jake?
Yeah, I might have had to, remove some fans from some cases from some of our other cases that we have here, because let's just say the 30 series is a little bit bigger than the 20 series.
Absolutely. But we've got a few things left to do here.
okay. So what do we have left? So yeah, sorry about it.
No. Left, we have not losing our minds.
Yes,
that's
Good
part
job.
of it.
We've got a few peels.
Yeah,
we
we
left
have
a few
a few
peels because I knew
Okay.
you like
Oh
that.
yeah, we do like
We're
this.
trying to
And right
challenge.
now,
Can
should
Jill
we
don't
can we
peel?
have Aru come over and do the peels?
I think we should
given
have
how
Aru come
shareable
over.
Yeah.
You guys have. Oh, she's
mean,
coming over.
she's coming over.
Help
She's
us.
coming over. Let's go. She's gonna do some
Pro
We're gonna
peeler.
borrow her
The
for a
peel-
little
the
bit,
peel
okay,
princess.
I
guys?
love it. It's great. It's great. All right, so we have this lovely piece right here. If you want to do it nice and slow from this corner,
Okay.
the fans will go wild.
There should be a little tab. Actually, there's a little tab right
Ah.
there.
She's got the nails ready for this.
Yeah,
I
she
know.
does.
Okay, I'm gonna peel it.
Oh,
Yeah, here we go.
Goodness.
Wait, hold on, they can't see. I dropped it.
We had it. Okay.
We had it, and we lost it. But there, you can't see it, but there's a little tab, but it likes to just stick right down to the cooler.
Did you guys like glue this down on her?
Wait.
We were trying to get our crown for peel crown. Jeez. Yeah, come on. There it
look
is.
at that.
Wow.
Beautiful.
Wow.
Really good.
I couldn't have done better myself. Seriously. I really
Oh,
could.
I know. You really
know.
could.
Oh,
You're
right,
not
no,
done. You're
no,
not done. You're not done.
Yeah, we have this
Oh, you got
beautiful
the
one
big
that's on
peel.
top
Yeah,
here. That one's going to take a little bit more. Oh, see, it might not take more effort.
Oh, look at that.
See, she was ready.
Oh, snap.
And look at that beautiful camera work zooming in on that.
I love it.
Oh,
Revealing
look at it.
the
It's revealing that
Strix.
Strix.
That is actually
Oh,
gorgeous.
isn't
I
that
love
hot?
the angle of that GPU in this case in particular because, you know, a lot of cases you can't put a GPU that close to the glass
nice
because
peel.
it's going to just
Good
bounce the
job.
heat right back off of it.
Now, now,
invisible.
yeah, it's
That's the point of that chassis.
Yeah, it's so cool.
And then I don't know if you guys know this, but you guys can use this for facelifting. Like afterward, you just basically like just,
Do one of these.
you know,
Is it-
it's like that. And then
Facial cleansing with ROG.
and then also like you can use it for oiling. Like if you're a
little
little
blot.
oil, yeah, a little
Blotting,
blotting.
okay.
You know what I
All
mean?
right,
And then like if you want to go as like a ninja, but a transparent ninja, like that also is a thing. So there's all sorts of
Wow.
really secondary uses that you have. For
Beautiful.
some of these
Truly
right
getting the
here.
pro
So
tips from Roby
I
here.
just I mean it's
PC
all-
DIY tip.
PC
This is
DIY.
like
This is like it's
hidden
also
tips after dark.
Yeah, exactly. After dark.
So one more cool thing that we have to do is this case, as you haven't really been able to see it, and we'll probably want a nice front view, but this is how we've set the case up, is in this nice horizontal kind of way. That's not the only way it can exist. It can technically
Be
sit
like an
this
outhouse.
way. Yeah,
Yeah,
like an
it-
outhouse.
yeah,
Like an
the
outhouse.
longhouse or the outhouse.
outhouse,
You know, you
actually.
get two choices.
And then the other thing too is you can also down here at the bottom, if we get a side view, you can attach a pole, and then you have Thor's hammer.
Thor's hammer,
Thor's
right
hammer.
there.
Like it
only
looks-
if you're worthy enough.
Only if you're
to
worthy
wield it.
enough to do it, and you've got really big guns.
But you're going
like
to
me.
notice that down here, this logo, well, that's not right.
No.
That's not right at all.
Okay, so what do?
We do.
We panic.
We peel.
Wait, what?
And
gonna-
we peel.
Oh yeah, you missed a peel.
Missed a few peels.
Oh, whoa.
Oh, boy.
That's done. We're done with it.
You're the pro. Peel that.
Oh, I'm working on something else. I
my
got.
God.
Oh, he's
I
got
got
He's
another
got to
one.
peel other things.
See now,
Oh, you
we
can
can
throw
put that on.
Oh,
And
wow.
it's gonna be up the right way. So we've got more peels to do.
Always a difficult thing.
This, for this group.
Luckily you guys were busy with somebody else because I struggled for about 15 minutes trying to get the RGB controller to
Look
stick
at my
to the back.
nameplate.
Not all of us have Aru's finely manicured nails to peel this stuff off.
No, not at all.
I think that's where the real advantage lies.
Yeah.
So now we just peel that off,
Stick that
get
on
into
like
place.
that. Look at that.
Beautiful. And then we got one more peel to do on this. If we can do it.
I don't know if you can. Oh,
I don't
okay.
think I can do it.
Might need Aru.
Oh,
Oh,
oh.
you got it.
There it is.
There
right
it is.
there.
Oh,
Look at that.
that was nice.
Oh, and this one's like extra sticky for like extra like good.
Yeah, that's the
that
nose
like
one.
holds it like holds your
That's one
nose up too. Oh, super good. Like right there. So that's. And, oh, whoa! I got a booger on there. That's gross.
Whoa!
Hey,
good
don't
lord.
leave it here. Take it with you.
Okay.
But yeah, this is the completed mini ITX build with the Z690-i gaming motherboard, and yeah, I'm
DDR5?
DDR5. Thank you
3080.
again, G-Skill. Big shout out. It's not easy to get a hold of DDR5 right now,
No.
but it is absolutely worth it.
And
the
guys,
higher
don't-
clock times, higher clock speeds, higher
Higher capacity.
frequencies, higher capacity, and it's just getting started. Like the sticks that you're seeing now, that's not the end result. Like if you remember when DDR4 came
course.
out, the clock timings were a lot slower because we got to give the manufacturers time to really dial in those things. But even still, the DDR5 you can get now is faster, it requires less power, and we've taken the power management and flipped it onto the actual RAM sticks.
Yeah, it's now all of the power management. Now, guys, I do want to let you guys know we will be releasing Kevin and Chris's cable management guide to this case.
It's beautiful.
Separately.
We're going to
Beautiful.
show you.
We'll show it off right now
We will
because
show.
it's that good.
The back side of this case is so well cable managed. You are not. I
No zip ties.
challenge you. to find a single cable that you can actually even see. Yeah.
Beautiful.
That's how you hide cables, my friends.
Yeah, it's called with the back
on. With the back on.
That's absolutely right.
Because that is one of the biggest challenges with this, is actually routing all of the cables. It is a little bit of a mess back there. If we had some more time, we can make it. We've got the tools. We've got the talent. We just don't have the time.
That's absolutely it.
But even still, under a limited amount of time.
Roby does not believe.
I don't know about the talent.
You, sir, you do not deserve to wear that badge.
Oh my gosh, this is super fun.
Building in an SFX case is a little bit difficult because you're talking about having all of the main components that you would typically have in a PC, but
way less space.
A lot less space.
Yeah.
And so, to touch on some of the biggest issues that we've run into is cabling.
Yep.
You don't have the amount
that
of
just
space.
makes sense.
Yeah.
And,
and you have the same amount of cable.
We kid, but yeah, this, like, again, one thing is we are using cable extensions. That adds a lot more cables that you basically have.
These aren't actually these are custom cables rather than extensions.
So then you have no excuse.
Yeah, well, I have lots of excuses.
Without knowing the actual dimensions of the case or the spacing of the power supply or where the cables are actually going to go, I think Deb did a great job picking out the links for this because we were able to, with some force, get the power supply in there, no problem, and screw it in. And like I said, the back of the case looks amazing.
Oh yeah,
it's so good.
I'm super impressed with the whole back panel on how great it looks.
I know you'd never even know there were cables back there.
That there was any cable issues whatsoever. Yeah. Okay, so it feels like now you guys are getting ready. You guys are going to basically do some pre-testing. We'll be back to do the big turn on.
We're going to get everything set up.
Get everything kind of set up and ready to go, and then we will turn this bad boy on.
And it's going to fire up first time every time.
I actually, that I have no doubt in. I have no doubt. Okay, maybe now I do
There's
have
a little bit of
Kevin's like fully panicked.
Well, I mean,
we've seen the builds that you've done. We did that Battle of Hoth
Battle of
Star
Hoth.
Trek,
Oh, man.
and we did that
Star Trek. What are you, Phil?
Well, I mean,
was Battle of Hoth? That was in Wrath of Khan, right?
Must have been it.
No, that was Return of the King.
Oh yeah, this Return of the King. That's right. It was Lord of the Rings. I forgot about that. I'm sorry. I always get those ones mixed up every time I do them. But yeah, no. So we're gonna get those PCs turned on. We're gonna get this PC turned on in just a few minutes. But I think actually Stage 3 has gained a staff member. Like Pinkalicious has grown.
I mean, we got to be honest though. We're talking about doing what 4-5 hours here to do a full custom loop. That is a
how long would you say on average it takes you to do a full custom build?
For me to do a full custom loop is actually about 17 hours. And the main reason for that is because of how much time so I will say, like, them doing a distro plate now, it does add it, but there's so much analness with my cables and everything else, right? And then it's like, I usually do leak testing for a pretty long time and stuff like that. So we're definitely we are doing a Herculean thing, and there is no better person here
to step in and help.
To step in and help than Deb.
Yeah,
and honestly, all in all,
you can see the hustle.
Oh my gosh, her face, I'm telling you, she would be so good at charades. She's just her facial expressions and concentration. We should head over there because she is just killing it right now. Look at this. Okay, so let's come and check in.
Hey
How we
guys,
doing?
hey guys.
Whoa!
Back.
Look at these cables.
Look at these fancy cables.
Why are you upset?
No, I'm upset.
Oh, I thought you said I'm upset.
I'm so upset.
So good. Deb's here and she's working on our build.
So mad.
So Deb.
So we're just making things look pretty. They're doing all the hard work. I'm just,
We're here to just make it pretty.
I love that, but you know what? Honestly, you have to say it a little bit.
I'm like a snake right now.
Yeah. Now, real quick, I know we were over at Stage 3, but actually, JJ had a question, and we're going to pop over that he got in chat, and then we'll come right back, because JJ had a question he wanted to answer, and then we'll be right back.
Sounds good.
So we'll go from here. JJ, you had a question in chat that you felt was worth answering.
We got tons of them, and I know we haven't had the opportunity to get as many of them answered.
Let's get some questions answered real quick.
Yeah, so one of them is somebody was asking actually about our Thor Series 2 power supplies.
Okay.
These are the brand new ones where we've got the actual OLED panel on there redesigned. So some people are asking, when are we actually going to have these coming out? The first model should be our 1,000-watt model. We're trying to get it right now out in terms of channel distribution, but as everybody probably knows right now, there is some port and logistic challenges. Yep. So you may see it show up maybe by the very end of this month, but all things considered with the holiday and these logistic constraints, probably won't be available until sometime in early January.
Cool. Okay.
From then there, the other models that we have coming out, the 1,200 watt, the 1,600 watt, and then also the 850 watt, you'll see staggered throughout as we move into Q1 of 2022.
Okay, cool.
Okay.
Awesome.
Yep.
I'm just looking at that. That looks good.
And,
Good job.
Yeah, so we just layered in that strip. And then one other one I saw in there was some people asking about a question on the new AIO coolers that we came out with, and whether or not they would just work essentially on both prior generation and current generation. So all of our new LC2 series coolers will work essentially if you've got an AMD board, if you've got an older Z490, Z590, and they all come with a 1700 bracket in the box if you're going to be doing a Z690 base build. So you're covered. Tough Gaming, LC, ARGB, Ryogen 2, or the Strix LC2 series.
Okay, all of those work. Okay, awesome. Well, thank you for answering the questions. Guys, we will be back to talk a little bit more as they're getting very close here, but let's go check in back over on this side. We see frantic motion happening right now. We see radiators. We got fittings going in.
Frantic motion?
Oh, except for Deb. Deb is moving with the grace of a swan. Might add. All in all,
So
handling,
there.
again, super shout out to Axe Body Spray for sponsoring today's show. And, all of the, you guys, it smells floral here, just how good it is right now.
So originally we had the PSU cable going behind, but we felt like it was putting too much pressure. So
Okay, and honestly, show those great cables too,
Exactly.
right?
gorgeous.
Yeah, they are gorgeous.
If you got it, flaunt it.
Huh?
I said if you got it, flaunt it.
Yeah, exactly. If you got it, flaunt it. Yeah, for sure.
You don't want to hide those. Just put the side
you definitely
panel
do not
on.
want to hide those. Just like you don't want to hide your cable management, right, team?
Never.
Yeah, exactly.
Never.
What's going? So where are we at in terms of the build right now? What are we working on?
Essentially,
We're definitely getting some cables.
Yes.
Okay?
So essentially, we have to finish routing all of the cables, at least for the front side.
Okay.
Because what we
Yeah, I
don't
think
want to
that
do
sounds good.
is install the radiator as thick as it is, because it will cover up a lot of the ports for the top, and the same goes for the fans at the bottom. So once the cable management for the front is done,
Looks good.
then we will be able to install the radiator,
Okay.
and it actually looks like we are just
Looks
about
like
ready to do
you're
it.
ready to do that.
Yes.
By the way, can I just give you a high five for what is going on there? Washing your hands. There we go. Great job. Just stepping in. So, talk about multi-talent right there. Not only can she host, not only can she give things away, she can also come in and be like, it's Team Pinkalicious plus Deb.
Teamwork makes the dream
That
work.
does.
This
huh?
is going to be
do.
fun.
Yes.
This is my least favorite part, because this
Anything I
is...
can do for you? Besides hold the PC?
Okay, so right now we're working on the. Why don't we pop over with JJ for a little bit? We'll let these guys get this marked in, and then we'll see. Let's go and talk a little bit about where we are for customization and all that right now. Okay, so JJ, what's going on?
This is just like it barely fits.
Answer.
so
All right,
getting it in
what did
here
we
is
do?
gonna-
Actually, you can pop this back off here. But what did we
She's
end
got
up-
to do the peel though when we get there.
Yes, I think, we'll save that, I think,
save-
for when we get the final Aura sync in effect.
Yeah. So and
but-
that's what we're going to work on here in a sec, right?
Yeah, I'm working on getting the driver installed for a moment,
Okay.
but why don't you let us know, what did we end up doing?
We added an LED light here that kind of gives a glow effect. And then we added some lights to the fans here.
Yeah, so if we take a look right here on the back originally, we only had essentially that that black fan, but now you can see we've got that nice, of course, halo effect from that Fantex Halos fan frame. So that gives us an additional RGB lighting vibe. And then as you noted, that LED strip that we have at the bottom, the diffuse strip is really nice because it's just really clean. And somebody might be wondering, well, what would you do in terms of adhesion? Because those are not magnetic.
Yep.
I like to use something that is called... it's essentially like a soft putty. You can get what's called black tack or blue tack, but I like to just cut them up in little pieces. I can put them up against something. It gives me some good adhesion, but it's also flexible. So if I want to move it, it's not going to cause any actually strong level adhesion. So I can still move it, reposition it, play around with it, and gives me flexibility to lay things out where I want to.
I have to say, I love the strip down at the bottom more than anything because, like you were talking about the diffuse, but you get such a nice even lighting across, and then when you have it kind of spilling off the white like you do right there, it makes that tough look super good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So all in all, what do you think? If you were gonna rate what these two things added to the build on a scale of 1 to 1.73 million, what would you give it?
I would rate it 1.37 million.
There we go. 1.37 million. Okay, so now you guys are getting ready. So next up, you're just waiting for the drivers and stuff to install.
Yep.
And we'll come back and we'll.
We're going to go into the software. I think Ari wanted to see what it would look like if we sequenced everything essentially to red, and then we'll also maybe try an alternate mode, maybe do like rainbow just to see how the rainbow looks, and then maybe also do.
Cable, match the cable.
Yeah, match the cable, so maybe we'll do a yellow.
Awesome.
Yep.
Well, that'll be 3 different options. So let me know when that's basically ready to go, and then we'll pop back over and check it out, right?
Sounds
Lots
good.
of stuff happening as we're starting to have builds start to come together. Looks like, let's head over to Team 3 again. Looks like we've got a radiator in.
Oh,
team
yeah.
is the team is like all. I have to say, like, and I know right now he's blocking. He makes a better. No, you're fine. You're fine. You keep doing you. I love how these square AL120 fans from Lee, they just, like, with all of the angle inside of this build, those fans do such a good job of just accentuating that whole thing, which is great. So it's pretty cool. Like, I love how this looks. Is that, oh yeah. So yeah, looking at this overall in there, and then we got our plugs in, basically our GPU is now mounted. We've got a full view of those great cable mod cables, and are these custom cables all in, or are they extensions?
They are full-on
Full-on cable.
PSU cables, yep.
We do it the
full-on
right way
cables.
here.
And they are gorgeous.
That's right.
Okay. Oh, and there we go. So so now what do we have? So we got one radiator in. What do we got left?
So for this one, we're going to be doing the 3 fans on the bottom. The vertical mount, which is required because the Strix block itself is actually too wide or too tall, depending on how you want to phrase it, to fit in the 011 dynamic. That's actually one of the reasons the XL is wider, is to fit cards like this with a block on it.
Okay.
So we've gone with the vertical mount, which means that we're going to have to do custom bins for the CPU here and the GPU.
Okay.
And that with the spacing left, only fans in the bottom. Now, you can, in theory, fit a slim radiator in the back. Unfortunately, we only have the PE here, so we'll be going just a single radiator.
Okay.
But cooling is still good enough to prevent you from throttling and everything, even with the setup we have here.
Well, I mean, yes, and a 360, for both of these would be absolutely fine. So you should be good. And these are good fans with the distor plate, and you got a fair amount of liquid inside of this thing too, which is good.
Correct. So if you want to have a little bit better cooling and really pursue those low temps, obviously going something with like the XL, where you're going to have more space for the radiators, especially on the bottom where you can go up to a 60 millimeter thick radiator in a 360 format, that's going to be your better option.
Okay.
But if you're tight for space, even a single 360, again, can prevent you from throttling, and your temps will be fine with that.
So what are you guys going to do next? Are you going to install the fans, or are you going to start putting tubes in?
Yes. So while
I asked 2 questions, and the answer was yes. Yes. They are all things.
This is the benefit of teamwork on one of these, and the reason why we can actually get it done in this amount of time. Joint effort. So while I start bending some of the custom tubes and getting just some of the straight runs that we'll have here cut, Hannah will be able to start with the fans and continue with the cabling and getting everything sorted, especially when we have the controllers and everything else for the Lee fans.
Got it. Okay.
And then after she's done with that, she's going to take over some of the bending.
Okay, snap. Oh, so we're going to see some tube bending today on the show as well. All of these things are going to be happening at the same time. Okay, so we've got that. Should we go ahead and it looks like we've got some colors and stuff coming up over here on Team 1.
Okay.
So let's go over to Team 1. So JJ, how are we looking for, looks like you got some color going now.
Yep. So we can see actually right here, I was actually in the Armory Crate software. I still haven't actually installed the graphics driver, so we'll actually notice right here that this is going to look out of sequence. But Ari, why don't we go ahead and show them maybe Rainbow or Starry Night mode? So this is our classic kind of RGB vibe.
Look at that, though. That looks so good.
Yeah, and when we put the panel on it, I think it'll even pop even a little bit more. But we can see now everything is all synced up. And this is the great thing about the Aura ecosystem is that, here the fans, this fan, the memory, the graphics card, the LED strip, it's all in one single piece of software that we can go ahead and control the lighting. And again, if we had something like Philips Hue, we could add sync to this.
Whoa.
Here she now just switched it up into Starry Night mode. Let's go ahead and maybe control the speed. So we can, if we wanted to go slower or faster, so you can see we can change that up. You could, of course, go with different color presets if you wanted to. I think another one you showed off was the breathing mode we could try out, or we could also go to maybe color cycle. And we also do have even more advanced options. So like one thing that we're not trying right here, this is the classic color cycle, so you don't have individual colors. But we could also go into the Aura Creator if we wanted to even control all these lights individually. So if we wanted to have like a really cool gradient effect, we could do that, where we could set like the top of the memory to be like white, then go to blue, then go to pink, and then go to purple. So you could literally go that route if you wanted to even go more specialized in terms of what you control with everything.
Wow. So I mean, like all in all, like, is this giving you ideas for your next build?
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, yep, I'm already planning it. It's in my
Yeah.
Oh, and I think let's actually just show that this is one of the cool things we can't see right off the bat, but if we pop that off there, let you take a look there at the front shot.
Yeah, there you go.
You can actually also see what's kind of going on there. So we can go and kind of give that classic rainbow, and you can see that nice transition all the way around. And keep in mind that, you know, we've got all these active lights, but in a room environment where you didn't have all these lights, even though it doesn't seem like there's a lot of lighting right here, and again, we don't have an area, this would really pop. It would look like a really nice, bright system. And again, to plug that giveaway, right, this is actually the system that's going to be able to be won by one of you guys that are actually jumping into the actual Gleam. So definitely make sure that you're taking advantage of that.
And it will actually be, and we'll talk about this a little bit later, but there'll be a slight change to this one because we'll be pursuing it with an AIO.
Correct, yes. I am going to be installing in the actual Tough Gaming AIO in there. So you'll pretty much get everything that you see right here. It'll just even look a little bit cooler because it will actually have a AIO cooled that CPU. But otherwise, you'll be able to get everything dialed in. So I'm going to get this graphics driver installed and hopefully get this last little missing piece for the sync. And then I think Ari's going to nail it with one last peel.
Yeah, nail it. And then what did you, so Ari, you've taken a look at all of the different color options, all that sort of stuff. What is your final call on what we're going to have for the final lighting setup, you think?
I think yellow.
You think yellow? Okay, yellow it is. Well, now there's a special name for that. It's not yellow.
It's Tough Gaming Yellow.
It's Tough Gaming Yellow, right?
Yes.
So it
used to technically be Tough Gaming Gold, but yeah, we've shifted it over to its Tough Gaming Yellow.
So
I agree.
Okay, so Tough Gaming Yellow, there it is. So we're gonna step away from these guys, pop back over to stage 3 while they finish out that, and then we'll have the big peel. And from the Peel Queen, mind you, way to go and own the whole thing. Okay, so how are we looking over here, guys?
Fantastic. I just put in some fans.
Good job.
Thank you.
Boom.
I did it.
And you know, you have to say, like, have you got to use the Lian Li fans before?
I've not.
And so wasn't it easy with the fact that they're all connected like that?
Yes.
Just how much easier it is to put those things in, right? Like it makes a big difference, right?
Yes, and being able to chain them all together by clicking them.
Yep.
I think it's fantastic because it brings down a lot on cables.
Yeah.
And that's always been a nightmare with RGB fans in general, for me at least.
And again, in this case, you can have as many, I mean, a lot of people, most of these builds usually have 9 fans. So like to sit there and like if you did many other ones and you have 9 times 2, right?
Yes.
So you have 18 cables. In this case, you've essentially only got the 3 that would come from those 3 different packs,
right,
plus like the essentially your the couple that are coming from the actual box itself. So,
absolutely.
And then here in the back, you guys are actually seeing this. Like we got Jake, who's literally starting the whole measurement process for basically all of our tube stuff. And so what kind of tube? We're using PETG, I'm assuming? Or?
No, acrylic.
Oh, we're using acrylic.
Going for the good stuff.
Okay, so we're using acrylic tubing.
Yes.
And then we're beginning the process. And then tell us a little bit about the fittings. We're using the torque. I love the torque fitting. So
we're going to be using the entire torque setup. So we've got the 90s and an extender here, rotary, so it makes it easy to install. And then we will be pairing them with the actual torque HDC 12 fittings for the 12 millimeter tubing we have. And what makes these unique is that when the cap comes off, if I have any sitting up here, if not, will you grab those right there? So, yes, please do. These actually have an accent ring that you can attach to them.
Pleasant sound.
Oh, it is a pleasant sound.
Yeah.
And by screwing down the little accent ring, you can customize what they're going to look like when they are finished assembled. And for this one, unfortunately, we don't sell pink accent rings, but...
I want a refund.
Right?
It was free.
Boo!
I think that means you pay them.
Yeah, right.
So, and that's the finished result with the nickel and black.
Nice. I like that. So again, we've been talking a lot about customization. Again, you guys have tons of options like this to also allow for that kind of customization as well, which is cool.
Exactly.
Okay, so you are in the middle. Do we have any pipe ready to put in yet, or no?
Not yet. And so this is where things get real fun is always with the tube bending, because on this particular chassis, thanks to just the placement for where radiators and everything have to go, it actually makes it difficult to get a proper like 90-degree fitting in here or whatever. And so what we'll end up having to do is taking this and actually offsetting it to clear around the corner of the I/O shield, and from there routing it to the front distro.
Okay.
So that's actually why I'm starting with this, because this is going to be one of the kind of guiding pieces to align everything else with.
Sounds good. Okay, well, we'll let you get back to that. We know you guys got a lot to do. And then move on to, you know what, it only took them, like I remember, I know they wouldn't use any of them.
Yeah.
So rude.
Here, Jake.
No zip ties
Here you
whatsoever.
go.
Actually, I don't know if you know this, there's actually 2 zip ties in there that they don't know about.
That came with the...
No, I basically put 2 in there. But they never found them.
All right.
Okay, you guys ready?
As ready as we'll ever be.
That looks really quite lovely.
And this is the PG32 9Q. Ooh, I like that monitor.
Are you having a problem?
No. This I showed you guys. If you ever want to name a monitor,
right,
go like that. That's all it takes to
there it
basically
is.
name a monitor. Yeah.
It came off.
It actually came off.
Perfect. I love it.
Did you guys find the 2 zip ties in the system?
Yeah, we got rid of them.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
I still see one.
What?
There's
in
the
our
one.
system?
And
you put it in there? Where?
There's the second one. Snipped them off. First thing we did.
So let's make sure that we get a good visual of this,
Okay,
because this looks really, I have to say.
Yeah, I am.
Those
so
cables
happy.
look
sorry.
amazing
Am I
in
blocking
here.
you?
Who ordered those cables? Who provided those cables?
I don't want you to punch
Some
me.
lady that was very
No, but
adamant.
I do want to point out, because when I was Cable Mod basically was like, just make a custom order, we'll drop ship it to you ASAP, and so you can customize the color of the cable combs, and so I took a risk with doing this silver. I wasn't quite sure, but it looks so good in this case.
We've got like the silver down here on the logo.
Yeah.
And we are going to have Aru's, like, we've crowned Aru the peeler, so she will be doing the peels.
We've got one last peel.
One final peel for
She's going to be doing this one too. But why don't we go ahead, guys? Can we get quiet on the set? We're about to turn this on. Maybe.
We ready to turn it on?
Yeah. Are you going to turn it on?
I
Do you know where the power button is?
Man, I couldn't have thrown it any better.
I'm like, I need to check and make sure. Did we turn it
Turn
on?
the bottom switch.
The bottom switch needs to be turned on, which on this case, actually, we haven't even plugged in the power cable.
I mean,
all right.
We were so ready.
Woo. So, because we have this sitting horizontally like this, the power cable actually goes in the bottom. And your traditional power cable, that's not going to fit. So we do have an adapter in the box.
Look at that.
So 90-degree angle, and that way, if you want to help me lift this up real quick.
Absolutely.
Just want to make sure we don't mess that
Jake,
up at
this
all.
is what we're working with.
And this is also another part of PC DIY, which is making sure it's plugged in.
Yep.
Yeah.
And it has power.
Very good.
Because, there are times when you're jamming everything in and you want to get it done, and you want to turn your PC on, and then you forget something silly like this SATA power or SATA data or whatever it might be. And, that can just be pretty frustrating.
All right, since you're our guest here today, would you like to be the one to power it on?
I would love to.
It's ready.
Are we ready?
Ready?
We're ready.
It's all right. Yeah, I can already see it. It's
2,
ready to go.
1. It's on, baby. Look at that.
Ooh, look at that. Look at that beautiful
and
screen.
everything?
Woo! Look at that.
Wow.
Woo!
Hey, good job.
Woo!
Good job.
Yeah.
I
Team
like what
no
you do.
zip ties.
No zip ties. No, we get them out of here.
We
as
got
you know.
them all
I got
out.
a couple right here for you if you need some just attached just in case.
No.
We got team zip tie or no zip tie ready to go. So in honor of them, I've worn this great thing together. But guys, I have to say it looks really good.
It looks really good.
I feel like we could actually do the big peel on this one now. What do you think?
Let's do the big peel.
Absolutely.
Big peel.
If
Okay.
she's ready and she's
You ready?
willing,
Are you up here?
Let's get Aru up here and
Peel queen.
peel queen.
I feel bad taking your peels
Oh,
away.
please.
Oh,
Let me
come
do
on.
it.
I peeled so many cases.
And if you've seen them peel, you should not feel bad.
Oh.
Okay, here we go. I love these peels are the best.
Oh no.
That looks so good. Look at that peel.
Look
So
at
good.
that.
And it's
We'll block the
slow
screws.
and gentle. It's great. This is great.
It's so good. It's so good.
I love it
Now
how
just
it just
rip
kind
it
of reveals.
Oh, good. And that screen does look really
so you're gonna
good.
click
Yes,
three
it does.
cans
Yeah.
It's
together.
hard to see. We
And
got
you're
some
gonna
lights reflecting out. There we go. Look at that.
Can you put anything you want on the
Anything you
screen?
want on
Yeah,
it.
you
You
can
can
put
put a GIF on it. You can put JPEGs.
They say
Did you
GIF?
say a GIF?
It's pronounced GIF, and I'll die on that hill.
It starts with a G.
The creator named it GIF and said it's pronounced GIF, and
It's GIF.
when someone says that's how they pronounce their name, that's how I do it. But you
Well,
can
there
put
it
anything
is.
you want. You can also system stats. You can have your CPU voltage, fan speed, clock, everything you want. It's going to show up on there.
Yeah, awesome.
It's pretty
Okay,
awesome.
so let's see. Thinking about where you guys are in terms of stuff to still basically anything else left to do on the build.
For the most part, I mean, now that we have everything installed, all of the components are actually on. As you can see, they're lit. You know, super lit. But the RTX card is actually glowing colors, which is usually a good sign that you haven't fried it. The RGB logos and everything that are going on inside here kind of leads me to believe that, yeah, we're in a pretty good shape.
Okay, awesome.
At this point, if you were doing it and this was your own PC and your own build, I'd probably be starting to think about Windows or whatever operating system you want to use, and then actually going into the Armor Crate that JJ was talking about, and starting to dial in your RGB settings, and you can make everything perfect. So
Awesome.
that's actually what
That
we'll
will be
do.
the next thing we work
That'll
on.
be the next thing that we work on.
So why don't we joke? So I think are we going to do some giveaways now? Is that the plan? And we'll jump over to that.
We are indeed going to do another giveaway here as we have more swag bags to send out, 4 more swag bags to give away. And this includes the ROG pillow as well as this bag with lots of goodies inside. Oh, more pillows.
Oh, I was supposed to catch it.
I can't actually Vanna White this.
Okay, got it. Yeah. So I forgot. She's over there. Look at this. Look at this amazing thing. It looks really good with me. I do not come with the pillow though.
No.
I know.
But Essence of You has now been rubbed
That's right.
onto
It has
the
been
pillow.
rubbed.
So
If, like,
Essence of Roby.
Yeah, this special one you also get this great little RGB edition.
We're gonna actually sneak that in one of the bags just because we can.
There he goes.
You
right
might
there.
get lucky. You might. Actually...
These are very huggable, by the way.
Oh,
Like,
they're so huggable.
They're
They got the
so
handles on
soft.
the side?
Yeah. They were actually made from unicorn love. So yeah, there's all sorts of great things that we've gotten out of this. Yes, it has been factually checked. That's enough out of you, McMouth.
we have just begun the giveaway in chat. The keyword is swag, so type swag in all caps to enter the giveaway.
There it is. And what's in this?
There is we've got a thermos. There's a coffee mug, an ROG watch, a keychain.
All of this in this?
Yeah.
There's so much stuff in this.
Some good swag. A hat. A lot of good swag in there.
Yeah.
So get your
how
swag in chat.
much time do they have?
We'll give them about 30 more seconds.
30 more seconds. Okay. What's a good TikTok dance we could do, you and me together?
I actually don't know.
We got to do a TikTok dance. What's a good?
Is this one?
I don't know. I don't know. No, are you okay? Do you need
No.
to go to the hospital?
I might.
Okay, what's that one? Come over here. Let's go. Get up here.
You gonna
no.
teach us
She's
some
like,
TikTok
no.
dances?
She's like, well, I see how it is.
Caramel dancing. I know that one.
But like, I forgot one of the ones I did. But like, all in all, like, we'll just do maybe we'll do a little shopping cart there.
Guess what? Our 30 seconds is up.
Okay.
Good job.
They were like, I tried. So I could try to keep it clean here.
All right, we're gonna pick our 4 winners. Winner number 1.
Winner number 1.
Rad Nitro Man.
Bill. Oh no, Rad Nitro Man. Okay, sorry, Rad Nitro Man.
I'm gonna be so impressed if his name is actually Bill.
If your name is that, like, I have ESPN, so I can.
ESPN. Yeah. Some great football knowledge up there.
Congratulations, Rad Nitro Man.
Okay, Juanjo 745.
Juanjo 745. Does that mean there's Juanjo 746
There
and
might
744?
be. At least 743.
Okay, 743 is there too. Okay, Juanjo, congratulations, my friend. You win stuff.
Yeah, a lot of stuff.
Lots of stuff.
Noise Eater, Devourer of Sound.
Wait, that's really his name?
Noise Eater.
Oh, okay, not Devourer of Sound. Okay.
No.
Noise Eater.
But
Noise Eater.
He definitely devours sound.
He does devour sound because he's the noise eater.
Okay.
Watch
okay.
out, I'm the noise eater. There we go.
And no rest for Wicked.
Oh, of course. You forgot but no rest for Wicked. Congratulations, no rest for Wicked. You also win stuff. Lots of stuff. All of this stuff in here.
A hat, a mug,
the
a thermos, keychain. Congratulations.
JJ's Essence.
JJ's Essence.
I just go like this, see, and then you get JJ's Essence in this bag too, see? So you got some of that, right? It's cardinal knowledge.
It is.
It's going from in there. Okay, so is that all? Is that everything?
That is it for this giveaway. We'll have some more giveaways later. We're giving away some more signed hats by Booga.
Oh wow! Okay, so we got. There's so many giveaways, and on top of that, we also still have this giveaway too, which is now. Look at how lit that
the yellow.
looks.
It was the right choice.
That looks good. It does. It like the yellow looks so good. I'm sorry. I love these Fantex lighting things there, and then we got a little bit of green there with the AMD thing, but that's still going.
JJ, I have to.
That's as you know. With that, you have to still install a supplemental,
you do have
supplemental utility
exactly.
to be able to control that one. So I've got that last piece in there, but otherwise you can see pretty much we've got everything dialed in there. So with that, and that one's just still, it gives it a nice little contrast point, but once we get that piece in there.
Well, we'll come back for the major peel. The giveaway peel is coming up, guys. So we have a lot still going on.
I just want to have a quick word with JJ, and I'm a little upset with you because now I have to change out all my LED strips because that does look so much better
so good,
than this style. And it's like, great, I have to change all my strips.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I've illuminated your world.
Oh, I like that. I like that. Okay. He's lighting up our lives. Okay, let's pop over here and see what's going on over here at stage 3.
Hello.
Are you keeping them in line?
I am.
Have you held one of these body pillows?
I have one.
What?
Yeah.
Okay, look at. I don't even have one, and then she's got like.
Abby and Andy like it.
Oh man, rude.
Even her dogs have one.
Even
and you
my
don't have
dogs
one.
have.
Yeah, and I don't even have one. Okay, let's go in there.
Okay,
Okay, so where are we at? What's working on? It looks like we got fittings. We've got power tools.
Yes.
Power tools
I need a little
happening here as well.
Yeah.
It's what you have to have.
I
when
know
you're
you
doing
do. You do have to have parts. And by the way, if you are, I will tell you, like you and I were talking about this. Power tools.
Power tools. Fine.
All right.
It's all
Okay,
fine.
so we have. If you are doing any custom water cooling and you're cutting acrylic, PETG,
Perfect.
this thing it's pretty inexpensive, but it is a heck of a tool for just doing this. It's amazing. I love this thing.
So
Yeah.
I cannot wait to see this. in
Yeah, I
action.
love this thing. So I have one of these. This is how I do all my cuts too. So you're learning something from me, just like I learned something from you. Maybe not.
Acrylic is something that I tend to crack
Okay.
every single time I touch it. So, Jake, take it away.
Yeah, he is.
And this is not going
Take
to
me
be.
away.
I guess we should issue a headphone warning.
Okay. Headphone warning. Yeah. So if you are, we are going to we can get that up in there. It's just it could be a little bit loud,
Yeah.
But it's okay.
Mind the way, I'm gonna
But we power tools. This is just like we're going from there. Okay. So we are. We're getting ready to do our first cut.
Yep, we've measured everything, and we want to at least get the giant tube small enough to fit in to get more precise measurements so that it can get into the case and get close to the ports. So that's what we'll be doing right now is the first cut. And much like he mentioned, there are multiple options for doing this. We sell some handsaw kits and some other stuff. I prefer this because it offers a much cleaner and faster cut.
Yeah.
And
Here we
headphone
go.
warning.
It's not that loud. That's not that loud. That's not that loud. Oh, my ears! Okay, that was it.
It's that simple.
That's it. That's all it is. Yeah, and look at how clean that cut is. Now you got to deburr. Are you going to deburr it or no? No. You're gonna no. Okay. No.
It deburrs like this.
It
This
deburrs.
thing is clean enough that
Yeah, it does. It does do a really good job.
we do need to clean it though.
Okay, so we're gonna clean it out now.
What is the cleaning process of doing that? I don't know much about this at all.
It's literally that. So you want to clean all of the actual dust from cutting it out,
Yeah, right.
and that's as simple as just running some of the water through it.
Okay.
So something as simple as this
Ah,
Yep.
will help wash all of those little pieces out.
gotcha.
And you want to make sure that it doesn't have any little sharp pieces like this left on the end. But usually those are just barely on there, and just raking your fingernail off will kind of chip that last little piece off, and then it's good to go.
Okay, so where are we putting that one?
This one is going to be
Take it away.
for here in the front. And the idea is that this should be, once the fitting is in here and here, cut to be just a nice flat level, parallel with the radiator and everything else, into this front port.
Okay.
And then we'll have one more on the rear that's going to be a little bit custom, only because given the space right here, and given where this lines up, it's very tight. We may have to actually pull this around, especially with the power cables right here. So this one may end up having to be bent and curved a little bit and then fall back into line and parallel into the front distribution plate.
Okay. And then it looks like you guys, while he's still cutting that, it looks like you guys actually added, we got fans in the back now too, huh?
We do.
Yes.
Look at that. So we got all the fans now. And then is everything hooked up in terms of are we still doing, like, still some cable work and stuff like that?
A little bit left to do, as you can see here. Just a little bit, but we're making our way downtown.
Okay,
walking fast.
making our way downtown, walking
That's
fast.
right.
Okay, and then, what are you working on right now?
I'm probably gonna work on the power supply and get that all situated because these are just kind of hanging out the back.
Okay.
And honestly, I'm just doing a lot of observing and just taking in all the
Yeah,
all
you
the
will get to
information.
start bending the tubing shortly, and
I
that'll
get
be
to
the.
bend the.
You're gonna get to bend tubing with me. Yes.
Okay. There's still so much to happen here on the show today, and my body pillow is ready.
Do you have a buddy?
I have a buddy, my body pillow buddy. Okay, are we ready for the peel?
I think we can go to the peel. I'm still working on the top.
Okay, we got time with. They're still working over here.
All right,
we
this
want to
needs
make sure
to-
you're absolutely ready, JJ.
No problem.
Don't rush me.
All
Don't
right.
rush you. Okay. Okay. So
I guess
here we
this
are.
is gonna have to go back there then.
Okay.
So I don't want to disrupt.
Okay. Oh, that's fine. No, you're okay. Do it.
Think it's fine?
Yeah.
Okay.
We want a full meal deal, right? Right, Deb? We want the full meal.
Oh, we're getting the full deal then.
Full deal, right?
yeah.
Yeah.
We're getting it.
Yeah. Look at that face.
Oh yeah.
Oh, power tools! It's like Tim. Oh. We're
That's
doing
amazing.
all this stuff going
so
on.
I tried to do this by hand, and
Oh,
it
and
just
it
it just
Yeah, that
cracks.
makes. Are you stoked to get
I'm
to
bringing that home with me on the airplane.
I think it's awesome.
As you carry on.
I don't know if you can do that in a carry. Can you? I don't know. That's a good
Where
question.
she's about to find out.
Yeah.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so is this our first one?
It
Okay,
is.
First two.
And
going
this
in.
won't be cut to the exact length. It's to get it close enough that we can verify fitment and make sure that it's going to be where we need. Though this one does look like it's going to end up being pretty
Wow.
Wow, it's like
Oh.
you've done this before.
That's pro right there.
That's
pro.
impressive.
That's pro stuff.
That's pro stuff right there.
close. It's pro until this is like 3 millimeters too short, and then it's not pro anymore.
Well, so now you're seeing some fittings going on now, and this is where distrobates actually end up making things a little bit easier, right? 'Cause
Yes.
You can just basically, you're not doing super complicated 43 bends.
Yep.
You know.
Loop-de-loops.
What's the most complicated one you've ever done in terms of bends? Like how many bends in a single tube?
Well, I've attempted to try to do like a loop de loop, and
It's
I'm not
hard,
there yet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen like in the other ones, and then there's like the next level stuff with people doing like glass, like blowing
Oh.
glass, and then
Wow.
doing that for tubing. Yeah,
Yep.
it's pretty crazy the stuff that
That is
they
incredible.
have. Yeah, it's nuts.
It's
We're-
actually, Attila did a
Yeah.
glass build not too long ago, actually.
so yeah.
I'm at the PET G level.
You're at the
That's
what?
PET G level.
What's that
PET
level?
G, like the not
Oh,
acrylic, but
PET
PET
oh.
G. Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I thought that was like,
So,
there a
and
tier that I
wanna
don't
come?
know about?
You see? So
Is that
if you
good?
line it up here, you can basically kind of line it up with this lip. It's just the actual inside of the fitting
Okay.
is just a little bit further ahead.
Right.
And so as long as it kind of lines up with those ends,
How does it
you're
look?
good to go.
Awesome.
It looks
It's
perfect.
close.
It really does.
It's close.
Okay, so now we're just gonna put the fitting on.
No, we'll need to shave off just a little bit
Okay.
more, and then it'll be good to go in.
Okay, let's do it.
Cool.
We're moving it. It's happening.
Moving and shaking.
Yeah, moving and shaking.
It's focus time.
It
It's
is.
focus time.
Yes.
It's looking. I mean, again, this is the thing. Is like we always know anytime when we're gonna do something like this.
Sorry, what'd you say?
Well, anytime you're doing something like this, right? Like there's the best laid plans, right? But then it's like little things like, where the radiator was. Oh, we had to basically take out the GPU because the vertical mount had to be done with the, all sorts of little things that add time. And that's the thing about, and then doing a custom loop in a case is just difficult in general, right? And
I often find that I install things and then have to take things
Yep.
out
We can
because I
actually
realize that I
make this
can't
easy
get
on
to
ourselves.
something.
Yep.
Or, yeah.
And that's kind of happened here, even when we've been working on the build. And so, as they're kind of going through this stuff and working through it, right? Like
But that's how you learn,
Yep.
right? It's through that trial and error.
yeah. And this more than anything, right? It's like, oh, I need 4 millimeters off instead of 3 millimeters or whatever it is, right? So there's just a ton of things that you got to kind of prepare for as you go through and get this stuff done. But like, it's just a lot of measuring, a lot of just kind of getting things filled in. Have you learned a lot doing this, Butters?
Absolutely.
Are you ready to do your own, you think?
I think if I sit down and rewatch this stream, I think I actually would be able to.
Oh, okay. Well, most of it's just stage 2's cable management. Actually, we actually haven't been cutting to any of these at all. It's just
If only
mostly
they just went with the zip ties, you know?
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable.
Team no zip
You know
tie.
I love you. I know. Okay. So I mean, yeah. So I mean, if you rewatch it, so do you think that there's doing a custom cable, a custom loop in your future?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Absolutely.
for sure.
I don't know if I'll do it anytime
We're gonna
soon.
make sure of it.
but
Oh yeah.
Okay.
he said
We're gonna make sure of it.
absolutely.
We're gonna make sure of it.
That was his goal coming into this. He said,
Yes.
I'm going to make sure you are so comfortable enough to do this. He wants to make sure everybody who watches the stream is comfortable enough to
So
do
are we
Exactly.
ready? Are we ready to put this in yet, or no?
Just a little bit more to shave off.
Okay.
And that's also one of the reasons I like this tool, because it makes it a lot easier to shave just a little bit off versus trying to cut it with a handsaw and having awkward angles and everything.
Okay, here you go. Turns it on again. Power tools.
Well, he makes a good point because a lot of times when I measure out, then I go to shave some off and I make it too short. So there I
Yeah.
am, like redoing a.
Do you mark your tubes?
Sometimes I do.
What
Only
do you
the
use
first
for your
time.
marking?
Sometimes I just use a permanent marker.
Like a permanent marker, yeah. And just knowing that, like, I
Yeah.
hope that all goes away. Yeah, it's funny. It's like one of those things. I love talking to other DIY watercolors to just kind of learn their little methods and stuff like that. So, but this can be a very time-consuming experience, right?
Absolutely.
Because like if you're cutting every time, you're like, oh, I'm just a little bit off, right? And then if you have one of those crooked tubes, man, it just throws the whole thing off.
Yep, and we're within an hour going to have this plumbed and ready to go. So
Well, let's go. You're making me nervous.
that's the goal.
This would take me a lot longer than an hour. We got the pro here.
Yep.
That's a word for it.
I've actually just enjoyed watching Deb's face throughout this whole thing because she's like, all in all, she's starting to look at this and like he's so calm, cool, and collected. She's just having a good time, and Deb's like, this has got to turn on.
Look, when it's the 13th hour, and you've got to have it ready for an event.
Yeah, that's.
I've
true.
been
He's
there.
used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've never had to do that. Well, sort of, right? Like I've had to do some for like when we do competitions and stuff like that. But yeah, I guess I've never had anything where it's like, it's usually I'm like, okay, well this has to be done in 2 days, so I guess I better sit down and actually do this now. So.
And this is where, once you're finally ready to put it in, just knowing what's going to orient the best and make it the easiest can be helpful.
Yeah.
Because if I put the top one in first to the actual radiator, it's going to be
You
impossible.
want to put the fittings in though, like the tops of the fittings?
I want to make sure it fits first.
Oh, got it.
The hats?
Yeah, the hats.
Nope.
You're good.
Is that what they're called? Is that the technical
That's
term?
what I call them.
Okay.
What are they called, Jake?
What are these
Uh,
called?
compression collars.
Oh, compression collars. Ooh,
No,
look at that.
the plastic hats.
The little ones for the PTG.
Yeah.
I was talking about these.
Oh, so I guess you don't need that in the.
Yeah. So like I was saying, like you like the okay. So we do we are. This is it. This is going in.
Yes.
Okay.
Eventually.
And the other thing too is like he is working out too. So like all in all, like he's gaining muscle mass.
So
Right
many
now.
gains.
So many gains.
So many gains.
Yeah. So he's got to, if he needs to prepare for like a boxing match or anything like that, this is a good workout for that as well.
And this is one of the least fun parts is one, just everything fitting. But you want to be careful when you're working with the compression collars and having to apply force to the tubing and everything, because you don't want to have the compression collar catch and scratch the tubing.
Oh,
Which
yeah,
is what
for
I'm trying
sure.
to do avoid right now.
It's so much
It
strength.
requires a lot of muscle.
It does.
It does.
It does. Yeah. So if you have no arm muscle, hire somebody.
Yeah.
And you can call 1-800-RENT-A-DEB. Have her come to your house and muscle it in.
Okay.
And we're gonna be here for the first tube to be put in, and then we'll pop on over. It looks like JJ's actually got everything lit up and ready to go.
I've been looking over in that direction. Those are some LED lights. Let me tell
Yeah,
you.
I know. It looks.
It's
They did
gorgeous.
It
so
looks
good.
real good.
It does.
You can see it from a mile away.
Yeah.
I mean, this isn't a mile, but it feels like it.
No, that is far from a mile.
You're right.
But you were still your point still stands. Okay.
Look at that.
We got
That's
one
the first
in.
one.
Woo!
Yay!
Oh, one! Look at that. We have a tube
Spin that around.
Look at that.
Show the world the
And then
beauty
we
of.
only have 300 more tubes to go.
All right.
No
I think your
pressure.
math might
No
be a little
pressure.
You
off.
got this.
Okay. Okay, let's pop on over. Oh, and he's got the background. What is this?
Got it.
Slam. Da 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 da. Just shake your. Okay, wait. Go ahead.
So yeah, I mean, we got pretty much every. I wasn't able to 100% finish everything last off just because we need to actually get a firmware update, and I don't have the system connected online, but I pretty much got everything dialed in there, added in my wallpaper, and like I said, I dropped that little teaser in the not too distant future. You're going to be able to have that awesome Aura Sync wallpaper experience, which when you guys get to be able to chill in on.
Wallpaper as in like digital wallpaper.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like literally wallpaper. I was like,
no.
wait, RGB wallpaper? That would have been, come on, that would have been amazing though. If there was RGB wall, am I the only person who got excited about that? Okay.
It's okay. We can all dream, man.
Okay. Thanks,
We can all dream.
Okay,
well,
got it.
Well, to clarify, it's dynamic.
Yeah, so that's, yeah,
So it will actually align with your lighting,
That's pretty
right?
rad, yeah,
so it's actually a dynamic wallpaper, right? So Ari's going to go ahead and help us to finish off our build here now that we've got our Tifa build pretty much finalized with the actual.
Before we do that,
yellow.
you can win this. And how do you enter?
You enter code TOUGH.
Hey, yeah, code Tough, but you can go on the Gleam link.
Or that,
Gleam,
yeah.
it's in the channel. Tough was one of the codes.
Yeah.
What was the other one? Strix? And then we had a number of them, right? Yeah, so going in there, each one of those. Yeah,
Tough,
Strix.
Swag.
And yeah, so there you go. There's some, definitely get those in there. Those are coming in, links in the chat. Now we can do the big peel. You were excited about this. I was just like trying to start, wait, no, we're ready. I'm just kidding. No, we're ready.
Does it look
Got
okay?
that. Deb, the peel.
So nice.
Oh, I love the yellow on the bottom.
Yeah. Yeah, and
that looks so good. That looks so good.
And I definitely think that nice those, like I said, those two small upgrades that we made just by adding in that strip down there at the bottom to give us a little bit of soft just lighting, which reflects against the base of the white, along with that rear Halos fan frame where we still kept it black, which also, like you said, playing around with things, don't always necessarily think the RGB fan is the right way to go.
Yep.
Sometimes they will present different aesthetics. And so sometimes, like you said, like a fixed LED, whether it's going to be white or blue or red, might be a better choice based on what you want. Same thing like even, I know a lot of people go like, well, you have fixed cables. Yes, I've got RGB cables down here, and we could have put RGB cables in there, but it will also add a different vibe.
Yep.
Sometimes there's something nice about having a fixed color scheme that gives you kind of a contrast and a primary color to be able to work with, right? So at the end of the day, it's PC DIY. Do it how you want it, right? And ultimately, as long as you're happy with it, don't worry about the internet.
So I'd love it. Yeah, exactly. And I think that's a great example. It's like in the end, it is about you and what you want out of the build and what you ultimately want. So I'd love to see in chat. Let's rate the build 1 out of 10. What did you guys give this, and what would you do with the build? What would you do with the build if you were to win this awesome system with that cool Tough Gaming wallpaper and everything else? This came out so good, and great job by Aru and JJ. What do you think? Are you feeling confident now in doing PC building? Like
I am.
And just getting that front panel off so we can have the finished look right here.
Yep, you're good.
And yeah, just getting in there and getting it clipped.
There
it is.
There we go.
And there you go, a completed system. Okay, so let's talk about. So let's change gears a little bit because we know that we're going to be then taking this system and you're going to be upgrading this to an AIO.
Yep.
What does that process look like? Taking the system from that point.
So actually, because we've got a really flexible chassis to be able to work with, I think actually I've got it right here. I can kind of start to show you a little bit of what that experience would be like. It's fairly straightforward. Ara was actually asking me about, because she's seeing the water cooling going on, and what's the approach, right? What would be kind of, does it make sense? And so the first thing, again, is to reinforce that this tower heatsink, if we're talking about that CPU, it's effectively going to perform about the same exact, even if we put this AI on there, or even if we went to custom water cooling.
Right.
The benefit of moving over to higher performing cooling is going to really come in a couple of different ways. One, if let's say we went in and we did some overclocking by enabling something like PBO, potentially keeping it cooler might give us a little bit of a bump up in performance.
Okay.
Not necessarily a guarantee, especially depends on our settings, right? That could be one, but that is something to keep in mind. If you go a little bit more, though, in terms of your overclocking pursuits, of course, the cooler, the better. Now, from a consideration standpoint, really the main thing that we would have to keep in mind is placement, right? And the benefit that we really have here with a nice big chassis like this is that we don't actually have any top-mounted fans. So really actually the most flexible option, although with a traditional 120 like this, a lot of people would go and mount maybe this on this rear mount.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that because I feel that that would eat a lot of space there on the side and it would take up a little bit of visual aesthetic, right? So my preference would actually be to mount this on the top, right? Move my pump housing, get that center mounted, and then just have that go up there to the top. Keep it nice and clean, right? Not have to worry about any kind of placement issues, and you'd pretty much be good to go. And that would be exactly the same if you went with one of these 120s or if you went over with something like our 240 model. Same thing. Just take advantage of the exposed facing on the top, and you would be good to go. I mean, what would be your thoughts?
Well, no, I actually absolutely agree with you. The one thing, too, is that a lot of times when you talk about pressure, especially inside of a case, right? Like the one thing is that you have 3 intake and you have a single exhaust. I would say usually with a 120, especially if you want to make sure you have a very powerful fan or maybe even a push-pull configuration in the back so you can make sure you're getting enough of that hot air outside of the case, which could be problematic, especially if you're air cooling. But because given we're AIOing, I love top mounting. It's, again, you have good pump placement because the one thing that you would definitely want is, and some of this is dependent obviously on the radiator and the pump, but in this case, you definitely want to make sure that the pump is at the highest point. So this is probably one of the most ideal setups in terms of for pump.
And that's the other benefit, right? Is that by going with the top mount, we really eliminate this concern of like, are we going to put it in a bad spot where we'd have to potentially affect about potential lifespan issues or maybe gurgling or kind of other problems that could kind of present itself. It just makes the overall process that much simpler and easier.
And so it's, again, I think that's the one thing is like for the most part topic. That's not to say that a lot of people, it's like, have watched like 1/10 of a video and made a whole call based on that whole thing. But again, we do know that from an optimal standpoint, this has a tendency to be a little bit more optimal from a lifespan stuff. So how long would a change like this take?
It actually could be done pretty quickly. I mean, if we talk about real time frame, all you would need to do is we've got, let's say here, the Tough Gaming fan. We would want to get our fan. We would mount that there, right? We've got 4 screws. 4 screws going to mount here to the top. The great thing here is that we literally pull off that fan filter that Aru put on before. We screw in essentially the radiator there. We get that locked in place. Now, the good thing is on the chassis has an opening on the back to allow us to have direct contact for this plate. So I'd probably say if you just took your time and it's the first time you would probably be doing it, probably could get this done, and I'd say about 30 to probably about 45 minutes. Probably somebody like us with more experience could probably get it done in probably 15 minutes, if not less.
Okay.
So that overall would be your time frame, but for most users, I'd probably say you could get it done within 25 to about 45 minutes.
Okay. Well, the good thing is we have an hour.
Yep.
And so do you guys think you can get it done so we can see the final thing when it's all finished and good to go?
I think we can take a stab at it.
Yeah,
We can see if maybe we can try to get it in there in time.
I think you can.
All right.
And then you're going to learn how to install an AIO. She's going to level 2. We got a second stage 2 now. Okay, so here we go. We're going to leave you guys to it, and we're going to move on over and see how things are going over here on our water-cooled side.
So we're doing some cable management here, trying to make sure everything is connected in.
And just so you know, we have stuck them on to get the AIO installed.
I hear that.
And so just keeping it going in there and keeping things going. So you guys are working on cable management. It's now getting everything ready. So as he finishes all the tubes, then it's just you can literally turn it on, do your leak testing, all that sort of stuff right now.
Fit it, fill it.
Yes. Fill it.
Yeah. So we probably should get Jake back in here so you can see.
He stepped off the scene.
We put him in the hallway so you wouldn't hear all the noise.
Oh, it's okay. I mean, for now, it's like, and then here we go. So he's coming. Oh, he's coming in with some tubes.
Speak of the individual.
He's just secretly cutting tubes back there.
And I see some stuff coming together. It looks like.
Yes, absolutely.
Guys, it's starting to look good.
Was it not looking good before?
No, I'm just saying it's starting like it's okay. Maybe the right term is it's starting to look finished.
There it is.
There you go.
It looks beautiful.
It does. And even with Deb's help, it's just
yeah.
throwing some shade. She doesn't get very much of it.
It's a group effort.
So what have we got done so far in terms of your?
So all the fans are in place.
Okay.
Right. Pretty much every cable is. We could actually, you know what? You could connect the power cables to the power supply.
Absolutely.
So you're just tightening up, and your hope at this point in time. Jake, at the end of this is basically to have all of the top stuff basically connected here in just a few minutes. Ooh, I love this.
How many tubes do we need to make, Jake, for this build? How many runs?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
7.
And we're so let's do it like the count. We've got two runs. That's what we've got done so far.
How do you do?
And then we're going to be doing 7 runs in total by the time this is all done. Man, there is a lot of muscle involved with this. Like I'm seeing this.
Actually, hold up that PSU.
Oh yeah, that PowerPoint. That's beautiful.
That
Look
is
at
a
this.
Thor
Beauty.
2.
Which I don't know if you knew this, Deb, but if you add a hammer a handle over at stage 2,
It's still got the
then you'd have
Peely
Thor's
on
hammer.
it, but
Like,
Yeah,
you could just
you
put it
would.
at
I'll
the
leave
top
that
and
to,
just-
to
yeah, you could
Aru
literally
because
just-
clearly
team.
she's the.
Look at it coming together.
Yes.
He's just getting this. He's getting the last bits in here. Man, that is a big PSU too.
I am getting a workout as we speak.
I like installing that PSU in this case though. It's actually really easy. It's easier when it's obviously laying down a little bit, but yeah, it's just definitely one of those things. It's pretty easy. Now
Yeah.
you're gonna have an opportunity to do that once he gets these two things put in. But yeah, you're just seeing the process. Guys, this is speed water cooling at this point in time, which is not what you would typically see, but it's like you said, when you get into the nth hour, you just have to get things done.
Yes.
This will be the most fun part of this.
Yeah, this one's definitely probably the most difficult of the whole process right here. So
Well, Jake wanted a challenge.
he
told
definitely
me.
I like, you know what, honestly, even though, oh, by the way, Deb, you owe Aru and JJ an RB sandwich and a DQ, a Dairy Queen.
Oh, do
sundae.
I? Do
I? Yeah, I signed you up for that
Okay.
because that was the prize. Yeah, and they get Arby's. Yes. So that's just as
She said,
I
"Don't
signed it up for a
forget."
competition and I said you were paying. So anyway, I hope you don't mind.
All good. Happy.
Going in there. Look at that. Look at us.
I know,
This bus is like all in all. Are you having fun yet?
I will after I'm done with this one.
Yeah, exactly. Is this the hardest one, you'd say?
It's the hardest, but not from a bending or cutting standpoint. It's just with the layout of the case plus the board, the power cables happen to be right in the way, and there's not really an option to get around it. So
Yeah.
that's one thing to actually point out right now, is you want to be very careful about your configurations and your setup. Depending on the parts you choose and the layout you choose, the difficulty can increase substantially. So if this was, for example, the 11 XL, it would actually be far easier just due to the additional space available.
Jake,
Okay,
put,
well,
your,
let's
put your mic a
let's
little
help your
closer to
mic
your
up a little
mouth,
bit.
yeah.
It looks like you got a little bit there.
There
you
we go.
They couldn't hear you. All they heard was blah 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 blah. I'm awesome, and I was like, wow, that's true. That's
I mean, that's the
Yeah.
truth. That is the truth.
So compatibility with all of your parts together is definitely important. It's not just about choosing the appropriate block for your PC or motherboard, making sure everything will fit physically in the case well and prevent you from having more tedious issues or frustrations. It's something to be aware of when you are especially choosing the case and the hardware inside.
So are we close on this one, or is it like still struggling?
It's struggling because I can't get it to actually seat in because of the power.
Okay, well let's go and pop over
Okay.
here. We're gonna pop over to stage 1 real quick and just take a look at. They are sailing over here.
Okay.
Sailing, take me away.
You just want to get us some those strikes, don't you?
It's okay. No, we
Thank
can,
you
wanna
for
leave?
handing me this.
It's from him.
I don't know why. I don't know what
Yeah,
that
continue,
was,
'cause
but
we're not
hey,
gonna put it in
you
a
know
case.
what?
I
We're
think
we're
it
getting
out.
everything installed, and it's just going through here. By the way, like when I look at between the 3 different spaces here, JJ, I have to say, like great organization, and I love these little
There's no
little
way I
trays.
think
You know,
this is
as
the
for
bottom
me,
of
like
the
I try to
motherboard.
separate stuff,
So
try to
if all
get, you know,
these
things
or
isolated into space,
adjustable
and
RGBs
I'm
can't
a
be
big
on
fan
this
of trying
grid,
to put things
then-
away as you go so that you don't end up with just this massive pile,
Yep.
especially at the end because you're going to have a lot of hardware, you have a lot of different things going on. It sometimes makes it easier. But essentially what we've done right here is we've got the AI cooler set up. One of the nice things with the AMD setup on this design is we don't actually have to install a backplate. We pretty much just have to put on this essentially cap right here.
And what is your thought? Like I like the tension mechanism that AMD has.
Yeah, I think it's a good design. It's flexible in terms of the way it works. It's because it's a 2-point design, and just like anything where you have 2 points, once you start to screw on one side, it can potentially end up popping out.
Right.
But as long as you balance that out, then I think it's actually a simpler and easier process for a lot of users, which is actually what we highlighted when we installed the tower cooler, right? It was simple, just hook it in, latch it in, and lock it in. So with Aru here in a moment, we're essentially going to get her to put this part of the bracket on. We're then going to take this cooler off, and we're going to start that mount process.
And so, yeah, and again, you become an expert in terms of putting the coolers and stuff on. And so
Yes.
now, by the time you're done, you
Yes.
will have fully built a PC, upgraded a PC,
Yes.
and done all-in-one liquid cooling.
Of course.
And you also get a badge. And I think with that, I think if you get that all done in time and it posts and boots, then Deb owes you a Chipotle burrito. So it's like it just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
I thought she said Arby's.
No,
right?
Arby's is what she's
Yeah,
at right
Arby's.
now, but upgrade.
Yeah,
Exactly.
upgrade
We're
gotcha.
Chipotle.
upgrade the prize. And then, so yeah, it's just, this is all going to, okay, so it looks like things are going to, so I'll let you guys get started. Okay,
Okay.
let's watch it.
Do you
let's
want to
watch
go
it.
ahead and pop back that lever so we can go ahead and get the cooler out? So remember, that one's locked in there pretty tight. And if you want, actually,
This
maybe
one right here?
Yeah, let me go ahead and just lay it down for you. So
You want me to put these peripherals back here? Are you okay? Are you?
yeah, if you can set those over, that would be great.
You're a peripheral.
I'm here to help. Somewhat.
There we go.
Okay, there we go. And there we go. Okay, I should put these back here.
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, this is
This one right here?
Yep. So yeah,
The
we got
black
that
one, right?
Yeah, we got that latch. Yeah. So essentially, what she's showing off there is right here. We've got that
Oh, yeah.
latch, and we just need to move it from the locked position over into the unlocked position.
And then I unplug these.
Yep. And so she's removing that fan header. So we pretty much just need to take the old cooler out, right, and go through it. Now the question mark from a lot of people will be, it's already got thermal compound. Yep. We can go ahead and disconnect it. So what are we going to do, right? Do we actually wipe the thermal compound out? Because, as we'll see.
Oh, do you need a pad, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got one over here too
Oh, you got
that I
one.
can
Okay,
use. But our new, of course, AIO already has thermal compound on it. So ideally, the amount that's on there, it's not like it's
Yeah.
excessive. So in reality, some people might be like, oh, it's a bad idea. You could actually pretty much just mount this straight and not even have to wipe anything off, because there's actually not too much that you would impede the thermal, essentially the thermal interface material.
And we actually did a whole video showing that it's actually really hard to apply too much thermal paste.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only thing it does, it causes a mess.
Yeah, and the main concern from a manufacturer standpoint is what I'll tell you is that what you do have to be careful about, and if you go a little bit tight right here, is that if you apply too much and we get a little tight, we take out this CPU right here, is that the thermal compound could actually get into the CPU socket. And that is where things can be problematic, because if the thermal compound makes contact, although you don't see them, there are pins underneath this, and that can actually cause issues.
Yep.
So putting too much is, I think, a little bit of an issue. But in our situation, as we see, this is just really a perfect amount in terms of what's pre-applied. And then what we already have inside here, it's a very small amount. So we could not wipe it off, but I am going to go ahead and wipe it off just so that we can go ahead and have it clean for the base on this side. But if you were in this kind of upgrade situation, especially if, let's say, maybe you didn't do the upgrade for, I don't know, 6 months, a year, right? Keep in mind, most thermal compound, a lot of people sometimes will be like, oh, it's been 6 months, I need to change it. Most thermal compound has a minimum rated lifespan of 3 to as much as 6+
Yeah.
years.
Yeah, it
so
lasts
you,
a long time.
You don't actually really need to change it frequently. So, yep, I'm going to go ahead and wipe this off. Ideally, my recommendation is that you have it use at least 90% grade alcohol. Clean it off, and you're good to go.
We have some Noctua ones if you want to use that instead. It's up to you.
Sure,
Okay.
that's fine. If we got
Hey,
wipes,
Deb, do we have
whatever
another
it
one
might
of the Noctua wipes over here?
be. If you want to wipe it off.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much what we want to do. Is just so that when we make
Perfect.
that new
And
contact
here you
right
are,
there.
sir.
Okay.
There's some nice.
Crack that one open. And I'm gonna
I didn't want you to have to. This is a very pretty. It's a nice cable.
Oh, well, that's the way I do it. I mean, personally, for me, I tried. So it's part of the reason why I use cable wraps. I do try to be mindful of stuff that I can.
Yeah.
I actually have just a couple of consistent rags, and I just wash them.
Yep.
And
I just
keep
wipe
using-
it?
Yep, just wipe it. And the other part of the reason why I actually like sometimes a bigger item than, let's say, something like a pre-moistened wipe is also because I can keep using just more parts of it, right? You know, if I need a little bit more surface area. Yep, so a little bit more there on the sides, and we're overall getting that pretty clean.
Look at that.
And there in a moment. Yep. So yeah, of course it's just gonna, we'll wipe that free, or of course it'll start to dry out pretty quickly.
Yeah, that's the nice thing about that alcohol is this. It just
It'll evaporate.
evaporate.
Yep.
That's the word I was looking for.
And so from there, we can see that we've got the hooks. And of course, if we look at our retention, right, again, right there, we can see that what we're going to end up doing is we're going to drop this guy in place. It's going to be pretty much like this. So we're going to take this guy, hook it in, and then that will make the contact. So if you remember before where we had the cooler that was just going straight there, instead, this bracket's going to go on this portion right here. We pretty much just get it locked into place, and we're going to end up dropping that in. So we're just going to be swapping those out. So the first thing, though, we're going to do is we will mount this radiator first to the top, just so that we don't have this kind of hanging off. Yep. So let's go ahead and start to do that part.
And this is that one that you have to use that little hold bracket in, right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Where you got the little pin guy.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
You're learning a lot, huh? You are. I think this is awesome. Like you're basically, you've taken like PC building 101, 102, 103, 110, 120, 220, 250, and 320 all at the same time.
Yeah.
You haven't done anything. So I'm gonna put you in the hot seat. Why don't you mount the rad?
Mount the rad?
Yeah. Why don't you mount the rad?
Oh, okay. You want to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you know how to do that?
No, I've never done that before in my life. So we'll. Do you want to do fan? You're doing fan below.
Why don't you're the pro here. So.
I am, huh? Okay,
Yeah.
well, I'm going to do it my way then. So go from there. Where's
So
our
why don't you? That's a great question. So why don't you let us know?
You know what? I just put my hands all over.
Oh,
I
no.
didn't.
No,
Okay,
no,
good,
you
I'm
missed
good.
it. You
Okay,
missed
good.
it.
I was just thinking about that.
So why don't you let us know your way? What is your
So
way
it's
that you
for
wanna
me,
go?
it's just an aesthetic thing. Some people like to have the tubes go over the I/O shield. I like to have the tubes wrap around the GPU. So wrap around the memory. You can make the call in terms of how would you prefer to have the tubes, since this is kind of your baby. You can have this option where you kind of highlight like this, and you can highlight the RGB a little bit. The other option is basically like this, where you essentially have, because there's no RGB over this, then I don't like to cover the thing, but this is the other option right here.
I like the first option.
You like the first option? Okay, then that's what we shall do. Where's our screws?
She's got them right over there.
Right over there. Okay, so cool. So what we're going to do is I'm literally going to...
You want me to get those out for you?
Yes. First I'm going to put a fan on this, though.
Bracelet.
There it is. Okay, cool. So one thing I like to do is you want to make sure that your fan cable is towards the back. So what I'm doing is I'm sitting this like this, and then see how the cable's going towards the back. That's so I can route it this way. So since I'm doing it this way, I'm just going to pop it in and make sure that my cables are going the right way, and then popping it down like that. And now I'm going to remove this unused, not needed cooler. Just kidding, I'm not gonna throw it. That would be pretty epic though, and I'm going to go ahead and mount right here. So then I'm going to take my screws, and then I'm going to use my washers and get this mounted. And so big thing for here is just, what I like to do is just get them started in each corner, and then after that I'll tighten them down. In this case, I usually use what's called the WOW stick. I love the WOW stick. It's an electric screwdriver. But it's just, and then I'll start it by getting it started in each corner.
Yeah, and I agree with your approach as far as just going always on alternate sides.
Yep.
Because alternate sides just helps to make sure that we got even distribution of force, so that you don't have essentially your fan popping out. And that's the same way that you remember we installed actually our Halos fan frames, right, Aubrey?
Yep. So that's all I'm going to do is get those started, and then I'll start them with my fingers, and then I'll use a screwdriver at the end. But it's just that way, if you get them started, then you're just basically have even pressure across the whole thing.
Yeah.
Just pretty straightforward.
And a lot of people always ask, like, how much is essentially too force? Really, actually, what I tell most people is go finger tight.
Yep.
There's no reason to essentially over torque anything, because you'll probably end up snapping something. So if you get to the point that you get finger tight, you're going to be pretty much good to go. And the other thing that you want to sometimes be mindful of, that I don't see talked about a lot of times in build videos or content online, is that there is vibration that happens over a period of time. And this also happens actually in custom water-cooled systems with the things like fittings. So sometimes it's not a bad idea, like after maybe 3 months or even 6 months, go back and just double check your screws. Do they feel like they've essentially come out a little bit? And that's just because there's a little bit of vibration. And so if you just keep those a little bit taut, then you're good to go. You don't have to do it 3 months. My recommendation would at least be twice a year. Just once every 6 months, double check some of those key screws. Do they still feel taut? If they still feel taut, then you're good. Don't worry about it.
So now what I'm going to do is I'm basically, and let me ask you a question that for me, I always install this on my CPU header. Main reason for that I do that is that a lot of people sit there and say, oh, I'll put the fan on the CPU header, but I do the AIO for the simple reason that these have a tendency to fail faster than fans do. So if they do fail, which they do sometimes, so that way the BIOS will throw an error that says, hey, I'm not getting anything out of that. Do you do the same thing, or do you use the AIO pump
It's
header?
not a bad idea, but technically the way that we do design things, the AIO pump header is the right header. And the main reason being, and actually we can show a close-up of this, specifically what's being talked about here, is that if we take a look here at those two headers, there's one that says AIO pump, and then another one that actually says chassis fan header. The AIO pump header that we have on here has been specifically tuned and set for that pump. And the reason why this is important is it runs at 100% default operation, which is the way that the pump vendor has designed it. If we connect it technically to the CPU fan header, it will actually oscillate. And that could actually lead to potentially degraded lifespan. So you could set the pump header to 100%, and then it would be the same as the AIO pump header. So if you do that change,
which is what we do.
Yeah, if you do that change, then you're totally fine. You could go with ever one that you want. But if you want to just like be easy and you don't want to have to worry about like, hey, maybe making a change, then use the AIO pump header.
And so the main reason is, like I said, we have had a number of these, not ASUS, but we've had a number of these that have failed. And so that way it's like, oh yeah, I got an error in my BIOS that says that I'm not getting anything, and they're like, oh, okay, your pump's dead.
It's a good tip, and I think what your point there is that it gives you kind of like a backup safety mechanism to let your system know that, hey, if something went down, then you would do that. Now, one thing that also keep in mind is that the motherboard does actually have a CPU safeguard. So essentially, let's say that pump failed, or let's say maybe the fan stopped working and the system got too hot, it will turn off. It will just essentially get to a point where it gets too hot. It's kind of like you, if you were running out like at 100-degree weather, you'd probably pass out.
Yeah.
Same thing, the system actually will get too hot and it will shut down. And as long as you're conscious of that shutdown, when you probably go back to turn it on, you would get an error message that would tell you that the system was too hot. And then you would probably want to go back and check your stuff. If everything seemed like it was okay, then you could get back up and running.
So I'm actually gonna still do what I said, even though we'll just change that in the BIOS. Main reason being is I like the cable cleaning this a little bit better, so I'm gonna go ahead and do that anyway. Okay, cool. So we got that set now. Now I'm just gonna mount the radiator real quick. Same thing. I'm just gonna go alternating here.
You want me to hold it for you?
I think so. Let me find the right set here. So we could go all the way to the back. We're a little bit blocked. We should be okay there. There we go. I think I'm okay. I'm gonna Henry Cavill this.
Oh, okay. One-handed operation.
One-handed operation here. And I'm actually gonna go ahead and use the screwdriver. Which is like, I like your mat. The one thing is because I have to build all of these usually by myself.
Yep.
I have like this, it does such a good job of holding it down. I'm finding myself like, it's too good, the magnetism.
Yeah, well, that's the same reason why when I showed you guys using a magnetic tip, right, is that some people always think, oh, buying a magnetic screwdriver is always the best option. Actually, sometimes it isn't. Sometimes you don't want the screw to be magnetized. You actually want some flexibility to either move it or reposition it, and when it's locked in place. So that's the reason why I prefer using something like a magnetizer, where I can go ahead and demagnetize my tip or magnetize it when I want to. And it's great because it'll work with any screwdriver, as opposed to where if you worry about that.
Which I've actually never, that's actually a really smart idea. And that's one of the things I love about things like these kind of like PC DIY days, is that you have a chance to learn things that you never, like you were like, oh, I never thought about. Like we talked about the AIO installation, where I was like, oh, this is one way to do a front mounted without having to be too crazy, or like a demagnetizer, or or you having something that lets you add or remove magnetization, which is actually pretty cool.
And that's, like you said, you nailed it. And that, the community, that's the great thing about bringing in so many different people in that had different experiences. And even one of the things I enjoy, like having somebody like Aru for the first time doing something like this, will ask questions, because sometimes what they might seem as being something that might be like a simple question actually has a lot of context to it. It's like, why is that being applied that way? And it might cause you to question, like, actually, maybe I should do it a different way because I'm just used to doing it that way, or something like that. So
okay, well, your rad is mounted. I've got your cable running to the back already for you.
There we go.
There we go. I actually got to do something. Deb, they let me install stuff. Look at that. They let me do some PC building.
Congrats.
Thank you. Oh, thanks. And this is my monocle.
Okay.
This is my monocle. I can see the future. And in the future, this will turn on. Just so you know, Deb.
You can see right there that we
with the monocle, I can see that will turn on. I can see it lit and ready to go.
We may have to take
oh
those
man, this
bottom.
team keeps growing.
Did you get it?
This team is getting bigger
You have
and
to
bigger.
take the fans out.
Yeah,
It's a
unless you
task.
have really
Okay,
skinny
so let's
hands.
pop over to stage. Let's pop over to stage 2 real quick, and just take a look at what's going on over here. It looks like we are booted. Windows 11. Can I get a what?
What?
Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. It's all on, and it's like lights are going and all that sort of stuff. That looks great. That looks so good. Now, you guys did have some issues.
There were some issues, and
so let's talk a little bit about what it took to finally get to this point. Because I mean, like again, just let's not worry about just PC DIY, right? Like all in all, it's part of PC DIY is there is fail. Like there is learning. There are things where things don't go. So let's talk a little bit about what it took to actually get this stuff set up.
Honestly, the main thing was we were having some trouble getting the DisplayPort plugged in to the GPU. And it turned out when we had gotten it in there, it wasn't seated all the way.
Okay.
So we were able to get it in. We also, Jake came and helped us out. He gave a blood sacrifice.
Oh, no.
He was able to slice his finger on something a little bit sharp in there, and then booted right after that.
Wow. So basically, here's the deal. If your PC does not boot, donate blood.
Donate blood.
At a local Red Cross, not on the PC.
Not on the PC.
But go donate, some blood, and then afterwards, more than likely, your PC will just boot just fine, right? And so, and you're saving lives.
Yes, but honestly, to really answer that question, so it comes down to troubleshooting. And when it comes to a PC, you want to troubleshoot physical first. Make sure all of your cables are plugged in correctly. And in our case, that's all it was. Because it is a you can't see in here because it's a very tight squeeze.
Right.
But there is so little room to actually maneuver that. So if you don't have it in just right, it's not going to go. But if that wasn't the issue, then we'd start testing each individual piece to make sure, is the GPU working? Is the RAM good? We'd take out a stick of RAM, and then if that didn't work, swap with the other one, and a lot of times that'll fix it. You find out what's wrong.
Yeah.
But it's just troubleshooting.
It is funny, right? Like I have a really funny story. One time, we were just about to go onto a stream, and I went to go turn on my streaming PC, and I hit the power switch, and it didn't turn on. And I was like, oh no. I was like, did I just lose? And it's just like, half an hour before the thing, well, actually it was like 15 minutes before we started streaming. It's like last thing you expect.
Mm-hmm.
So what we did is, me and my buddy were we're basically in the office. We're like, okay, we're just going to switch out the PSU. It's probably the PSU issue. We're going to get it all switched out, do it as fast as possible. Told the whole world our stream is going to be a little bit late.
Yep.
So I go into the resource room, we grab another PSU, get it all switched out, get it all plugged in. Took about 25 minutes to get the whole thing re-cable managed, hit the power button, it didn't work. I was like, what? And then I went and looked over, and the power bar had been turned off.
Yep.
And I was like, no!
Check
so
those physical connections.
Check those physical connections. So as bad as it sounds, before you start going and being like, because for us it was like, this is awesome. We're having a flex mode. We're going to switch out PSU. And then in the end, I didn't even need to because, like, all in all, like it was just the power bar that was off, not necessarily the thing. So again, taking the time. My kind of advice, and I think you would probably mimic this, is take a step back. Take a moment, and then just breathe, and then from there.
Yes, take a breath. Walk away from it sometimes. If you've been working on it for hours, you really get hyper focused on what you're doing.
Yep.
And sometimes you just need to take a step back, just step outside, get some fresh air, and then you can tackle it with a new mind.
Yep.
And a lot of times, like it is, it's just the power strip wasn't turned on.
And speaking of taking a step back, we should take a step back out of here. It's been a while since we've checked things out over at the command center, and I heard that there's some stuff happening over there. So why don't we take a step back here? We will be back to build, and let's go check out what's going on over there.
Okay, guys, welcome back to the command center where we are prepping for another giveaway. But before we get to that, we want to talk a little bit about one of the great initiatives that we do here at ASUS, and that is the Build Together, Give Together, where we have some great partners that helped us do something really awesome this year.
Yeah, so over the summer and into September, and actually through October, we had a charity campaign called Build Together, Give Together. And a lot of our the partners and their CEOs actually built PCs and then donated them to 3 of our charity partners, Child's Play, Make-A-Wish, and Gamers Outreach. And along with the PCs that were built during that campaign and some additional PCs that were built by influencers, we had just around 20 PCs that were donated. And it was just a really, I think, an amazing initiative of PC building and PC DIY. And I felt that it was important to just mention and kind of also give thanks to everyone who did participate in that.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of cool things happened this year.
Yep.
It's hard times. It's every little bit of good that we can do. So we really want to thank our partners for helping us do something really awesome, like build together, give together.
Definitely. And thank you actually to people that are watching that also participated in that, because we also had a community charity portion where many of you donated to these charities. So thank you for giving. And yeah, some of those PCs actually went to children who wished for a gaming PC, which is amazing.
That's the coolest thing in the world. Yeah.
Yeah. So
nothing quite like that. But speaking about giving stuff away, we've got one final live giveaway to do here on the stream. We've got 4 more hats signed by Booga.
The one and only Booga.
Fortnite legend. And we are going to start the giveaway in the chat. Type Booga in all caps, B-U-G-H-A to enter.
Yep.
Now, the guys are talking about it over at Station 2. This happened off screen. Blood sacrifice, just showing the proof here that we did indeed.
Oh yeah, I got it too, actually.
Actually,
they had to tell me. I had it dripping down my arm. I was like, oh, great. It's part of the allures of PC building.
It really is. I mean, is the PC truly one of us?
Well, so for people out there that don't know, I do a lot of PC building videos, and I often sometimes am told, like, your fingers are so, like, mashed up and, like, are you okay? But it's because you're, like, right now I have cuts all over my hands just from trying to
bending and
squeeze
trying
your
to
fingers
get,
in. And
I mean, that mini ITX, like, it ruined my hands just trying to feed through some HDMI cables. Nothing fancy.
Yeah,
That's
well,
it.
That case particularly. You have
Almost.
to take a few things out to get it in, put it back into place.
Yeah, it's
So make sure you're dropping in Booga into the chat.
all caps.
This is your last chance to get these
B-U-G-H-A.
hats. We have 4 right here that we're giving away.
Signed by a esports legend.
That's right.
Made history at a young age. Won the
Thank
Fortnite
you, Booga, for
World
doing
Cup.
this.
Yeah.
Like, we drop shipped these to you, and you signed them and got them back in time. So we appreciate that.
Yeah, really, really quite cool. I want to give a shout out to my buddy that plays second to Booga, Psalm. He used to be a pro player in Heroes of the Storm, which is a game I used to commentate, and he lost to Booga because Booga is the legend.
He is a legend.
Okay.
It's pretty cool.
We're going to give you guys another 15 seconds or so.
15 seconds.
Close the entries and giveaways, but we are, winding down here. Got about another half hour in PC DIY day.
Yeah.
We've seen
there's a lot of action going on
there's a
right
lot
now.
to go
a lot
on.
of hands, a lot of people coming together.
You got to give me the authentic opinion. Do you think that this liquid cooled build will make it in time? Because when we first started planning this, 5 hours to do a build like that is like we could never do it.
No, and we stalled it, and we've been talking and going over things.
Of course.
So that eats into the build time. So it's definitely getting done.
Yeah. Okay.
So whether or not it gets done, I hope it gets done in 20 minutes. If not, it's going to get done probably in the 20 minutes after the cameras turn off. But
we'll have to keep rolling.
Yeah, it's definitely getting done today.
Okay, we are going to close the entries and pick our 4 winners right now. Winner number 1, the House of Tom.
The House of Tom! You won a Booga hat. Congratulations, House of Tom.
Winner number 2, Elegma.
Elegma! Nice. I like it.
Winner number 3, Carabanog Rabbit.
Carabanog Rabbit.
Monty Python.
Wow.
Classic.
Awesome.
He's a regular on our Twitch streams. Shout out to you.
Congratulations.
And winner number 4, Gemini Fangs.
Gemini Fangs. You are the lucky person to win the last Booga giveaway hat. Thank you, Booga, again for signing those. That was really cool of you.
Yeah. Congrats to everyone.
Right,
and we are going to throw it back to Justin over in the pit and see what's going on.
Yeah.
Okay, so we now have a mounted, we're getting super close to having this one done.
Yep.
Stage 2 is done. They're like, oh, he's over there chilling. I think
I'm
I'm
waiting.
going to be done for the second
yeah,
time.
he's going to be done. Now, JJ had to be like, he had to be super quick.
Actually, I'm going to be done for the third time because I calibrated my
yeah, that's right.
RGB
And you
lighting
did your
software
RGB
too.
and all that
He's
sort
so
of stuff.
fast, he can build it 3
Yeah,
times.
he's done it 3 times in the time that you guys.
Well, I had a really good partner.
Yeah,
too.
you did. Yeah, you did. And so, and then you've ordered some Portillo's, so there's some good food on the way for you. And then we're over here now and we're just finishing out the tubing. Now, I will give you guys an FYI. We're going to pop this back up. The Tough logo is going to, we decided to go a little off center, so we're giving it a little flare on this one. But again, we'll basically get all that squared away by the time it gets to you. But again, just wanted to sit there and get it in so you guys can see what that process would look like. We are, just a little bit, like you said, just that half an hour, and all we've got left is just to connect those 2 cables. That's all there is really at this point.
Yeah, well, that's one of the nicer things too about working with, let's say, more basic AIO. So like our Tough Gaming AIO, as well as our Strix LC series. You don't have to have any like third-party controllers or anything where there's a lot more cables. Literally, you've just got that AIO cable that you talked about, right, for the pump. And then you've got your RGB cable that you have to connect, right? And then from there, the fan cable, which would connect to, your fan header, and then that's it. So it is a nice, more simplified type of setup than you would have compared to many other kind of builds, right?
So yeah, we're super close to here, and everything is looking good. Aru is back. She is coming back in just in time. So she actually flew home, fed her dog, and now is back, which was actually pretty impressive. So I don't actually know if you have a dog, but it sounded good.
I have 2 dogs.
So we're getting really close to actually having the rest of this hooked up, and then we'll be ready for you to do another power on, Aru.
Yeah, and the one thing too also that we would want to keep in mind is remember we did show that on the Spire cooler, it does have those additional cables. So you'd still have those cables in that system. So you would want to keep in mind that like if you're doing this as an upgrade and you were using this specific type of cooling solution, you would kind of want to end up pulling these out of the system because there wouldn't be any value to it,
there's
right?
no value to them.
Yeah, there's no, and you wouldn't want later on be like, why do I have 2 cables in my system that are of no value?
And
right?
the other thing too is like there will be a point when you're, year or 2 down the line, you're taking it apart, like what were these supposed to be plugged into? And I've actually had circumstances where people have forgotten about those things and then go to try to force them into locations because they think they need to be plugged in because they think that's why their system is, So he is absolutely right. If you should not have extra stuff in your PC if you do not need it, especially because you will get confused, especially if it's just not something you do all the time.
Yep. So let me just get our I got to get our 3-pin ARGB cable.
He's just getting them all. He's figuring it all out and pulling that thing in. Okay, so.
Okay.
So here we go.
Do you want to, do you see the peel that we've got for our pump head?
There we go.
Yeah.
Here we go. We're getting ready
Do you
for
want me
another
to take
peel.
it off?
Yep.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right now?
Actually, hold on for 1 second because we'll get it set down because right now we'll do that when the whole camera can see. Don't be
Fine.
sad. Okay, fine. So I think one little thing that maybe while we're letting JJ is why don't we learn a little bit about you? Because some people are here and they're learning things about PC building. But if somebody was going to tune into your channel, what are some of the things they'd see? Like what are some of the things that you do stream and et cetera, or a little bit just about you in general?
I'm very different on stream.
Okay.
Like right now, I'm very shy. As you can see, I'm starting to not get shy,
Right.
but on my stream, because like I was saying, like my environment has to be very comfortable for me. It has to be my safe space, having things that I like there to make me comfortable. So I'm more comfortable on my stream. I'm a lot angrier than I am now.
Wow.
Yeah. It is.
What
Yeah,
is
very-
that like?
what
So
do you
what
mean
would you
angrier?
be angry at?
Just when I play games, I get very, very angry.
Okay.
Like very competitive.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would not have pictured that. Now I'm afraid. I'm
Yes.
genuinely okay. I should. Yeah. What's
Huh?
yeah? What like?
Angry like Warface for the camera.
Where's the camera?
The camera's right there. Camera's right there. Yeah. What would an angry look be? Like what would make you mad? Like what's like something that would happen on stream that would make you mad?
People steal my stars in Mario Party
Okay,
for
there
no
we go.
reason.
Okay, so somebody stole your
I know,
stars.
it's like,
Somebody stole your star. There you go. That's awesome. That's like legit. Like that was terrifying. Okay, so you are a variety streamer though.
yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
and then what are like I know variety streamers, they stream a lot of different stuff, but do you have some mainstays at all for games that you have a tendency to play?
I like the Souls games, so like Dark Souls,
Okay.
Elden Ring. I'm really excited for. I got
Have
to
you got
play
to play
it.
it? Oh.
Yeah, I was in
Yeah, okay,
the
so I'm
closed
super
beta.
jealous of you.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So yeah, Elden Ring looks super good. I tried Demon Souls. I just never finished it. I liked it. I just never got around to finishing it, the remake for the PS5. So I like the Souls games. I liked Sekiro, Ghost of Tsushima. My favorite game is Final Fantasy VII.
Okay. Yeah, and that's the one with.
Have you played the remaster?
Yeah, that's my favorite actually. Yeah.
So what did you think about the remaster?
Well, in the original, I really didn't care for Aerith too much. Like, I liked her, but she was never my favorite.
Yeah.
And now in the remake, Aerith is my favorite Final Fantasy character. I really like her. I really like the remake is awesome. I'm hoping that we get like a Final Fantasy VIII remake or a Final Fantasy X remake. Like, it's not gonna happen.
And so fun.
9, you want 8, and you like 8 and 10.
Mimi, right? Like Mimi.
I never played 9.
Oh, 9 is great.
You like 7,
Then
and
would
you've
like-
never played 9.
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
I
should
never
play-
got around to playing 9.
You need to
play
fix
9.
that.
And 7, I mean, my favorite character in 7 is Yuna, and
You're the worst.
I had a
Yeah,
question.
me too.
Speaking of characters, right? So for you, Jake, who's your favorite worldview character?
Not Omni.
Really?
Yeah.
Not Omni.
Yeah.
A lot of people like Omni.
Yeah, Omni's not my friend right now.
Oh,
We're fighting.
okay.
We're
Okay, you're fighting,
yeah.
right? Is it
You're fighting?
Some,
Yeah.
Some bot issues
Yeah,
there.
yeah,
you
We're
got?
gonna go with Horseman.
Okay, you're gonna go with Horseman, the original, the classic.
Well, see, I want them to put me in the worldview, right? Why am I not a character?
That this is an interesting. So,
As Horseman? Those are the ROG characters.
yeah.
that I
So
don't know.
for essentially people that don't know what we're talking about here is actually if you check out actually our website, you can go to rog.saga.com. It's pretty cool. There's actually an entire like ROG worldview. So when you see ROG
Yeah, it's
products,
those guys.
there's a lot of actually design that's in subtle ways. It's been baked into our product, and this has actually been a big part of the kind of like the mythos, literally over the years that we've been developing. Essentially, kind of this identity that extends beyond just the product and this world that essentially all of our products exist inside of. And so we've got this ever increasing kind of lineup of characters that have an entire backstory and history.
And there's a whole Steam game called the ROG Citadel 14 where you can log in and like check out the ROG verse and like get to meet some of the characters. There's some mini games you can play. We used that as like a virtual show floor last year at CES.
Yep.
We might do it again. I don't know.
Yeah, and we've been also working on pushing out bigger bio stories for these key characters over kind of the last like about month or two. So I think the next one is we'll have a full background story on Akira, who is for many people one of their favorite characters.
One of the cooler characters, yeah.
He's just got a really cool stylized aesthetic, of course, Japanese, right, where he's got the samurai sword, kind of Ronin type character. So if you want to find out about the worldview characters, check it out. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, Saga website.
There you go. So and then if people wanted to find you, like they were like wanting to tune into your, no, we're ready to turn it on.
Oh, not yet. I think I got one cable missing because I had to run in a splitter to get to there, but I want to double check it, make sure that we've got our pump header active. Okay, go for it.
Okay, so if people wanted to tune in, they wanted to check you out, like where would they go?
Everywhere.
Your Twitch URL?
I mean, it's like you can find me on Twitch under Aru. You can find me on TikTok at DevVDR. You can find me on YouTube as Anime Gamer 06.
Why are you? What
That's
did I say?
wonderful.
So funny?
Anime Gamer 06.
I made it in middle school, and I didn't think it was going to be incorporated into my brand, but I can't change my URL.
Right.
So I'm always going to be youtube.com/AnimeGamer06 because I
funny.
can't change it.
Yes,
that's the URL. I can't change it because YouTube's
That
like,
is
you've
your-
already changed it. You're
That is
not
your
changing
persona.
it.
That is you.
That's
I
fantastic.
hate it. I was in middle school. I was in middle school.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's
somewhere
so
in my life,
bad. It's
something
so
from-
bad. I
like
hate it.
like an account from middle school or something. It's like, oh, well, you have to use that, and you're like,
Yeah,
oh,
exactly.
I'm
And you can't change
Yeah.
it.
Muad'Dib, a trade.
So we're gonna pop over real quick to stage 3. We'll come back to that story here a little bit later, and then we'll get this turned on and get everything ready for the third reveal of this machine. And then let's pop it over. What's going on over here, Deb?
Well,
You're just walking around.
Yeah, no,
Take
I
a
am.
gander. Just look at this beauty.
I think it's looking absolutely
I think it
gorgeous.
looks amazing.
It is.
Look at this.
And okay, so what I'm seeing is that we've got some offsets in
Yep.
here now. We've got tube here, tube up there. It's not quite in yet, but looks like. And in the background, you guys can't hear it. You hear power
Jake
tools.
is hustling.
Yeah. Every day is hustling.
But I mean, they got all the cables.
You should go on TikTok.
Yeah.
They even have look.
I am
Look
on
at it.
TikTok.
The whole back is cleaned
Yeah.
up.
Oh, look at
that.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh man, wait a minute. Whose cable management was this? Was this his cable management?
It was a joint effort. It was teamwork.
Okay,
It's been a family effort.
It has been a family. Like it's so funny. Like when we started, there were 3 different stages, and by the time we were done, everybody's in stage 3.
PC building brings
That's
us
right.
together.
Brings us together. Wow.
We are
There
building
we go.
together.
That's
There we
some
go.
wholesome content. Wholesome
Yes.
content.
That's right.
Awesome.
There it is. And that's the thing is like nobody like now that the competitive part's out and JJ pretty much won because he built PC 3 times. And JJ and Aru. Sorry, you're right. Aru, I apologize. Please forgive me.
No.
Okay.
No.
There it is. I got the angry side of Aru. So anyway, now that he's built the PC 3 times, now all team like the borders are off. We're all over here in stage 3.
That's how we anticipated it to be.
No, I don't think so. I remember your cards.
Oh, okay.
He's lying. He's
So,
lying.
Noisy Butters,
Yeah,
where can we find you? Where can people find you?
Find me?
Yeah, you.
You can find me everywhere on the internet. I am right here.
She's Anime
Can't you
Girl 07.
the next step. No, 05 because I was.
Oh,
before
you were
her.
first. You were
Yep.
before.
You can find me everywhere on the internet, pretty much at Noisy Butters. Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, Instagram, TikTok. What other social medias out there? I don't know.
There's MySpace, there's Tinder,
Yeah, I didn't get that
there's
one. I didn't get
Swipe
MySpace.
right. I'm just kidding. It's and all in all, like, what are some of the things that you guys like to? What are some of the things you stream? Because I know it's Call of Duty,
Right.
PC Builder. There's a bunch of things. Like, so what
Right.
is an experience that somebody might have when partaking in your content?
I say I mostly play Call of Duty. It
Okay.
depends on if it's Warzone or the current COD multiplayer, which might be Vanguard. It's really just whatever I'm kind of feeling. Sometimes I'll even go back. I'll play BO4. I might even play BO3. I might play Modern Warfare. Who knows? But I am a COD nerd at heart. Everybody goes through that phase. I never left it.
So do you play just MP or do you play through the campaign sometimes or?
Yeah, so I always play through the campaign when a new COD game releases. That's my very first stream.
Okay.
I play through the entirety of the campaign, and then I edit a highlights video for those who don't want to watch the whole
So
thing.
who was your favorite? Like, so I'm playing through. So don't spoil it yet. But I'm playing through
Right.
Vanguard now. So I'm actually but I am super digging the characters like a lot in this one. They were some of the best that I've seen. Yeah. So who's your favorite?
If I had to pick one, and it's kind of, I think everybody picks her, but Paulina.
Yeah.
Because
she's awesome.
She is so cool. She's been through so much. I know you haven't gone through the whole campaign, but she goes through so much in character development. Like, so much stuff happens to her. And I'm a sniper. That's my choice of weapon when it comes to Call of Duty. She's a sniper.
Yeah.
So I'm going to run 2v2s with her one day. I know she's an in-game character. I don't care. I'm going to figure it out.
I definitely I like Paulina. Like for me, I love airplanes. The Battle of Midway was absolutely rad. I know everybody's like it's on rails, but still getting to if you've ever seen the movie, but getting to live that moment. I love the pilot. He's
Wade Jackson.
Yeah, Wade Jackson. He is so. he's snarky like me.
Yes.
Like all in all, he just and he's got that chiseled jaw and that Orange Theory fitness thing that I've got going. Which I think is great. But I just really love the story that I've played so far, and it's been one of like I have a tendency to not like the ones that everybody else likes, but I've really actually just enjoyed the story on this.
Yes.
And then, are you excited about their Warzone's got a new map coming soon, right?
Oh my gosh. I'll tell you what, my schedule is quite busy. I'm happy that I was able to fly out here and do all of this. But
when
I go back.
We are too.
Yep.
Use code name Butters. Use code word Butters at checkout.
Use code Butters everywhere, apparently.
Yeah.
Who knows?
You're on Pottery Barn. Use code word Butters like for 10% off. Oh.
Yep, but I'm really excited about the new, I guess it's Warzone Pacific?
Yeah.
Is that the name of the map?
I forgot the name of the map. I was doing a video, but something like that. Yeah, that looks pretty cool. And I love the Pacific Theater. Is always definitely a very cool theater and stuff like that. So
I definitely saw there was they revealed they revealed the map overall, but a couple of the locations. I think in the middle is a place called Caldera, which is a volcano, and I could only imagine. You know how we had the nuke events in Verdansk? We have a volcano going off for Warzone Pacific.
So that's cool. Okay,
that would be insane.
And then you also build PCs. Like
I do.
Now you don't do those on stream yet, but you have done some YouTube content and stuff like that for building FPC. And you've built what, like 10?
Something like that.
That's pretty good.
I haven't recorded all of them. Fun fact, actually, and I'm ashamed of this, but I built my Twitch Mods PC. His name's Pat. Shout out, Pat.
Hi, Pat.
And it was my first AMD build.
Okay.
And I was so excited about it. I recorded the whole thing. I was ready to post it because it was a bit of a budget build. It had an RTX 2060. This was a couple years ago, maybe 2 years ago.
Yeah.
I deleted the footage. So the world will never know.
But you did build an AMD system.
I did, yes.
Nobody believes you, though.
How am I going to
There's no
prove it?
proof. If you didn't film it, is it real?
Exactly.
That's the question. And so you said you are on TikTok.
I am.
Okay, and then and Aru, you're on TikTok. Where's Aru?
Where'd she go?
She knew I was going to call and put it on the spot like this. I was just like, okay, well, when Aru comes back, there's got to be some TikTok content made here on the show.
Can you use one?
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there's a good one. Yeah. So we'll get some of that going on in here, and then how are we looking?
Yeah, how are we looking?
How are we looking over here? Should we pop over?
It looks great.
It's a beauty.
Okay, so let's pop over to JJ, who has now got. Are we ready, JJ? Sure. Okay, here it is, guys. Upgraded Tifa Lockhart right there. Look at it, upgraded now. Tuffy Lock. I had one job, and I failed it. Who's Tifa? Yeah, I know. Sorry. Upgraded Tuffy Lockhart. So we've got going on there. And so we're basically just getting that done. We have now installed it in AIO. Remember, we started this whole thing. It was air-cooled using the stock cooler from AMD. And now we have since moved on over. We've now got and the model number for the AIO is the...
This is the Tough Gaming LC. So that's the great thing about these ones. These are very simple in terms of actually remembering the model numbers, and then it's just broken down by the actual radiator fan configuration.
Okay, so it's the
LC120. Exactly, LC120, and if you want to step up to 240, you go to that, and if you want to go to the really big guys, so the 360s, those are under our ROG lineup.
Yep. Okay, so there we are. We've got our LC120. Which I got to mount.
Yep.
Thanks. JJ put me on the spot. He was like, "Hey, you're not
the-
doing anything, and that hosting thing, not real job. So let's come in here and actually have you install a component." So this is installed. Now the way we have this right now. We because of how I chose to do the tubes. A lot of people are probably like, "Hey, the logo is not aligned." We are aware. We know that. Again, this was just to kind of do some demonstration. Again, by the time this gets given away, which, surprise, it is getting given away if you're just tuning in. So that should be absolutely awesome. And remember, we've given away all those codes and stuff like that. But this will be all set up and ready for you. It's actually already got windows on it. You can see it's themed already with that tough yellow. It's tough.
Tough Gaming Yellow.
Tough Gaming Yellow. Yeah, tough. I want to make sure I get it right. And Tough Gaming Yellow. And so there it is. Right there. Good job, JJ.
Yeah.
And then I would give your partner a high five, but after I apparently just made her mad and she stormed off, she was just so mad.
She made that angry face.
She made that angry face and just walked right out of here. And I was like, oh.
Ara's been fantastic. She actually had to get ready to head over home. She had to catch her flight. Just with everything going on, we actually won't be able to see her wrap things up, but she's been fantastic to be able to work with. And a large part of this build was successful for her.
Oh, okay. Well, there we go. Well, that's Aru. Bye. I don't know what to say. I was surprised. I did not know Aru was leaving. Okay, so let's check in one more time. Let's go over here to stage 3 and just see where they're at.
We're just hanging out.
We're just hanging out. Okay, so we've got what do we got?
You're going to customize that AIO header?
This is the newest wallpaper.
Okay, so this is the newest wallpaper.
2021 wallpapers.
Okay, and who's on this? So
I see Jake is.
I see
think
Jake.
You are.
That's me.
And then there's Deb.
Yep.
And then there's me.
Well, no, that's me.
And then there's JJ.
I believe these are the characters that we were talking
about.
Yeah,
these are the characters we were talking about. This is a very cool. This is a whole cool setup.
It just dropped today.
Oh, it's out today. You guys are seeing this is a brand new drop. And so does this? I mean, guys, you have to say this system looks pretty ridiculously awesome right here, does it not? So all in all, we've gotten our stage 1 system, which has been done 3 times.
3 times. We've only done this one once.
You did it 1.5 because you ended up having to take it apart and then get it all squared. But again, I hope that you guys have learned a lot in terms of just the things we've built and everything else. JJ, what do you think?
I think it looks good, man.
Awesome.
And I love that we actually were able to do the Z11 horizontally as opposed to going with the vertical setup because it not only gives you better thermal airflow, but I think it also really shows off one of the really cool things about this chassis, which is it gives you the flexibility to go with either orientation.
Absolutely.
I think they did a killer job. And it highlights one of the really cool things about this chassis, which is you get to visually see, because normally in a small form factor build, that's one of the disadvantages is you don't get to see a lot of your hardware, but still here you go with a more compact design that gives you flexible orientation, but you can still see a lot of the really cool hardware. So
I love the top that you can just see that Strix.
Yep.
Like you can't really, let me tilt it down.
Oh, that looks so good.
Oh, look at that.
It does look so good. And then you get that little bit of highlight, and then again, with everything else, I just, like, again, that would look great, like a nice top-down camera. And I'm really I'm really grateful for ASUS for giving me every single one of these PCs. So
yeah, I'm going to be personally loading this
into
your baggage later.
That's been super awesome.
And I would say, actually, on this build, too, a really cool thing that you guys could do if you wanted to work on something on this is that on the undermount, you could actually route in some, like, LED strips, give yourself some nice little undergo lighting, which would look really good with this type of setup. It would look really slick.
For sure. And honestly, that AIO screen looks
that's
so
all
good.
that's all the
it
RGB
is.
you
It is
need.
the biggest screen you can get right now on an AIO. It's 3.5 inches. And, you know, Chris talks about it. Actually, we're the first one to actually offer you a multi-stat panel. It's got ADA64 integration in there. So you could literally have your memory, your CPU temperature, your CPU frequency all at the same time, plus a range of customization. So it's really, really cool AIO.
You can set it to cycle through the various hardware functions, or I think it's up to 7 different static images or moving images. What's the word you guys use? Hey, choosy developers choose GIF, and you remember that. But no, this is a fantastic case, fantastic parts. I love that that AIO. I just installed one in my PC at home, the 360 rad version, and it's just so much fun to play with, and it looks so
it does.
good.
I'm actually very impressed. Like,
Big Noise Eater is asking about the chassis. So that, just to reconfirm, right, I think we can recap everything that we've got. So we got the RG Z11 there. So that's our mini ITX chassis. On my side, we're using the Tough Gaming GT501 in the white variant because we also have black. And then on that side, of course, the quintessential 011, right?
Well, actually,
you can't do a group build.
I think that's a great
without an
point. So
011.
why don't we start here at stage 1? We'll talk through all the parts here. So this is the Tough Gaming, the GT501. This is the ATX. We've got the Tough Gaming B550 Plus with the AMD Ryzen 5700G.
Right.
We've got G-Skill Trident Royals, G-Skill Triton Z Neo.
Correct. So AMD optimized.
AMD optimized. I think it's what, probably 3600 megahertz?
3600
megahertz. Probably CL18 was what my guess is, which is most of their Zeo. We've got the ROG, the Tough RX 6700 XT.
Everything here is Tough Gaming. So even the Tough Gaming graphics card, this is an AMD. So one of the cool things too that also the system has is that we're leveraging AMD's kind of latest technology with their smart addressable memory or SAM. So we could go into the UEFI and essentially have the motherboard work with the CPU and the GPU to give us even higher level of performance. Then we've got that Tough Gaming LC120 to be able to go ahead and add that liquid cooled temperature performance. The fans, we kept pretty much everything stock. It already comes with those 3 RGB fans. We have that rear 140, but we added a Fantex Halos fan frame to that. Then we also added the Fantex diffused RGB LED strip. We got those cable mod cables in there as well. And then we, of course, don't want to forget that we've got our Seagate FireCuda 530 PCIe Gen 4 NVMe SSD.
Yeah, the fastest NVMe that's currently on the market right now in terms of both endurance and in read-write speed, both concurrent at 7500, which is crazy.
Yeah, and then the last part, of course, because you can't see it because you got a shroud in there, but we do also have our PSUs. So we do actually have a full lineup. We've got Tough Gaming, ROG Strix, and ROG Series PSU. So we have a 750 watt power supply in this guy. So that rounds up what we've got here in this.
Yeah, which is an absolutely great system. So if we pop over here, and this is the Z11, which we talked about here. This is the ROG Z11. We've got the Strix Z690i gaming Wi-Fi. This is a mini ITX.
It is so tiny.
It's so tiny. We also have that Seagate FireCuda 530 NVMe SSD in there with 1 terabyte, which is, again, crazy fast. We've also got that ROG Ryujin 2 240, which actually has the bracket for, it's got your AM4, you've got your LGA 1200, LGA 1700, so you've got all the support that you need as well. You've got that ROG Strix RTX 3080 in there as well, and then you've got the Strix 1000G as well, which is an absolute. I mean, this is a beast of a system.
And we can't forget to mention the DDR5 from
Oh yeah,
G-Skill.
from G-Skill. Yeah.
Big shout out to G-Skill.
Yeah, huge, 5600 megahertz. Yeah, and then I think the CL on that is it doesn't matter near as much because we've just changed it with DDR5, etc. And we've got 32 gigs of RAM in there for as well. So G-Skill, obviously a shout out for both of these systems. But yeah, absolutely fantastic. And then again, cable mod, the cable extensions in the TUF system, but in this one we've got full cable kit as well.
Because you can't really do a cable extensions in a case this small.
Oh, you can try.
You don't have the room.
Yeah, you don't have the room, and so it makes a big difference. And then again, you've got that larger Ryujin screen and everything else as well. I'm trying to think if there was anything. No, I think.
And one thing you can kind of notice, I can see it on our screen over there, is you can see that this is all tilted. Like the entire motherboard is tilted at an 11-degree angle. That's why you can see the cooler is kind of sitting back. That's not because it's mounted weird. That's because the whole thing on the inside is mounted at an 11-degree angle, which adds a little fun for visual, but it's also good for cooling. So it's going to be able to get functional access.
In the back, you actually have more space to be able to work with
Route
from the cable
those
routing
cables.
because the chassis comes included with an ARGB and fan controller built inside. So that's really nice. And
a USB header.
Yep. And which is critical on a mini ITX board. And the other cool thing with Chris talking about DDR5 that's on that system is when you were all done, if you wanted to do something on a build, which is really cool and specific to ASUS boards, is we have memory testing built into the UEFI BIOS. So you could literally boot into the memory, double check, make sure your system's stable, your memory is actually detected and running without any problems, and you don't even have to boot up into anything. You can literally just reboot, go into the UEFI, click a button, and memory testing is built in. And that's cool because it's on all ROG Z690 boards.
Yeah, and so the other thing too is on this one, you've got those DIY-friendly features as well on this board. You've got that M.2 Q latch, which we showed off a little bit earlier, so you don't have to lose that M.2 screws. I know. Basically, PC part resellers across the world are like millions down the drain.
They've lost. The stock market crashing.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it went down. It crashed today with this PC DIY show.
Yeah, everything's in the red.
Yeah, we've got that safe dim tech as well, which was actually super rad. We showed a little bit about the basically the captive screws on the M.2s, that stacked M.2 design as well. So you can put up to 37 M.2s in that.
No, it's 36.
Oh, 36 M.2s in that single mini.
Is it 2? I don't know. It's 36.
36. Okay, so 36 M.2. So you can put over 5 bajillion terabytes of NVMe storage in there and not have any lane issues whatsoever. Okay, guys, so let's go ahead and pop it over because one system we haven't talked about, which is over at Stage 3. We got Deb.
Yeah.
She's got that look.
Yes.
What's going on, Deb?
So a lot's going on.
lot.
We're making great progress over here. We are just running out of time on our stream, unfortunately.
What?
So we have a plan.
I thought we were supposed to be done at midnight.
Yeah.
Wait, we're not. I thought we were only halfway done.
Actually.
So now it's a 12-hour stream?
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Marathon.
All right,
yeah, so we've come up with a new plan here.
What's the plan?
Yes.
The plan is that
like how you didn't tell me the plan. We came up with a plan.
we came up with a plan. Okay. Well, here's the thing: when you water cool a system, it's some trial and error, and we want to be able to leak test before we would put coolant in it anyway.
Okay.
And so we're a bit over on our stream time.
Okay.
So here's the whole point of this day is learning and PC building and building together. And so Hannah is going to have an opportunity now to start bending some tubes and practice. And so rather than just try to rush it and jam things in and throw the coolant in, we're going to do it the right way and take some time to actually let her learn how to bend a tube so that when she does do this next time, she actually
can.
Exactly.
So it looks like at this point in time we're about a couple runs shy at this point. Yeah.
We're working on the last runs right now.
Yep.
So there's not much left to do, other than we want to make sure that we actually do it right and we're not rushing. And again, the biggest thing is that we want to make sure that we leak test properly, and that we're not just rushing to fill this for the stream in the sake of finishing.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. So what is the next step? Where is this bending happen? Now, is this the one where we get the hot air balloon that we've paid for that's on the roof and bending while also in a hot? No. Why are you laughing? I thought that was it says on the card. It says. Oh,
you have to call the avatar.
Not hot air balloon. Okay. So what's the what are we doing here?
We need to finish up the last 2 runs.
Okay.
And we want to make sure that we also get everything properly seated up for the radiator.
Okay.
And at that point, It is leak test for 15 minutes, and after that, we just need to fill it up, and it'll be good to go.
Yeah.
Okay, so but for her to bend tubes, which is what we're getting ready to
Yeah.
transition to.
Yes.
Where is this happening? Is this center stage? Should we make some pillows? Like.
So it's going to be on. We're going to follow you on socials. We'll do some videos. We'll post it
Absolutely.
live.
Oh,
Yeah.
so it's not happening right now. There's no tube bending happening right now.
No, the party's going to continue on.
So this
Yeah.
is like, okay, so you remember how I made that dad joke about cliffhangers? This is a cliffhanger.
Yeah,
and
it
if you
is.
want to follow more, you want to see
Exactly.
the whole thing lit up
Exactly.
and everything like that, then you're going to want to follow Butters, and then we will show this whole thing
Yeah.
completely filled
Oh,
and all
yeah.
that sort of stuff at a future date. We don't know when.
I think today.
Immediately.
It'll be today.
Today.
It'll be
Yes.
tonight. So I was
But
looking for
after-
confirmation from Deb. Like I wasn't going to go and promise something like, by the way, it's already up on post. Just kidding. This isn't even live. It's already done. I'm just kidding. So yeah, but in the state, it sounds like we got to wrap things up. I
Yeah,
think
we
that's
are
where
wrapping things
So
up.
why don't we talk a little bit before we get to that? Let's talk Butters. We've kind of talked a little bit, but where if they want to follow you, if they want to get this information, where do they go about
Sure.
and see these tube bending extravaganzas?
Absolutely. So you can pretty much find me everywhere at Noisy Butters. I've said it before. I'll say it again. At Noisy Butters. That's me. And also the ASUS ROG social media as well. I think we'll probably be posting on there. I definitely want to document this as much as possible because look at the glory. Look at the beauty. I have to document it. So I'm getting it for my social media and hopefully for
Yeah,
the
100%.
ROG
Absolutely.
And then
Yeah.
we haven't had this Mod My Mods who come in an honorary member of Stage 3 now.
Yes.
Want to follow you.
I promise. I didn't leave you, Chris. I promise.
It's just there's something
I'll be
about
back.
it
It's
that's
just a quick
very magnetic
vacation.
about
No,
this
no.
stage.
See,
But yeah, where if people want to follow you, get more information, buy some really rad stuff, where do they do that?
well, if you could check us out at modmymods.com. I am Big Kevin, obviously. And if you need anything, send us an email, send us a message on social media. We'd be happy to see what we can do for you and obviously contribute to builds just like this one.
Awesome.
Yeah,
And then
but with that said, I really just also want to just thank you, everyone, for being a part of this. You know, this was something new that we haven't done yet to do live builds together, and I look forward to doing more events like this at ASUS. But I also want to especially thank our partners that provided parts for this, whether it being EK Water Blocks, huge, so many parts. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Yes, Intel and AMD and Cable Mod, G-Skill, Lee & Lee, Seagate.
Seagate.
I mean, it's just been amazing, and we couldn't have done it without all of your your partnership and support, and really everyone here and behind the scenes. This has just
Yes,
been
you production crew, yeah.
So
You guys are amazing.
all of these builds will be featured on our PC DIY landing page, where you'll be able to see photos, access the stream, the videos, along with all the parts, and where to buy, and yeah, so we're just really excited and grateful that you spent this time with us. And what do you say, guys?
I say thank you. Thanks guys.
But
Bye,
we've
guys.
got one final remark. We
Oh.
will be back in just a few minutes with an Apex
could I forget?
Legends Trios tournament live here on our Twitch channel. So stay tuned because there's more content to come. But till next time,
Bye guys.
GG's.
Thanks.